Okay, okay, okay. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm ready to watch some pro play. Back in uniform cadet, Joshua probably. Hi, Mundy. It's good to see you, Mundy Greenie. How you doing? We're literally about to ignite so hard. I know there's a lot of rivals players who don't watch any um any what's it called? Pro stuff. I didn't watch the first part of Ignite last year either. Nice cat. Yeah, she could tell that I was about to start streaming, so she decided now is the right time for her to jump up here. Kitty. She wants a little bit of pets. That's okay. So yeah, Ignite starts today. It's preseason North America
Didn't know
today.
Ignite starts today, yay.
I know. Don't. She's yelling at me to pet her and she's drooling on me. Stop. No. Okay, I'm gonna have to move you, Peep, because I do need to use my desktop. So, ay! She just sneezed on my hand. Yuck. Yuck. That's gross. That's really gross, Peep. I have to wash my hands. Hello. Since when do you stream on TikTok? I just started just a little bit ago. I love your room. Thank you so much. Sound Gaming, thank you for the resub. I gotta wash my hand. Little Peep sneezing on me. So, Peep has drooled on me. So keep that. Just that's what this is. But we are dripped out. Okay, we're in uniform. We are Team 100 Thieves here. Well, I am. Oh, Peep. Oh my gosh. I just grabbed her head thinking it was the handle. I'm Team 100 Thieves. However, there is FlyQuest. I know someone on FlyQuest. I know someone on Sentinels. So I'm kind of just excited. Obviously, 100 Thieves is my team, so I want to see them place high. But, did you get the 100 Thieves bundle game? No. I should get it, though, because I know that I'm eventually going to learn Deadpool. I'm eventually going to learn Tank Pool. I just haven't yet. What are your predictions? I should have screenshot it. I have 100 Thieves on top, of course. And then I put on the... Maybe I can just look at... Do I want to launch the game right now? I'll launch the game. We'll just open it. This is your last chance to do your predictions for North America seating and placements. If you haven't done them yet, you have about 5 minutes to do it. Go, go, go. But yeah, I am really excited. This is my first time watching Ignite as a partner, a Marvel Rivals partner, and it means we do have the exclusive drops. So far, the Gambit drops are the nameplate, which I can show you since I'm launching the game, and the nameplate. Ahsoka, I can't really. I'm a little busy right now, PP. It's the nameplate, and it's the spray, and then I don't exactly know. Here's the nameplate. You can see it. It's just the Will of Galactus stuff. I kind of wish it was more special. Hopefully this is just the preseason drop and they're going to do something more specific for the like the playoffs and the finals. But then yeah, let me show you the low-key one. This is the drop. This is the cosmetic that they did for Do not bite that. Ahsoka, no. You couldn't see? I don't think you could see that. She started to nibble on the wire that's connecting my microphone. I can't even replace this wire. Oh my gosh, she could destroy my streaming career. Loki. This was the Ignite Loki. So it was technically like a recolor, but it does have a, you know, a custom graphic. So personally, I hope that they do something more for like a more special skin because people will go crazy for that. Are you starting to main Loki? Not main, but I would like to play him more. I think Loki is one of the heroes that I'm lacking in. Okay, real quick. This is what I have for North America esports. Ay, Poopa. This is my predictions. But wait. Oh. I guess you can't change them anymore. I don't know what the X and circle. Do not bite me my face. Ahsoka, you have to chill out. Wait. Ranking. Ah, okay. So this is the rank. This is what actually happened for the ranking. So FlyQuest is number 1, 100 Thieves is number 2, Sentinel's 3rd, Energy 4th. Okay, I guess I got half of it right. I got half of it right. Half of it. I did pretty well on Group B. Soka, no. No bite. She is being very bad right now. People, be sweet. No biting. Okay, let me launch. Soka, no. Don't. I'm scared of her. But the games are about to begin. I'm looking. The games are about to begin. Okay, make myself shut up. I'm looking for the official broadcast. Can you see her? She's gonna bite my face. Do not. Don't. Okay. Oh, it's starting. Okay, I'm gonna open it up. So we're ready to go. Okay. Making sure everything looks good. Pimba. Okay. Good. Oh no. No. No, too high. Freaking OBS. Okay, great. Great. Okay, it's visible on Twitch. Let me make sure it's visible on TikTok too. Nice. Okay. Looking good. We can see everything. So serve. I'll turn the volume up in a little bit. But yeah, the games will be intermittent. First is going to be FlyQuest versus CR. What is CR? Cafe? What? Dang, 100 Thieves and not until the last match? Heck. Okay, fine. In between will be lots of advertising. And in between the games, I have to see how long it is, but we'll probably end up doing like either playing some games or we'll do like, oh, I'm sorry. Ahsoka is walking back and forth on my desk and it's making it very hard for me to click the right buttons and do the right things. Yeah, there we go. Since when do you go live on TikTok? I just started. I don't even know the teams. I was just watching for the vibes. Whoa! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Yo, is that 5 gifted I just saw? Thank you so much. Aquarian City, thank you so much. That's so kind. And, I think that means I gotta open that wheel. Gotta spin that wheel. And if it's anything Marvel Rivals... Peep, I'm gonna have to kick you out now. I'm so sorry. I love you. Airlift, though. Bye. I love my cats. I love my cats so much. I love my cats so much, but my gosh, sometimes it's just like overstimulation nightmare. Da-na-na-da-da-na. Will I be will I buy a skin today? Will I be persuaded to buy a skin? Who knows about it? Yay! Ah, that one's so easy for me. Okay, I am matching your 5 gifted subs with 5 gifted subs of my own. Yay! Thank you so much. Dang, is it just gonna be non-stop ads in between games? And if my camera is ever in the way, please let me know. I will move myself.
Danger never walks alone. Double the trouble with Cloak and Dagger's daring duo costume. First appearing in Marvel Rivals Infinity Comic. You can rock this awesome Cloak and Dagger skin. Hope now having legs ready to go here in the daring duo. Available in-game for all you strategists. Mains, look out as New York descends into chaos. A powerful artifact emerges at the center of it all.
And guys, do not forget, because we have the new flight mode coming up. Make sure
they gave him legs.
Awesome new skins coming
well,
aside from our Cloak and Dagger daring duo skin, we also have
well.
the flight mode skin.
That's right. So make sure to check out
you know.
World Tour. It's
Evie, thank you for the tier 1. Welcome.
You can actually earn it
Thank you.
Samba costume just by
By the way, in order to get the drops, you don't need to sub. You don't need to do anything. All it is 2 for the first set of drops. It's 2 hours of watch time. For the nameplate and 1 hour of watch time for the for the spray. I would recommend getting those soon if you can, because usually they like the way it works on Twitch is you can't earn more than 1 drop for the same game at the same time. So yeah. There's also a Scarlet Witch skin right now, so there's technically both.
Roster lineup. The flight mode, as Vicky pointed out. Look at that Namor. Reed Richards, come on now.
Dang, I can't. I'm so happy the Namor skin is free. Me want.
I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, the Namor and
I'll put Wanda.
I mean, what happened to Mr. Fantastic? He's not gonna be happy about that one, but you know, he'll definitely be feeling the groove because you guys could complete all the daily missions.
I love that Sue and Namor technically have matching skins. At least they look like matching skins.
Easy cop for me. I mean, look at them. Look at them. You're gonna rock up in style.
I know
Magic
I'm
skin
going
is
for
so
the Magic
tempting.
costume in the
I've
middle
never
there.
touched
I mean,
Magic
I'm
though.
not even a big Magic player, but I've got to grab it, got to see. There's plenty of great costumes
Thoughts on
in
Luna
the
Snow
game, and
being
you know what? These are a
arrested
bit more
on the
unique
Flight
magic
Mode
heroes
World
within the game,
Tour?
so, you know, sometimes you might see a Black
What is she
Widow
being
skin that you won't
arrested
have all the time,
for?
but this time you'll be able to rock it just like the Captain America. So,
Dang, this is all Corpa. This is all buy our skins, Corpa. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Chi. That's really sweet. The mic that I use is a Shure Shure SM7B. It's a Procaster microphone. You'll see it a lot for podcasts. I saved up my cash to get this one. It's working. My wallet is empty. Whoa. It is tempting, I must say. You see the skin enough times. Maybe I'll get the 100 Thieves bundle if they win.
March 20th. So that's all there is in this store. But now, hello and welcome everyone. Marvel Rivals Ignite is officially back. And as we enter year 2, the stakes have never been higher. The road to the grand final starts right here in the preseason, where new rosters will find their rhythm. Veterans will defend their turf. We got 3 domestic stages and 2 international lands ahead of us. The action begins right here today in
Shrink us
America.
down a bit.
Now, the off-season theory crafting ends right now. I am Zoe, and joining me to kick off this massive opening slate of matches are 2 of the absolute
Oh,
best
thank you,
players
Evie. That's
in
really
this league.
sweet.
Guys, I'm so
Thank you,
happy
thank
to be on the
you.
show with you two. How are we feeling?
Mm.
Oh, I'm so pumped. I mean, it's a
And
great
thank you
day
for
to be
watching
involved in
silently
Rivals.
too. It's
Player, if year 1 was like
you are
the spark that lit
appreciated.
the fire, then year 2 we're full in blaze, Zoe, and just Ignite, you know, returning with this ecosystem just for the growth, the storytelling, new rosters, as you said, new rivalry. I mean, everything is just perfect here.
No closed
Stars are made,
captions.
Legacy's ready to be born. Vicky, I'm so pumped.
Dude, we have a whole new outlook on an esports tab in the in-game client. Some of you guys are watching in the in-game client. It is going to be an amazing year 2
In-game
of Marvel Rivals
client?
Ignite, including the fact that we got some roster change. There's been some roster madness going on behind the scenes. So today, day number 1 of our preseason in Ignite,
What?
this is where we get to see where a lot of these teams are situated.
Absolutely. Let's dig into all the new things for season in 2026, right? The circuit looks very different from last year. We got a new partner program, Unified Pacific region. We, of course, also have those really high-stakes promotion and relegation matches at the end. Now, Vicky, which of these new pillars are you most excited to see in action?
Honestly, being able to have not only like the change up of these teams, but I feel like specifically you got to take a look at the pick and ban system, how that's going to influence things. You got to look at the prize pool. You got to look at the fact that this is the preseason, right? You're looking at the teams to see how they've been able to build things up going into this specific season during that off time where they're also trying to prove themselves in a new meta.
Yeah, let's talk about that new meta, Cozy. I know you've been, like dishing out that content. Format has shifted, but we're dropping these teams straight into the Season 7 patch. That's a lot to adjust here.
Okay, if you turn closed captions on for my stream, you'll be able to see closed captions for the broadcast as well. It's going to be kind of jumbled together, but I switched it so that the captions will capture both.
Especially as we have not only the new rosters, but just this kind of...
The music is really loud though, so it's having a bit of trouble capturing the the voice from this.
Anchors of Venom, Jeff being important, Daredevil. We're going to see a lot of that today to kind of control the tempo and collapsing. But really,
Is it
what
me?
I'm
Am I
interested
matching
in
that?
is we've
Music
got
feels
these new
loud.
Players on these new teams. We know the talent is there, but when it comes to something like Dive, you need to have that coordination, right? So you need the team. You need the team and teamwork, right? No I in team, as the old saying goes. But also, obviously,
Who's the first caster?
favorites. We got the game.
She looks really cool.
We've got the Elsa, Gru, all those that are going to continue to dominate.
Mom,
as well.
enjoy the movie.
Now, if we're looking at the preseason
Enjoy
schedule,
the
guys,
movie.
The teams don't
You're gonna
have
love
a
it.
lot of time to really figure it out, right? Because we're looking at just 2 weeks of round-robin group stage play, at the end of which the top 8 will find themselves in a double elimination playoff bracket.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, looking at
Double
round
elim,
robin,
best of
Vicky,
3?
and what that does. I mean, no, double elimination can change everything. It allows teams to really get adjusted to all the teams, the foes that they will go up against, and the stakes are just so high at this point.
Yeah, right. Because when we get to look at with preseason and getting to see the different two groups that are isolated from each other, we've done this before, Cozy, back in the champs, where we considered one specific group, like the group of death, quote unquote. Well, look how that turned out at the very end. So now being able to see what the season is kind of setting up for, getting started then into our group stages before going off into playoffs is going to be exciting to watch over the course of the month.
Absolutely. Now, another thing I do want to shout out is our Spanish watch party. That's right. Alongside our main broadcast, we have an official Spanish language watch party live right now. They're bringing the hype to our Spanish-speaking fans around the world.
Nice.
So, bienvenidos a la transmisión oficial. I don't know. Duolingo has not taught me yet how to say broadcast, but we're getting there. We're getting there. But they're here for the Spanish language, so make sure to tune in to their stream, show some love and support. I'm a huge fan of Pancake Pau. Seeing her on that squad makes me so hyped.
Donde está la biblioteca? Listen, I don't want to get too crazy here.
Solid.
All right. Yeah, I know my way
bilingual?
around
That's crazy.
Oh my goodness.
You know what else is crazy? Is this prize pool, right? So
Donde está la biblioteca?
Much more up for grabs later in the season, but 50K.
50K grand prize.
That's a lot of pocket money, Vicky.
Yes, it is. I mean, $50,000 alone where the winner gets to walk away with 16K, Zoe. And then you get to at least see not only where you are amongst the rest of the pack within Americas, but you look at the very bottom pack, right? 1,250, you have to split that between your team, your coaches, etc. That's not where you want to be pocketing that. Not only do you want the bragging rights, so you want to be able to have that title on top of the $16,000.
Absolutely.
Sure,
Also,
50K just for me?
Determines the initial seeding for stage 1, Cozy.
yeah. I mean,
Retired
that's huge, and I
DPS,
think
thank you for the
looking at
sub.
seeding is
Thank
gonna be
you.
massive for the preseason that we have here, and also with all these new partner teams, right? New rosters, like these players have kind of something to prove a little bit, and you're playing for much bigger orgs, obviously. So I always love. Listen, total prize is great. That's a lot of costumes in game. It's great. However, for me, it's more about a little bit of the bragging rights, but also what you can bring to your org that just believed in you. And wow, I mean, we've got a map pool to set up today for some success.
I'm excited. Do you see it too? I spy with my little eye.
Hi, Indy. Welcome back.
Back in the mix. It's an OG convergence map. Actually, the first convergence map ever added to the game.
Yeah, I mean, Shichibuya coming slotted in at the same time, Cozy. Like, you have to consider, like, I've been playing a bunch of ranked, and seeing Shin Shibuya has made me question, oh man, these chokes, they be brutal sometimes. But then you add into the mix, like, these insane players and specific teams that may find that success better on
I'm excited to
Convergence.
see Shin Shibuya pro play.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, listen, there's definitely defense-heavy maps. That's kind of why at first it was out of rotation. Shin Shibuya, what's really exciting about it, we talk about different points. You can have much more of a chance to hold there. Every point in Shin Shibuya is not going to be safe. We'll have more talks on the maps later. First, I want to walk you guys through the pick and bans, a ban and lock explanation here. This is not your MRC, not your rank pick and bans. This is going to be for the team only. They're one-sided. So if you ban Psylocke on your side, doesn't mean she's banned for the other. And
This
so
is
it's going to be quite interesting. It changes mirror matches, and everything is going to be adapting much quicker. Zoe, I love this format. It's probably my favorite amongst the three.
Yeah, I
This
absolutely
format
love
is
that
hardcore.
because it just adds so many layers to the strategic depth of this game that's already hard enough, to figure out with all those different heroes and all those different approaches you have on those different maps and different points in the map. So yeah, the theory crafting is going to go wild.
The fact that you could go back and forth, I mean, it's very different too, right? When you compare it to what we've seen within the MRC, where it's like universal bans, then you get into the MRI and you get to actually be nitpicking on what you don't want to deal with in terms of the compositions that you see on the other side. But Zoe, we see the qualified teams from the MRC, speaking of which, and then we see our invited teams out here.
Yay.
Yeah, right. So we have 9 invited teams. Some of them are partner teams. Some of them are, esteemed guest teams that are joining the top 3 of the MRC that came through a Season 6 night at the museum. So we lost
3 teams from MRC are getting to play in Ignite. That's so
cool. Out with big dogs.
Yeah, for sure. I think this is going to be interesting because we lost. I mean, they're definitely proving that they can be in there with
we
dogs,
lost.
Like Zoe, but Lunex, Cafe Rose, I got to see what they can bring together here because the invited teams, we know what they have, especially amongst the rosters of players. It's fun. We're doing a little bit of a player swap with some of the EMEA. We have some of them over here now, some of our best players, and Tara went over there, and so it's going to be interesting to see how they adjust as well. yeah, we lost has players from the old Ignite Stage 1 and 2 last year, so it's plenty of great talent across the board. Mix them all together, we're about to find out what we get.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of adjustment periods for the fans as well, right? Because we have to get used to those new rosters, see how they match, see how they get together, and see how they will do in their respective groups. 12 teams being put into two groups, each with 8 teams. Group A is looking scary, Vicky.
Yeah, it is. That's why I was talking about, like, we've considered some groups in the past.
Yeah, this is the Rivals Super Bowl.
Well, but then it's proven.
That one. It's this one.
This is the Rivals preseason.
I 100% agree, because this was actually like so hard when it came to doing our predictions, guys, where I was staring at least that middle part of the pack of where I thought Group A would situate themselves to be the hardest. I think I was pondering on that for at least like 2 hours.
No.
And then you get to see like the different looks of the rosters, and then you look at Group B. I think a subject on everyone's mind, Cozy, has been Team Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, for me, Group A, obviously, I think, with both these groups, you can say the top and towards the bottom. I might know where those shake out, but for me, it's the middle of the pack. Group B is kind of the prove-it group. I mean, obviously, we have big favorites in what I think is Team Liquid, but you've got a lot of just players that they know they have what it takes to make it into the pro scene. Well, the orgs have signed them now, and it's like, what do we get from it? One of my favorites to shout out in this is TSM. Huge org. These players we know, they've fallen short before.
Wait, which team is Valentina
They're
Evo?
ready to prove they have what it takes to an organized play, and they've got a group that they can do that in.
Yeah, I saw that you actually placed them pretty high, whereas Vicky and I, in our predictions, we didn't have that much faith in them. Now, speaking
exciting.
of faith,
Wow, that's so cool.
We did, of course, take a look, get the pulse of the
I love that
community
anyone
to see
can
who
get
you think will claw their way to the top
in
of
a
the
pro tourney,
groups.
So
this is your predictions for the #1 seed. Honestly, no big surprise here. I think there is, of course, a toss-up between Sentinels, 100 Thieves. You can make good arguments for either.
Yeah, I kind of think it's funny because it's from a game, right? So you have the people that are in tune with the esports side, which, hey, welcome in. We're excited to be in the new ecosystem in the game. I'm hoping more and more watch. These predictions might get more accurate as we move on. And then some's like, hey, you know what? I like the logo with the horse. That's what I'm going to pick. This is where we kind of see it all come together. But yeah, I do think that this is pretty accurate, at least to what we expect as well. And you can see across the
I need
regions,
to organize our MRC team.
Listen, what tells me that the most is EMEA Virtus.pro. Only 33% is going to be picking them as the top team over there, and they're obviously coming as the reigning champs.
Yeah, can we talk about the focus, by the way, in EMEA as well? Like the amount of people that were able to be solid on their votes, very close in that top 2 teams between Group A and Group B. And then you look across the board too, even over to the Oceania side, with Fury being at that 48.96%. It's all thanks to you guys at home who locked in your predictions. If you guys want your in-game awards, well, this is how you get it done here. You got to see how right you were, though, by the end of the series and the tournament.
I cooked.
Yeah, I think today we get a really good first look at how the strength of those teams match up against one another. This is the match schedule for the day. Which of those matches gets you the most excited and hyped? And all of them is the correct answer, Cozy.
For sure. I think the 2, if I was going to pick 2 that I'm really excited for and make sure you get your popcorn ready, is match 3 and match 5. Those 2 to me have probably the most, it's going to tell us what we need to know, some unanswered questions. Obviously, 100 Thieves, you guys know they won the grand finals, not the whole thing, but here in stage 2. And then when they went to LAN, they had 4th place, right? FlyQuest coming out in 3rd place at the LAN grand finals. So for me, I think those are the 2 teams that is that middle of the pack in the group of death that has me finally getting the answer to the test questions that I've been wondering.
I have to follow up on that here, so I have to save
go
right
ahead.
here, because honestly, thinking about 100 Thieves and energy, that's going to be crazy, because I feel like if you got all the talent and all of our predictions up on the screen right now, then we get to be like, oh, okay, like what is going to be, that middle of the pack that you're wondering, should I put this team in 4th? Should I put this team in 3rd with all the roster changes? Where are we going to be playing from? Is everybody grouped up together in the same team house? Are they not? Are they playing on ping? These are all like real serious questions, but I have to follow up, Cozy, because I agree. I think the Game 3 Sentinels versus Swamp Gaming is definitely going to be like the highlight for everybody to see where these 2 teams are, if they are going to be in that top 3 spot, especially with Sentinels having a lot of that core roster, and then that Group 5, or rather Game 5 from Group A, seeing where 100 Thieves and energy stay.
Yeah, there's a lot of players and a lot of teams, such as Sentinels, who really come into this season and want to redeem themselves. Maybe they didn't get to end 2025 on a high note, and they're coming back, hopefully stronger than ever. But, like, listen, this is just our predictions. That's either a vibe we're getting. Maybe some of you have scrim intel that I do not have. Like, I don't know what we're basing our predictions off, but after today, I think we're going to have a better idea on how those teams will match up. Let's take
No
our first
way.
match of the day.
Marvel Rivals added, playing for the vibes.
Definitely going to be considered the underdog heading into this series. They do have to punch up.
Spray in the game?
Both teams had to add some new pieces into
No.
FlyQuest.
No
Making
way.
changes, right? With Cooper-tastic Energy and Spark Chief.
What is it in?
Citadel now.
It's part of the esports bundle.
Returning core roster members.
Absolutely, going off of what was the third place finish at the grand finals to now.
No. That's crazy.
Those are two, great, people to hold on to. And then this is where we kind of have some of our EMEA coming over here into the America scene with Melio and
One of the esports bundles has it.
Gaming as well, right? And so seeing how you can blend all these, I think Tuesday came from Chopped, very great team over there in the EMEA.
That is really messy. That's so messy.
Fit into the shoes of such a prestigious org here in America in FlyQuest.
I definitely agree with you there, Cozy. It's going to be a lot to prove. I don't really.
I mean, we already know Rivals is very tuned in with their community, but like that's like next level. They need to ban Deadpool, Tank Pool. Vespa is scary. Scary on Tank Pool.
And then you look on the other side of this first series, Cafe Rose.
I'm gonna look it up. I'm launching the game
Again
for like the 6th time today.
The other week, Pro Builder, Lyric, Genji, No Binds, Pixel, Respected, Shocker, and Akurakai, who are all together, but
I might have to.
core of Cafe Rose wasn't the same as the Cafe Rose who made it out of the MRC.
That drama just like
Yeah, listen, Zoe. I mean, I think
it just reached so far outside of the Rivals community.
That were these insane duelists, and now it's like, all right, that was because sometimes when you lose players and whatnot, when you lose kind of what I think is like the core team, to where you even were in the MRC, that's where I need to see what happens. So FlyQuest, a sleeper team versus Cafe Rose.
I cannot believe it.
Win this first opening. So I'm gonna.
Well, I hope you hope that happens just to see it on screen. But yeah, I think there's a lot to be said having to implement new play.
Yeah, that drama was unreal.
Quite frankly, a shorter turnaround that you want to, and then on top of that, you also have to figure out. So every team is kind of trying to find their identity and trying to figure out where this meta is leaning and how they can utilize their pieces to the best of their abilities. Now, one thing to be said for Cafe Rose, though, they did add 2 players who played with each other before, right, at Extinction, so there's pre-existing synergy, so at least they are familiar with each other, and the rest of that core squad has...
Is it just, where is it? It's under the esports? Oh, tournament. Oh my gosh. Dang, this is a brutal world we live in. It's in the game! It's in the game. That is one way to sell your bundle. Yeah, because an actual usable spray... I'm just like trying to imagine being one of those girls who were on that team and seeing that in the game. Gosh. Well, that's life. That's life. That's the internet. That is the internet for you. It comes with its benefits and it comes with its risks. Ooh, that's nice. Oh, ooh, that's very cute. You get an emoji and a spray. Oh. Dang it, they're gonna sell me with these sprays. Too bad you can't buy them individually. That's cute. That's cute. That is also really cute. That I already... DSM, win! I wonder if Rivals will ever add, like spray trading in, some other games do. Dang, that's crazy. Okay, anyway. Let's get back to it, I guess.
Before Cozy, these are some big shoes to follow.
No, for sure. I mean, listen, what they can.
That is one way to sell your bundle.
They have ready to go when seeing just pure.
All right.
What I love about this is I like to call them like rank ladder demons, right? Like the pure grinders out there in the scene, and one team a bit more pro focused, the other a lot of talent. But when you stack those up against the pro, that's where
yeah, that drama was crazy because on one hand, like, yes, you reap what you sow.
Go to that pick and ban here and see what they have got.
But you know,
yeah,
as usual, the internet took it from to like level 1000.
We're gonna see a lot of this have to come to light over
And
the
I
course
looked at
of
their
our week
ages.
here.
Those girls who got in the most
Yeah, and as we get started here with the
trouble.
pick and ban system, again, it's nice to let you guys know.
None of them are over 20. 20 years old.
It's a pick and ban where you can get targeted. And remember, we were talking about the Elsa being maybe server admin and within her own game.
Internet is a
Cozy,
harsh
that's gonna be
place.
the first ban we see these two teams prioritize.
Yes, absolutely. Elsa going to be a very common name we see today, and with Daredevil taking a couple nerfs back to back now, you're still going to see plenty of him.
I just chose not to really talk about it.
He's still a very good hero
You know,
to have. And
it was talked about enough.
Vanguard,
More
Deadpool,
than enough.
Deadpool, as many of you know him, obviously did take a couple of hits across
Anyways,
the
I
board.
got a strawberry milk.
Nothing too crazy at the damage reduction rate and the increase.
If Delena gets to play Elsa, it's
You can
over.
expect a lot of teams to either have their game plan around that, Vicky, with
If Delena gets to play
or trying to
Phoenix,
ban
it's
that
probably
right off
also
the bat
over.
And then have their team comp formed from there.
Yeah, as we get a little quick reset
That's pretty
there,
good.
to make sure everybody is loaded
That's pretty
into the
good.
game. I definitely agree though, because
Do you know when the new
we're
Invis
getting
skin comes
set up
out?
here, and I was doing my pick-em
There's a new
specifically,
Invis skin?
Cozy.
I actually have no
was
clue.
Thinking about what the state of the meta was as the teams were probably scrimming and practicing themselves, and then literally less than like 2 hours later, I see that white box buff. Now, once again, they aren't playing on that specific
Pinky.
white box buff, where Elsa
Is it on the
also has
roadmap yet?
HP, same thing for a little different change. On
Delena
the
upgrade from a
side
Hella
of
guy
things.
to an Elsa guy.
But
Yeah,
that's
they
what
gotta
we
just
proceeded to be played on.
locate.
Next
They gotta ban
so,
hit
while
scan
everybody's getting
on
set up,
for
it's
100
not gonna be on
Thieves.
the same patch that we just saw go live just yesterday. It's gonna be.
I went back and I
for
watched
that as we get set up. That means
Delena
Elsa
play
still has that extra
Delena's
HP,
POV
White
in our
Fox,
Oreo
they
tournament.
do
It was
that
just like
AoE control
unreal.
that you can expect where she gets to heal herself as well when
Next
she
week?
teleports
Okay, it
through.
comes out
So all
next
these little
week.
changes, especially also
The
having
Invis skin.
the
But if you can look at the Marvel Rivals
skills,
roadmap and it'll show you. I'll pull it up.
start being the building
Since
blocks
we're
that we
here,
have to
you know.
consider as the teams have to make those adjustments going into the tournament patch in next weekend.
And no, guys, listen, we just want you to really take in these awesome team logos and just really get ready for the.
They need to turn the music down. Is it just me? Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm insensitive.
A day full of excitement. But yeah, we continue to talk about that meta. And listen, for those that play rank at a high level, you're going to see a lot of some of the same things you see there, but just more defined, more focused. And with Dive, especially, you have these kind of ready-go comms.
No shade.
At the same time, they're ready to roll, and that's the big difference. Even at high rank play, you can have maybe 3 players, 4 at the same track. But when you have all 6 doing exactly their part, right? Do your job on your team, and you'll find success. Now, again, want to see how much triple strat just comes out of this. I know that was a draft.
I can't find the roadmap. Is it?
Plenty of that with Gambit, with Mantis, Loki kind of leading the helm. So
I hope there's
expect a
some
lot of
Mantis
that.
gaming.
Can we talk about
That'd
the
be so
Gambit
fun.
Hulk finding his way into more matches?
Oh my goodness, can we not? Because Hulk has been
Please,
on another
turn down the
level. I'm
music.
actually expecting to see the Hulk a lot more often. That goes hand in hand with the triple tank lineup that we've also been seeing. You have to consider like the fastball special, especially with so many of these different duelist players that excel so well on Wolverine to try to break through that triple Vanguard lineup. Now, as we get started, though, guys, I know you guys have really taken in our FlyQuest and Cafe Rose icons as we get
Right as I was
started
about to type
in
it,
the
they
pick
turn
and
off the
ban.
music.
Even with the reset, we still see the Elsa booted out, stuck in jail.
Why are we just now watching
There it
this?
is. We are here and look at all these beautiful animated
What took so long?
icons. I mean, already having the white fox animated is absolutely insanity. The double Black Panther, I mean, I think that
White
really
Fox
speaks
champion.
to, obviously, what the King of Wakanda is coming to. But with that, we have Elsa being banned both out front. That Vanguard tank pool is going to
Dive
be
and
protected
poke.
on the side of FlyQuest. Both teams now going to make that a priority. Again, just such a staple anchor Vanguard to have. No Gambit being played on the ban side over to FlyQuest. And Daredevil's going to be their response. So
They
with these
both
two pick
protected
bans, remember,
tank
these are
pool.
one-sided towards the other team. And Vicky, this already makes things so interesting.
Yeah,
Low-key
almost
bans.
trying to reflect the issues that we were talking about before, because I'm not, I mean, if they get away with having
Gambit
as
prot.
you can see right there, on the other
Oh,
side, FlyQuest now
no.
banning next, wondering what that's going to be, because then they'll be able to try to prioritize what that final safety pick is going to
Def
be too.
ban.
But you talk about the state of the meta and how these teams specifically have been able
Gambit
to
on
lean
one
into
side
their
and not
own
on the
strengths.
other?
I think all eyes right now are
That's
on
bad.
FlyQuest to see where they stand among some of the greats in the terms of titles of a lot of these teams. They protect the Jeff, though, and that kind of already leads you to believe what the strat lineup is going to look like for FlyQuest.
Yeah, you already seen it right there where you have
Oh,
the ban on Gambit
boy.
to save on Gambit.
I'm
So
not judging.
this is what we expected. We just talked about that with
That's
Zoe,
what
right?
I'm
I think
thankful.
Pixel and their team, they got to play Gambit in the MRC, and they're probably going to do that and try to thrive on that dive here. So we're seeing their game plan around it, and the response to it, obviously not having Loki is one way around it. They've got the
Interesting
availability to
bans.
play Star-Lord, which I think is,
One
kind of a
side has
no-brainer. A lot
Gambit
of
and
time
not
we'll
the
see if
other,
they end up
though.
going that route. Pro Builder hovering on that Moon Knight. And down below, our first look at FlyQuest and what this team has got put together here, kid. The Jeff
I'm so
is
excited.
exactly what you want. Jolly, we've seen what he did on Venom back in the day. We continue to see it here. Vest showing a brand new look in the Deadpool, Vic.
I like this, man. I mean, I was really excited to see how Vez was going to go into this specific season. A very passionate player who is here to prove that he is a mainstay of FlyQuest
Music is so
and a different
good.
look of this roster. But also, it's the inclusion of our two European players that we were talking about that has made their way over into the Americas. And we're all eyes to see how he's going to be able to do.
Melio is a player that I want to highlight because, going back to stage one on that winning team with Navi, he
I
has
can't
that-
hear
he has
them.
that championship DNA. Obviously, wanted a bit better of a grand finals there in Atlanta, but the guy has a lot of talent. Plays Adam, plays great duels
Spectating
as well.
Vez.
But we've got to see him in a new team with a new dream, and we kick off now, ready to roll. FlyQuest going straight to the point.
Let's get this started though. Vez already moving forward, and another conversation point, even since the MRC Cozy, has been where is Tickle right now? As we move all the way back, Ken being another one of those additions within the team, but kind of a no other choice, right? Because you like just a focus on these strategies. No Loki, no Jeff. You won't be able to get that double, but you try to get away here from the other side. Cafe Rose are just trying to force their way through this choke at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. We take a look here at Respect. Can't get this point up, so trying to do everything you can because, again, it's about 70-ish% at time. Chance to win the whole thing if you just cap first and the way that whole rotation happens. So it's a 20% reduction in general. That might change things. Melio gonna get the first
Go Vez!
victory here as Jolly and Tuzi follow, and that's the opening FlyQuest was looking for in their quest to make a brand new name for themselves. Melio going to continue up top here using that great sense of Daredevil's kind of underrated part of his kit where he can tell everybody exactly where the enemy is going to be located. Right here, we're seeing it now, looking at what this Venom
Okay,
is.
I'm gonna switch to spectating on
Now you're figuring out why
YouTube.
You're going to see a lot of people prioritize
It's
Daredevil
higher-
as a band.
it looks
It's not
better.
just in your own respective games here. You get to see it here within the MRI. TC does have a reset available with that ultimate as well with the Endsong Inferno before backing away. Jolly taking a good amount of damage. While Vez is taking a nap though from Pixo, who's set to put him to sleep before diving in. Look at this damage output, trying to follow up together off of Juicy, but I like the way they were able to back away. The only thing is they've lost out on Pixo and they only have Respect. The Pro Builder, as Respect, does get that into. They're still down that one player. Oh no.
Yeah, we saw Respect plenty of times when MRC used this aggressively, so they might look to do that, but Melio does find himself an escape here as the
Can't
Warriors.
hide the chat.
Gonna go ahead and grapple up here, continue to look at what they have. Nice little steal up here. Gonna go towards Lyric, see if he can get something rolling. Gets them down to half and continues to roll. Jolly now trying to find something as going to see if he can continue to just get those key cooldowns out. As Venom sometimes, you don't always need the elimination. Just try to force the big cooldowns like the Cloak and Dagger bubble or whatever you might be targeting. Right now, they're 60%. FlyQuest looking dominant. Cafe Rose has to make something happen here.
Man, Hammer's coming out here though, and they've lost out on the Jets. This will be the opportunity for Cafe Rose to finally take the point. They have a number of advantages at the very moment, but Ken can make some plays coming right back forward, and they're gonna allow Cafe Rose trying to stop for as long as possible. Already nearing that 80%
like the
mark,
best
but Cafe Rose, they do manage to flip the point.
visual.
Alrighty, so again, it's one thing flipping the point, it's another. What do you have kind of in your available ult economy to make it last? Pro Builder having the red.
I'm trying to
is
erase the
definitely gonna help
chat.
them.
I'm sorry.
You know, obviously, I always like to say it's either, you know, born again and lose again, or born again and win again. And with Marvel Zombies, anything can happen here. Respect opening aggressively could be a tactic they take. Kendo, watch out. This guy's got some crazy Jeff ults, and with this wide open Warrior Falls,
It's Opera. It's an Opera issue.
giving him the perfect opportunity to throw him off here as we're gonna have this
Double
double let
dead.
out by
Daredevil
Melio. He's
ult.
gonna get things started as the whale comes down as well. 50. We find ourselves with a quick trade 5v5.
But losing out on both invisible wins is more beneficial for FlyQuest because unfortunately Cafe Rose won't have that invisible boundary, but you do have the passive available, and Melio's already locked into him. He's gonna make sure he can't get that off, so that way you won't
Holy.
hear the board again ring out through your own ears, Cozy.
Domination
Yeah,
from
with Ken getting exactly what I
FlyQuest.
thought was gonna happen. The quick, you know, taste of jaws, as we like to say, throwing them both off the map. Not even a chance to try to answer the call. They have two strategies ult to respond here. 85% though. This is kind of where it's tough, Vicky, because you have to try to tell yourself, all right, do we full commit, which you should, or do we try to save something for the next point because this one's too far gone? They still have plenty up their tank though. Jolly's going to go ahead and open up with the piece of the
was
Trying to see
fast.
Pal's health, and with that full open dive, that's exactly what we're talking about. But a good trade on bet.
This though, you have the anti, and you absolutely take that if you're FlyQuest. It's using something to find Lyric next, as overtime is ticking away in favor for FlyQuest right now. Currently, Cafe Rose are desperately trying to portal back in to at least stall and try to get a reset, because Pro Builder still
it's not
has
enough.
that rest. He unleashes it, and respecting no points, they're now coming back. I was wondering, are they within the vicinity? But they are able to get it through the portal, and that's actually so big, because through the window they can actually come into recontest and come right back.
Yeah, just a sliver of overtime left and still was able to maintain their point presence. And just like that, they cap it back with that res we just talked about. One of those 20%
Wow. Opera being annoying. Sorry.
ultimates, Vicky, that get so much more value because it's so much tougher to wipe right after. But Melio does not care. Again, this guy has pro championship DNA. Finds now 3 to get rid of more than half the team. And FlyQuest adjusts very quickly. Now with the stomp and the finish, this is going to be all they need for this first point. Warrior Fall's going to go to the hands of FlyQuest as time ticks down. And no blinds can't even touch to contest.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time, right? I mean, you got that 3-minute cooldown basically with the Strange Portal. You've already utilized that. You've tried to
That's
throw
crazy.
everything in the basket. And
The
you walk
Adam
away.
res through the
FlyQuest
portal.
taking that first round, but Cafe Rose,
That
I
was
like
a
the
crazy
intentions
play.
that we saw there. Remember, this is a team that had to make some adjustments kind of last minute.
So, I just want to say this, guys. Cafe Rose, okay, have 2 new players on their team. On top of that, they had a tough time in the MRC towards the end of it, right? And so you're seeing this team that, if you look at how these teams rank up, had what I would say probably one of the toughest ways in pass. Not only that, they open up against someone like FlyQuest. And for them to even put the fight up they just did, I would definitely give them, you know, a quick tip of the cap. But either way, that is not going to get you a W. You got to bring it all together here. FlyQuest getting that first point, Vic. And on top of that, they've got Kin. They have Zelos to open up this first fight. Looking on the other side, no strategist ult to the name. Yes, they have the Phoenix. They've got the Insong Inferno. Not going to be enough, though, to make the difference between those 2 strategist ults. So FlyQuest is very ready to take point 1.
Little
right back.
lockdown.
It looks like they've been trying to force out so many staggers onto the triple strategists that we're seeing from Cafe Rose. It's pretty difficult if you're a respected Pixel, even when Pixel's forced to burn
It'd be
a
fun if
sleep
this was a
onto
tie. This is like a close game.
lingering Jolly Venom, and it's not available to deal with Melio, who's been a problem.
2 ults
Melio
on
with the
FlyQuest,
communication, you're
only
talking
1
about
ult
that
available
they're
on
passive,
Rose.
noting exactly where the positioning of Cafe Rose before they try to dive down from the top. Can't be so sneaky when you have to deal with Daredevil on the inside.
Oh,
And he
in with
opens up,
ult.
letting the devil out here.
Show
He dives
us, show
right on top
us.
of Cafe Rose, and Respect gets jumped.
Oh.
There goes the triple strategist, and you do not have Born again, so you won't be able to get your strategist back into this fight.
letting the devil unleashing hell all
Yeah.
by himself. And it's just great ult tracking. They knew that they had nothing to respond to that, Vicky, right? And man, all these selfie cams.
She's too good.
Continuing to break that fourth wall. But yeah, Melio, this is already someone that I had, again, I kind of bold and
There's a
underlined. I've seen
Mantis.
so much in
Yes,
Emi
there
and
is a
even at,
Mantis.
Land, what a great kid, but excited to see what he has here in America. Having a great opening statement for
Everyone on FlyQuest has their ult except Deadpool. I mean Daredevil.
Have the response to respect here momentarily, Vicky. You can
Ulti.
right off
Yeah.
that momentum, but with the aggression right
Oh.
away.
Immediately, right? But is there going to be a follow-up is the question. Respect, I like it. He's going to be able to hold on to that visible boundary, not going to get baited, so Jolly just end up just holding them back for now. FlyQuest is trying to stay grounded before diving right in. Pixel's going to be able to answer right back, though, with that Mantis ultimate, the Soul Resurgence before the Jeff waited for it. Gets the Mantis together. They're trying to focus out on the Jeff together, too, but then they get stolen on, and it's both supports that are getting caught out by Cafe Rose. But with a double jump, Respect comes right back around with the invisible boundaries.
These new EMEA player additions are standing out in Melio. Now Kin saying, hey, I can play in the American scene quite easily as he throws two stretches right off. Melio and Jolly get the exclamation point.
All right,
with a
first
little bit
cap
of a
from
trade to
Cafe.
match, but either way, they do get the point. All right, they get the point a little bit. As
But
they maybe
they're
play
not
teams
gonna be able to hold it, I don't think.
Too long there, Vicky, but still able to put
Oh.
up a fight. And stall is going to be Cafe Rose. He's got the Seize the Abyss to continue on that everlasting
That
health
res
pool.
saved
The
them.
Born Again and Pro Builder. Now this
But they don't
allows
have
them to
any
go
ult
against.
now.
Wondering here, though, at least Cafe Rose's side, not even
They're gonna have to try to
run out with the
counter-
game, right? They're just still sticking to this Adam, Invis, and Mantis here instead before backing away. At least
They're gonna have to
able
try to
put the
counter
point
Jeff
back in
with
their favor.
Namor.
FlyQuest looking to re-engage, but
FlyQuest.
talking about Ken, he's the one that's closest to that
Jeff.
Predator's ultimate instead, while Jolly could try to follow up together with Melio once they get those ultimates too.
They're kind of crazy. He had such good value on it last time, but not able to capitalize on top of it. And it doesn't matter because Melio is just going
Oh
to continue.
my
And so,
gosh.
those nerfs weren't as big as you might think. Daredevil mains because he is back and ready for the action. He takes down one, followed by now no binds. That's a big kick on the sustain. Obviously that Venom able to keep things their way so long.
He's so
But hey, you know
lethal.
what? This time they at least got the point back, Vicky, a little quicker. So now they're matched up to him.
And the
a
Jeff
little
has- the
tighter,
angles
and
are
if
so
they
good,
win
he
this
can
next
always
fight
see
with
them.
Not as much ultimate, more neutral play. We might be able to snag this point.
Really, they are just playing that neutral, right? They were able to brute force their
Yeah.
way in without having to expend anything as they didn't have
Yeah,
much
that's
online
true.
beforehand.
They
And now
didn't use
they're
any
already hitting
ults.
that 75% mark. As they let the devil out, they could dive right back around. Jolly could go in for the follow-up with a piece of the abyss as Melio finds respect first. Pixel's literally one-shot manages to stay alive for now. Chenji doing his best with the Namor squeeze to try to back them away. Nobody swaps over to the Hulk, but even that's going to be able to back away. Jolly gets
Dang, the
stunned
fight
right
is, like,
too,
all
but
over the place.
not
It's
trying to
all in
expect too
one
much. Cafe
area.
Rose can't even go through this choke.
Yeah, I would have liked the rotation out there from Melio. Can punish you against other teams, but either way, they're gonna have to
9.
find some answer to the devil.
Holy.
Banning him in general, but they don't have an answer to
He
the
might
ult coming
ult
out
this.
from it. There's gonna be the strange portal though from Pro Builder as they're gonna try to body block. Do find their way in there a little bit, and they have the whale. So look out, the horn of Brody is gonna be summoned. Seeing if he can land the biggest one of their first starting career.
dead.
And there it is. Kin going down, so they get one. Vicky, this is the start of the snowball.
And they knew exactly
That's
that the Jeff
big.
was gonna ult on top of the Mantis. I love the fuel that came out from afterwards, but is it gonna be enough if you find Delos next? That's Jolly. They find both of the strats. No
Woo.
fight. He got his passive, but he
And they
doesn't
have two ults?
The resurrection here. So now you have FlyQuest still and the number advantage.
Okay.
They already used up that portal before, but they still were able to at least hold back FlyQuest.
I
FlyQuest
like this. This
has
is actually huge for
3,
them. I mean, not
almost
great there,
4,
getting,
5
down
ults.
right away, but either way,
They could hold
have
here.
plenty of ults to use, and Zanji being that replacement of the duelist that we talked about is really stepping into the shoes.
That's the
King
Jeff
goes
down.
over there, and Lyric finds a good kick. That's going to go in and open up the doorway.
That's
Respect
what's
goes Pro
back
Builder
on
finds
Demon.
another. Hold on, folks. We might have ourselves a 1-to-1 if Cafe Rose can hold on. They continue to dump a good amount of ults. Pro Builder having the Agamotto ready, Vicky. No binds, getting close. If no binds can survive this next fight and give him that resurrection, they very well might tie up this map.
Okay.
And this is the reason why Cafe Rose banned Gambit specifically against FlyQuest. Ken being stuck on the Jeff and
They're
being the
pretty
first
even
one
on ults.
isolated as Cafe Rose are nearing 95. FlyQuest looking to see if they can
Has to be
recontest with Jolly being on the Venom. They
careful
have
plays
such
here.
right now as they force it with Jolly in that backside.
Whoever
Danny
support
just call him out.
dies first,
Great, getting
that's-
some great
that's
follows
who
with these Namor
loses.
squid too, as well as the Trident. And Lyric finds Vez. That's one out. I have Agamotto for Pro
that's
Builder.
really
Is there going to be
good.
a follow-up here? As they get 2, they get 3, and it looks like Cafe Rose with that that number advantage. As you see FlyQuest, they still have a portal. That's another thing. They can
I don't know if they'll
recontest
be able to
with
port,
this
though.
portal.
Oh!
And overtime ticking down and nobody on the points. Cafe Rose dealt
go,
too
Rose.
much, and they take that second round.
They done it.
What? I mean, Vicky, my gosh. Let's
Everything's
just all
too
take
prepared for this
ready?
level of
breath
gameplay.
of fresh air and say,
Switching
welcome to the
POVs is a
American
lot.
scene. 1-1. I don't think anyone had that on this first map written down on their board.
I am
certainly
rooting
did,
for
but we just said
FlyQuest,
going in, if
but,
they can
you
win that
know,
point back,
I
or
don't
go
want to
to the
see a
neutral, or not
slaughter.
committing too
That was a
much,
great
then
turnaround,
they can
and they
maybe
held
take
onto
the
their
map
ults, which was
ultimately.
huge.
For me, I just felt like FlyQuest kind
Really
of
good,
let their
really
foot off
good.
the pedal a little bit there towards the end. Try to have to tighten things up again. This is a team full of talent. We haven't.
I think
doubted that,
FlyQuest
and
did
this
kind of
meta,
just thought they had
we'll end
it.
up playing as one. Looking at what they have, though, Vic.
But
Cafe
Rose played really careful.
Almost don't. I don't know. I did not like the res there at the end for Pro Building. Don't think they needed it. Would have been great to have it in this first fight here.
No
So now they're gonna have to go up against what is a
to
bit
begin.
tougher,
First will
of an
be Jeff and
economy going against
Namor.
FlyQuest's way with Melio certain to open up the
Maybe.
devil.
Oh, I
And
guess
I'm also
Daredevil's
curious
close
too, Cody, because
too.
it's important. If Vez ended up coming out of the spawn room gates and had committed to a portal, because if he did after swapping out, they won't really have that for 3 minutes. They probably won't until the very end there. But we do see some teams sometimes try to make plays like that so they can get an advantageous points over on the high ground of this specific round. And as you mentioned too, not really ultimates online
How's the
for them
volume?
to work with.
Could it
while
be louder?
FlyQuest do have some, but I feel like those ultimates were very staggered in that second to last fight, especially.
No, for sure. I've not seen them either have just an answer to Melio's
It's
ult
cool to
or
see how
where
well
he
they
takes
play
his
cover.
rotation. Jolly
Like pro players.
might rotate in. He's going to go into it right away. Again, there has not been a stop to it. Now they're going to have to get great rotate back. He's going to have the soul bond.
They live that.
Vest. We know what he can
They
do.
should be able
for
to
that
cap
FlyQuest
if
team.
they're
One of the
careful
main
here.
staples coming back to be the anchor for the team. Respect pulling in there,
Oh,
going right away.
oh
from
boy.
The other invis, but Zelos getting the best of that multiversal clash.
Gonna have to be a reset here for Cafe Rose, right? Respect knowing that, just toss themselves right there onto the point. There was no stalling, considering that FlyQuest already had that point as Jolly.
Oh, I see. They
Piece
weren't
of
going
the
to try to
abyss
cap,
on
so they just. Oh,
Ghost,
they
it
just
looks
pooped.
like here, and Cafe Rose, I just able to try to walk over from this right side of the choke.
Yeah, for sure.
Dang, I thought they were gonna have that
They
after
were able to
killing
get
DD.
this point back pretty quickly last time, and that really helped them set up for success when they gave it 80% of that kind of gift. That was where they ended up losing. Pro Builder gonna go fly up there with that new hover that you do get with the Soul Bond. He's gonna get the pick on Jolly. Oh, that's one for the Golden God. Maybe not in the new life living side.
Oh, good try.
With the coming up, Fancy playing Zelos, and this is exactly the trade you want. They have everyone they need. Best gonna go in and get the evened odds a bit on the Deadpool. But just like that, Cafe Rose should be able to retake this.
Get
He
this
gets a
DD,
pesky
oh my
last
gosh.
hits out. But here we go, Jolly committing already in quarter.
And can we talk about Shanti, by the way, being a huge highlight player for me, at least from Cafe Rose. The S'more is
These casters have
popping
been
off.
great.
They found their grounding. They made sure that Melio is not the same threat that we saw in that first round. Zelos commits the invisible boundary, though. Cafe Rose, respect still staying alive. Pro Builder is very close to having that karmic revival. All eyes on Pro Builder. If he's got that passive, he has it online now. Sandy's out of this fight. With Pixel going out, you hear the Born Again rise again. He brings them both back together. Lyric will come right back around too, and it's gonna be another reset.
They haven't capped it all though.
With
Cafe
Nofi's getting
Rose.
close to the Eye of Agamotto.
Yeah, with FlyQuest though able to keep on this point and stay the
Gonna have to
stall.
get a
This
pick
is gonna be
here.
very tough now for Cafe Rose. They really need to have that take on the last hit there. That could be the swan song for the first map. Either way, the Agamotto comes out. It's gonna pay the ultimate price. Jolly gonna go and get the whip on the fine, taking him down quick with the melee. Here comes Respect, forced out a backup. Pin on the other side, just pressuring from both angles. Jolly gets Respect out of here. One by one they fall. Cafe Rose, 99% overtime ticking. FlyQuest ready to go ahead and
These
start
Jeff's
this new
angles
era in
are
year 2 where they left off
crazy.
year 1 dominant in America. And here we go, Vicky. It's looking like it.
You bong on Pro Builder's forehead there with the end song Inferno. I'm here wondering, the backline of FlyQuest, they're in some trouble, but the split attention and the communication can still stay alive. He's got his ultimate available here, and with everybody stuck inside the invisible boundary, he activates the trigger. The It's Jeff Lyric going wild, by the way, here too. Clicking even more heads onto FlyQuest, and Melio does have the Daredevil ultimate too. May want to try to see if he has an opportunity to follow up with Jolly on getting an anti there. He spears Jeff and makes some sushi as FlyQuest now without a player.
Not the Shark stagger. Yeah, I mean, looking at what they have, again, this is... they're in a worse position, but they're kind of the
Jeff.
same field as they were last time. If they don't commit too much,
That
Zanji,
Phoenix
keep
is
your
so
eyes on
good.
him with the whale. What can they get
Tozy.
pick-wise? Can they get a
Tozy.
strategist out early? Or will Melio just go completely on respect like last
This
time?
is
and really
this has
shut
been a
down
really
the
good
tree?
game.
for the first map win. Leo gonna go ahead and rotate to the right. You can see him.
That
there
second cap
behind
is
on the
aura.
balcony,
Yeah, it is.
like. Gonna find good rotation up in the team. Staying close together. Pro Builder at 80% Vicky. That's how they got it last time. Can he stay up and get that resurrection?
The thing is, Cafe Rose only.
And you needed some emergency.
FlyQuest only needs to cap
Dropping the
once.
wheel. You talked about it before, Cozy, and a problem splitting the attention of FlyQuest. That shuts down the win condition, right? Melio needed Jolly's help to go in after letting the devil out. And as they fall and their plan falls apart, now Cafe Rose, they win another team fight. And look at the ultimates that
They
we
could
can run
win.
for that next fight.
Rose could win.
Just
Cafe
gonna be
Rose could
exactly
win.
what they needed, right? Because Pro Builder now has the res, and it doesn't matter what happens. The pass
3
is on
ults
board
coming
as
up.
well. Respect should be able to rotate
They're
in.
gonna be even on ults, if they can
Legit
stall.
how they just won map number 2 of this second point. I mean, as they're gonna go in early. Here's Ben. He's done so much for FlyQuest on this map so far. Dolly gonna go.
Ooh, oh, it's a big kill.
But the Born again ready again. Pro Builder brings her right back to the fight. Pixel getting a Melio out of here. 87%. The portals are gonna be right 8% close to the cooldown on the side of FlyQuest as well.
But Pro Builder did what he had to do. He used the Karma for Revival. He stayed alive just long enough. And by the way, having used his passive right before, he gets a beautiful snipe on Cazello's overtime, taking away Cafe Rose. They've tied this up. Lyric isolating.
This is crazy.
This position has FlyQuest scattered. Very messy from the back line. You come in with the Eye of Agamotto, and now FlyQuest, they're down 3 members. It's just
he
a
could
matter
win it
of
with the
time
soul
before
here.
Cafe Rose, they clear the points. They're looking to clear the round. And the Staggers, they have done it with a celebration on the Horn of Proteus. They call it in with the dub.
Welcome to Ignite
Cafe
Year 2.
Rose
I'm telling you,
wins
Group of Death,
the
favorite
first
team,
matchup.
Underdog does not matter. That's exactly what we're looking for from the fight. All you need is someone to point to the sign and say, I believe.
Wow.
This team did it just now. And not
Exciting.
only just that,
Yeah, I love an
MVP,
underdog story. I can't help
Zanji
it.
coming in here, filling in the shoes to help
That's
Cafe
round 1.
Rose rise right now above FlyQuest in this first map.
He
Dang,
did
man.
everything he had to do. 18 final hits, Cozy. Zanji, yes, it was a little bit of a rough start. They were expecting the Daredevil originally too. That's why they opened up with a Namor. But these follow-ups that we had from Zanji were just a lot better than what we had originally witnessed between the Daredevil from FlyQuest and then the follow-up with Jolly.
Yeah, I've got to say, I mean, you can
That's a
tell.
crazy
look at the
comeback
stats.
from
Talent
Cafe
wise,
Rose.
Like FlyQuest, we see you. Vest, you're disgusting. I mean, it's crazy. Melio, 19, 18. But it doesn't matter. This was what I was trying to point out.
That was
in
a
the pre-show.
very
I was
exciting
talking about
game.
the dive comp. You can have all the talent in the world. You got to play as one unit. And I mean, sometimes it's a game of interest.
Yeah,
You know, you can say
FlyQuest,
that
it was a
all the
little
time.
messy,
This truly
and
was.
then
Cooldowns were coming off
I feel like
by
they just
years,
weren't ready
seconds
for the
to
Atom
decide some of
res,
this. And it
which
came
happens a
down to that
lot.
last push of Melio trying
Like,
to go in, get that backline
you
early,
think you
but the
you
trade
just
that
don't
Zanji was
factor
able
in
to
that
do with the
someone
whale
could come right
landing
back.
on the horn, that's how you want to get this started for these brand new orgs.
And helping out PO.
It happens. Just got really confident, probably.
Pop off because we did see that either with the triple strategist backline. that
They
was
just
Cafe
dominated
Rose,
the first
they
round.
were
Like,
getting harassed. They're getting picked apart. It was forcing out a lot of staggers that we mentioned in that second round. But Cozy, Pro Builder did.
like they used their kits to get
Adam,
picks on
what
the
do you
back line,
expect?
and then
You
Adam
have
would
to
bring
get
them
into
right
the
back.
condition of the Karma Revival, and in that first round, they just did not let him, and Melio prevented him from trying to get a lot of those resets.
It is incredibly demoralizing to use your whole kit to kill, to win a team fight, and then hearing Born Again. Triple support win rate is up.
Stepping into the spotlight, but also into the shoes of these
Just
other
dropping the
players.
like.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess you can say that there's not much pressure if you're the underdog in a series.
And no
right?
one
I
played
think all
Gambit,
the pressure
I realized.
is on the opposition here. People expect FlyQuest to make a very dominant statement in this opening match against Cafe Rose. They are the heavy favorites heading into this one. The new pieces for Cafe Rose worked out so well. Also, really big
Please
credits
turn the music
to
down. I'm
the
begging.
big
I can't hear
advantage
them.
there. I think they've done their homework there. They managed to like move some pieces here and there to kind of force the hand. Seeing Ken stuck on that jet, for example, I think that really worked in their favor. Overall, I'm extremely impressed with what we've seen from Cafe Rose. And
Yeah,
after this
FlyQuest is
pressure,
a
this
lot
just
of pressure, a lot of
FlyQuest, like, trying to
backline,
shake off the,
like
I don't know,
offense,
the
but
off-season rust. Like, where did it go wrong? Because it felt a little sloppy at times.
Vicky, if I may, I mean, for me, a couple of things to point out. I mean, first of all, this is the team coming in third, right? So they were in third in the MRC. They're playing against FlyQuest. I, for one, had FlyQuest, a team that I said could easily be the sleeper of this whole thing, but also I had them ranked, I believe, 5th in my predictions because I need to see them play together. I need to see this team of all these talented players play as one, and that is one I felt like slipped out of their hands that they felt confident in. But also, you're right. I mean, this team, Vic, we just casted them in Cafe Rose. They're kind of hot. They coming from, playing a good amount as a unit, even with these 2 new additions, and that obviously aided them here.
And they answered it for me too, because when I get to see that they had protected the Gambit, it's like we don't see that rolling out, and now I understand why, right? Because they knew that the dive was going to come. They had the Mantis for the stun. They had reset opportunities with the Adam Warlock. I think if you look at FlyQuest and you're wondering what's going on here, aside from, again, the unfortunate circumstance of this is what happens when you don't get to play out of LAN, right? But, having some players on ping, bringing in these new players too, and trying to find that synergy, there could be a little bit of miscommunication going on here. And I think it also trickles down as a main bold factor to the staggering of these ultimates and not being able to get these follow-ups that they're looking for to allow them to have that win condition. And it's Melio Go will enable him, and unfortunately we just didn't see that happen.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Melio. I know, Cozy, you had your eyes on that player, and we know what he can do with that Daredevil. What do you expect to see in our second map?
Yeah, for me, I mean, first of all, domination when you have Adam Warlock involved and it's not on one team, the other has it in their strategy, you would just have to play perfect, right? We saw that, like, they would win and it didn't matter. They would get the pick and it didn't matter. So I think
that's what I said.
That was not just pick and ban phase where a lot of this is said and done, but also just the strategy going in. Melio is going to be a problem for them. I think Daredevil probably will be addressed on this next pick and ban phase, Zoe, if I were to guess. But I need to see now all tied together in what team comps they're putting together. Because we have seen them play individually well, but there's so many different comps that you can line up, especially in domination. But where teams get favored a bit more is out of that game mode, when it's not so much of a skirmish and there's more of that organized play.
Given the players on that FlyQuest roster, because obviously losing the first map means that they now get to pick the second one. Which mode do you think they're going to take us to? Which map do you feel like actually would favor their style?
Well,
I think they're going to vote
Kunlun. Up though, Cozy. I mean, I wanted to see your opinion here, but I'm thinking maybe FlyQuest want to try to lean into like a convoy map.
Yeah, for sure.
I say
Since it's a whole
Kunlun.
new team, it's going to be a lot different, right? But I bet if I were to guess, a lot of teams like to reset in Yggdrasil. We like to go there a lot. Sometimes they'll end up going to Midtown as well. Those are the 2 I would expect.
For sure,
I
Demi.
don't think we're gonna
Just
go,
depends
right
on
back to anything
what
too
tournaments are going
out
on.
of their comfort
If I get
zone.
invited.
With Citadel back, I do remember them being a big Yggdrasil team as well, so that's where I would expect this to go most likely. But again, these teams have full different strategies, and the coaching is just so important, Zoe, at this level, right? Like, what is Cafe Rose's weakness when it comes to some of their map choices? They have the homework they can do from just a couple weeks ago, so whoever's helping FlyQuest out here, they can look at that MRC to identify some weakness.
Well, let's hear it. Coach Cozy, Coach Vicky.
Thank you,
What do
Hitchhiker. Thank
think?
you.
Have you actually been able to look at Cafe Rose or at FlyQuest and
hello,
really
welcome.
see some very obvious things that need to be
Hi, Nani.
improved
We're on
that
Twitch.
too?
Most of us are on Twitch.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the number one issue there is figuring out, like Cozy stated, domination's a very crazy toss-up on who manages to get that point first, which is why it's so important, which is also a highlight towards their reset opportunities. I think for a team like Cafe Rose, who had to make adjustments within the last, we're gonna have to 2 weeks now at this point, they've already found their grounding and they've already shown that they've been able to adapt around the
best
pick and
of-
ban phase, which
best of
very
3
MRI compared to
for
new
this
experience
part.
back
I'm
on
not sure about the playoffs.
And in the MRC when we had broadcasted that just the other week. So I think being able, if you're FlyQuest, looking at that pick and ban phase, if you're gonna protect and use a protect, we are going to Racco. You talk about some convoy. You take a look at the pick and ban phase and you see that you want to enable your Daredevil. Well, then you got to go follow up with your Daredevil, and it doesn't seem like that was a problem, obviously, for the last 2 rounds for Cafe Rose. So they may stay just not banning it, especially since we are going over to Convoy.
Yeah, for me, listen, let's go and look at what I said. I think Jolly early on, I need to see how Jolly can kind of work with Melio more on this next bit of map. And it's really just down to the fundamentals of I need to see more strategy involved. It kind of felt like 6 very talented players going out there and having a good time. It's like we got to see now where some of the homework has come in here behind the scenes. We saw Ken and Alex together on Citadel Gaming and EMEA scene. Ken is a phenomenal strategist. We saw him with some big plays, but then the follow-up didn't happen after those big plays. So for me, it's just the teamwork. I don't expect them to lose this next one, but again, after that first one, anything can happen.
Yeah, I mean, this is best of 3, right? So the first two wins the series. It will be quite rough for FlyQuest to start the group stage off going down against, and that might be playing in their heads right now, the perceived bottom team of their group.
Yeah, I mean, listen, because that's what we were trying to highlight, right? It's not just that it was a underdog fight, right? We have those all the time in sports. It was a truly, I mean, if you were to, in sports sense, it's like a college team going against NFL. I mean, that's the best way I can say, right? The pro football team.
I can't hear.
Up against the wall with only a best of 3, there's not a lot of time to adjust. Guys, you have to get on it right now, Zoe, and we find ourselves at 0-1 with FlyQuest down a game if you're just now coming in.
Finally.
Ooh, let's
They
get
need to
this
turn the
going
music
here.
down and
Game
freak out.
Number 2 now in our first series. It's what Zoe highlighted, Cozy, because
Peace.
can you imagine like just the level of upset you have
I watched
here with
the
FlyQuest?
finals
Again,
slice.
may not have been on top of most of everyone's like rankings, but
I
this
promise
was just
it's
not,
not
a look
me.
that we were
It's not me.
expecting of Cafe Rose to make the adjustments that they have. Again, just so quick already with Elsa being off the table.
Vic, remember going back to stage 1, FlyQuest lost to, I believe, Ego Death. And then they were called Side Quest. And it kind of like kicked off a little bit of an era of this like revenge tour that they had. So like, it's kind of funny enough in the rival scene, they've been here before in a way,
White
right?
Fox
But also,
champion.
This is such a new era
Tank pool
for
prot
them. And so
again.
we'll see how they lock in. Arako
Gambit
obviously was
ban,
not
Loki
on my
ban.
board that I
Same
thought they would
bans
pick, but
so
here we
far?
find it. And to address any changes in
Both
the
ban
pick and ban,
Loki, prot
not
Adam.
that many, right? I mean, the only big change that you see here is we're going to go with the lock now on the
Rose,
Admiral lock.
prot Adam, and
the ban on the other
Tank
side. I mean,
pool.
did they just get Gambit out of here? 'Cause they
FlyQuest
saved
will
it last time, but
ban.
They didn't even use it.
Yeah, because now this is also tricky for FlyQuest because, sure, Cafe Rose may have saved the Gambit, but the fact that they didn't use it, FlyQuest know, okay, well, they have it
Jeff.
available. If they're not going to use the
Ban
Gambit,
Jeff.
let's get the Jeff out of here
Wonder
instead,
who they're gonna
because we know
prod
that they're gonna wanna run
here.
triple strategists as well. So now over Protect onto one of the dive characters.
Psylocke.
Protecting here from
Ooh,
FlyQuest. It's gonna be
different comp
Psylocke
here.
to try to get
Exciting.
the wombo combo going. But Cafe Rose are going to be able to
Factory
stay strong,
sensors.
though, on this triple strategist lineup. They said, it worked before, we're going to do it again.
Yeah. Honestly, there will be some times that I just turn off the volume because it's. You just need like a silence reset, you know? I want to hear what the commentators are saying. Like the commentary's been good, but my ears, you know? The server they play on gives them animated lords by default. Oh, that's cool.
The Vanguard's just for the ultimate now. This will help them a bit in what they.
A lot of people in
designed
chat
for,
are saying,
especially on the Rocco
please turn the
Ventura,
music
just plenty of
down. So
pathways
hopefully
to
they
make
will.
the job happen.
Right, but I'm mostly worried too. Like, what is going to be this backline looking like? You want to be able to get those damage boosts in if you're Pixel as well onto
Yeah, sure, Violet, you can pin that. Thank you.
Very critical player for Cafe Rose to refine that foundation that
This
they
is a good
needed
dive
to
map.
build back that momentum into that second fight of round number 2 of our first map. But a different look
And a
now.
good crowd
Cozy,
control
as
map,
we
too.
get started, FlyQuest starting things off on the attack. It seems like
I never
people
noticed those were
see
faces.
Flintar in the good old and new here, Cozy. It's back
Never
to
noticed that.
tradition that we have seen within our matches.
Arako. I mean, we don't get a lot of Arako, right? I mean, it's crazy. I mean, first of all, obviously we have the great music.
Hi,
leading into it,
Sabrina.
but
Welcome.
having to go in an escort for Koa is not something we see too much here at the high level.
All right.
Teams tend to
We're
try
starting
to
watching
avoid it.
FlyQuest again.
Choosing to embrace
They
what
got
could be
Poke.
A new change here. And right away, you see the setup that they're
Poke
going on the
and
defensive
dive
side.
on
Managing to stay
FlyQuest.
that name war makes plenty of sense to me. Pro builder again.
And-
they have to be a
oh!
big focus. Wow, the Squids already have the water.
Rose
Inspired,
has
that weakness
anti-dive,
exists, going all the way back to 1996.
dive.
It's still here in Rivals.
You would think though, like
And
after
only
we
double-
saw
oh, no, it is
how
still triple
strong the
support.
more followers were, that maybe
Same comp as
FlyQuest,
before.
they were lingering over that Jeff ban. Could it have been the Namor instead to try to stop enabling Sanji here? And now you get the follow-up together with Jolly, who's already forced to pop the armor, by the way. But look how quickly that ban pool is able to build up that ultimate. Holding on pretty strong right now.
Who to
Both of them
stand?
are leaders in the back, but for
You should
TC
stand
being
100
Psylocke,
deep.
is just able to kind of farm out more of that pressure on.
But in this one,
Yeah, let's see what TC
I played
is
with
gonna play here.
Veswa
For
on
example, you know, playing side with the team, a lot of
in the
people
Oreo
like to
tourney,
dive, but
and he's
that's
on
actually
FlyQuest, so
help
I'm rooting
out
for
on that quick
FlyQuest.
execution combos with the Vanguard. Here's going for high note and showing why he's such a threat in the Deadpool position. When you put on this ult on a backstrap,
Oh, oh, good shield.
keep them up. If they miss, they will end up eliminated.
Oh, lethal.
Find a quick explosion
That's a
to
free
Pro
kill
Builder,
in
that's
the
gonna
hallway.
impact it. Saw Pro Builder not get my favorite reses out from his passive. He's going to use it now, though, to go and back up at the team. This one makes a bit more sense.
Oh!
Yeah, right. Because
Oh, that was a- did you see that sleep?
And they were able to ult, but he's been holding on to it for quite some time already. He had to use that up.
Couldn't
this
get her,
time
though.
around. And again, Melio being here on this Phoenix,
Just
but you
waiting
don't
for
see
that
us on the
peak.
table and a map like this, a lot more longer pipeline before diving into the top,
Ah, no.
holding on to that invisible boundary, stopping any sort of push.
Psylocke
1-2-C
canceled early. Did you see that? Hey.
The butterflies literally inaccurate.
Pro Builder with a hit. Well, that was absolutely clutch here now as Respect going to be hidden. We'll go ahead and see what they can find out. And this is exactly what we wanted to see. Ken getting those
Yeah,
huge
Sentinels.
environment
Our
eliminations
Mori was
on
on
the charts.
Sentinels.
No
She's
one
not
can do
anymore.
that position, and this
I
is
don't
what
remember
they're
why,
pushing.
though.
A pretty tough choke
I
point
actually
here.
don't think I know why.
Res now for the rest of the team. This is exactly what happened.
He can res
He
the whole
highlighted the
team.
He would get the pick from Ken and then brought them back. It's
Oh.
just finding the right target at the right time.
Oh, Invis ult
It's such a great
wasted.
play, right? The repositioning so that way he can bring back his team. 2C comes in with the KO, finding Pro Builder. No passive there as well, but at least Pixel will hold on to that ultimate.
That
waiting for
Overshield's
it.
gonna
The
protect
comes up with Jump.
Mantis.
Is there gonna be a follow-up though? No, they get to be close together with Pixel.
Oh,
Who
a
has that
chase
Surge. Lurk
down.
follows up right afterwards. And Cozy, it's happening right now.
Ah! The
They have just
Psylocke.
been forcing FlyQuest to play
Ring around
so
the Rosie.
split up. It's basically stopping any sort of dive follow-up that they want to go for.
Absolutely. Now, as we continue to find what they can do on this approach, only a minute,
Funny.
7 seconds is not a lot of time to make up the difference. They committed so much on that last push.
Is that what she said? Retard DPS? Or is that just like what people assume? I remember her getting a lot of heat after the last Ignite. Ooh, good pick.
And here comes Nobody's right back into it as a Venom. They're gonna have to win this.
Ooh.
It's not gonna start out well with two going down, Vicky.
Susie doing a rest, trying to go in with the dance.
What did she say about it?
FlyQuest have lost out on 2 and Cafe Rose.
Oh, holy accuracy. Those are nice.
Finds a quick little heady onto 2C. The Jeff is gonna be able to just float away from Ken. He will have the H-Jeff soon.
Cafe Rose is holding. This is not very far. And FlyQuest picked this map.
Ken does have a huge opening. He's gotten 2 in the past. They've got to follow up on this perfect. Find Respect or Zanji. Pro Builder's still pretty far away from the res, so this is your opening. 5, 6 seconds left. They're about to go in.
My predictions are going to be so wrong.
Jolly probably leave that first hit in. There it goes, and everybody's collapsing. No bind, so does find Tuesday. That's going to be a big opening for them. My God, Cafe Rose showing why they deserve to be on the biggest stage of Marvel Rivals. 1, 2 down. It's overtime.
Oh, the disrespect.
What is happening?
I hope
Oh
you're
no.
hungry, Cozy.
FlyQuest, what's
Cafe
wrong?
Rose just stops FlyQuest from getting to
Oh,
that
no.
first checkpoint. Stop them entirely from being able to get anything done.
They're getting cooked, chat.
Psylocke protects. I mean, unfortunately for Tuesday,
Is
I'm
Vessel
sorry, we gotta
live?
talk about it, but
Are they allowed to
Chat,
stream?
that Psylocke was not.
He
working.
is
We will
live.
Get like 1 or 2 raw picks here, but the strategist line from Cafe Rose were getting protected so well, not only from Shanji. Pixel was very accurate with putting them to sleep as well as Lyric. He said, "What are you waving at?" He was waving at nothing until he came back from the spawn room gates, and then you see 2 members of FlyQuest just coming around the back end in front of him, and then he could get another 4 stagger.
Predictions are in shambles.
We could,
over
you
here
know,
as
we
we
could
find
watch
ourselves
individual
at the brink of a
players at some
2-0,
point
but
if you
not
guys
the
want.
team you might think it would be. And again, I'm watching what I could only call like doom match right now from FlyQuest. It's like
No,
you
no
have
one has
all
picked
this
White Fox
talent.
yet.
They're all doing their own thing, but not as one cohesive unit, and especially in this meta, it is so important.
Yeah,
Cafe
that choke
Rose
is really
playing
bad.
calm. cool, collected.
I feel
They're
like
not
FlyQuest should
identifying the
switch up their
threats that need to
comp.
go
Oh,
first,
oh,
and
they're
it is happening
matching.
each and every single match here in
Except
as they continue to go
Jeff
on.
instead of
FlyQuest will have
Adam.
a legendary helm deep north of a defense.
Ooh, Jeff
So
can
this is
kind
gonna
of get
influence.
cooked by Adam. Big head.
This is a really tough situation to be in. Hailing fear from FlyQuest now, being on the defense. See if anything changes, because a big focus has got to be on Sanji. You got to prevent Pro Builder from being able to get set up here, especially when you're calling out when he's using these passives. He's been mixing it up here. Mick's already taking a good chunk of that damage, but so is Zelos, as he's the first one out. Yes, they put no bites to sleep.
No, FlyQuest already lost a healer.
More to try to at least match that with Sanji. They get the trade up, and that's what they need from that.
Jeff can't help his big body. No, he can't. He can't help his big body. This is gonna have to be like an insane hold. Genuinely insane. Dude, none of them play Adam?
Huge fix early. And again, we saw this from Cafe Rose in the MRC, but obviously that's a different
Oh no!
scene against this
Oh!
competition. Lyric though and Zanji find both strategists. Good night. Go to bed. FlyQuest making them the side quest. They continue up Main Street, Vicky.
There's no way. Oh, they're side questing all the way back to the spawn room gates here. FlyQuest, nobody in sight, and Best can't swap. He has the ultimate. So, I mean, somebody needs to try to recontest if they want to burn a portal, but they're looking to see if they can get out of this choke right now. Cafe Rose are looking to get set up.
No fly zone is what they're setting up in every which way.
Beautiful Mantis angle. Love that.
Jolly, and that is it, folks. My goodness, can you believe your eyes? The team that most of us had as the team that would have the most ahead of them, the biggest challenge to climb, not only just the mountain, but the Mount Everest, easily conquer that mountain.
Oh
taking
my
down
gosh.
FlyQuest
Yeah, my
2-0.
predictions are cooked. That was so exciting though.
Get ready, because they did it, and Shenji is your MVP. This Namor was popping.
Yeah,
off. I mean, he'll
MVP
definitely be able to do
Namor
it in
for
style in the
sure.
future with that new skin, by the way.
Wow, that was
At
crazy.
13 oh, he did not
I feel
go
bad
down a single
FlyQuest,
time.
but dang,
With
they
6 final
choked.
hits, I mean, it comes to show you, like, you look on the other side. What's the problem?
And
here?
Cafe
Like,
Rose, they
couldn't
just
get these raw picks, right?
they
Like,
just
they were
did
constantly
it,
getting
you
shut
know?
down.
They
Just
just
talking
they
about these
came out
specific reasons
swinging.
on the sideline. They burned.
They
a
were so
protect
coordinated.
on the side lock for them to not being able to even use it.
For me, this is the biggest opening. I think this is the storyline here. With Tree out and Sticky out, these
Zero
are two players
deaths.
that play Spider-Man, Elsa. They're playing different comps altogether. Where the heck has Zanji been? Because they found this pickup, and I think a lot of us assumed that when they picked up 2 new players, you downgrade, right? Like, typically that happens. You've been playing with this team
So
for
Zanji was
long,
the
you have to
swap.
quickly fill. And that's why we all had them ranked where they were at. But not only that, let me paint this picture to all of you that are watching. Again, the Marvel Rival Championship Season 6 just happened. Cafe Rose lost to Lunex 3-1. Lunex lost to We Lost 4-0 in the quickest sweep we've ever seen. And so it put us with the expectation that Cafe Rose was going to have a mountain to climb ahead of them. And they did it just like that. Shocking, I would say, the Rivals world, especially.
It was over when those 2 supports got cooked like that.
This is what I would not have any different, though, Cozy. Welcome, everybody, to the Americas region within the Marvel Rivals Ignite Day #1 preseason, because that is how you open up a stream, Zoe.
Good, sure is. Yeah, all predictions in shambles, literally.
Yeah,
Like,
all
just
predictions in
match one,
shambles,
everything's up in
unfortunately.
flames. I am so here for this, especially like just piggyback of what you just said, Cozy. You're adding 2 new pieces. You expect them to come out on the other side worse, or at least have an adjustment period where like they're trying to figure it out. It really just felt like FlyQuest is the team who was just trying to mesh their pieces together. It felt disconnected.
Yeah, it did feel
Like,
disconnected.
the coordination was just not really there, whereas Cafe Rose, they were so confident. The way in which they have closed out this last map, that was dominant. No one would have seen that coming.
I've never been more pumped for what is going to be a winner's interview coming up, because this is what Rivals is all about. This is why the MRC exists. You go from the couch to the dream. You say, hey, I think I can play this game pretty well. You put the team together, and now building up to millions of dollars in prize pools, up to what we have even today in the preseason. You put it to the test, and yes, it's just one match. They've got round robin, but this is the confidence. This is quite literally the spark, right, that they need to ignite what this team can continue to do.
Dang, that's so crazy.
I have FlyQuest at 5 for a reason. You know, this is what I was afraid I might see, but apparently I had them somehow too high, at least in this opening play.
I mean, you and I
Okay,
are
who's
on
next?
the same wavelength, I think. Because
Next
I also
is
have him in
TSM
number 5. So you know what?
versus
Now you
Space
get to
Station.
toss that in the bin. So he's got to start taking out her headphones as well. And I want to honestly,
Oh
I'll be
no,
super
that's true.
real.
Am I getting replacement
Yeah.
headphones? Because you're supposed
Yeah.
to eat these.
Yep. Yeah. I know. I think
Sorry,
I said I was
Cozy.
gonna eat like Ship's mic, your headphones. I got a lot of eating to do because I am. And listen, happily, because I'm just blown away. And what's crazy about it too is
This
Zanji,
one's starting
you know, we
soon.
said
Should be
them and
soon,
Pro
actually.
Builder, you know, obviously coming from kind of out of nowhere. They also were in the MRC for Extinction, right? So
Yeah, I know it is disorienting to watch all the POVs. So you can also look up the names if you want to see any just single POV. There are players who are live streaming, but I don't know exactly their names or like their Twitch handles or anything like that. Yeah, my predictions are genuinely cooked. I had FlyQuest second, but at the same time, this is just round robin, so no one's been eliminated yet. This is just for, you know, placements in the playoffs. Man, what an upset. Yeah, Gale, we got on the next team. We'll talk about that. We got okay, on the next we have TSM, Bedtime Story, Cal, Gale, Gilbert, Guru. And then the substitutes are Brady and Uno. But this should be really exciting. Really, really exciting. And then Space Station, Blur, Doomed, Fidel, I'm not sure, Month, Necrise, and Nectar. So, okay, I wonder if these images are just... I wonder if they chose the pictures. I guess it's just one of the heroes that they play. But it shows, if you want to look in the Marvel Rivals client, you can see what the win rate is and what who they normally play to get an idea. But that should be starting soon. We'll see. We should see the predictions pretty soon here too.
Playoffs. A victory, dogs. But if you can like,
I love her
those
shirt.
Victories over the span of these 2 weeks.
I'm gonna take a picture of it. I want to try to find it.
Find yourself in the playoffs.
Need that.
Without question. I mean, listen.
So pretty.
With what they have coming ahead of them, I think that they stuck to a very solid game plan. They didn't try to do anything too fancy. Obviously, now the homework is out a little bit. I do think Pro Builder is going to be a big focus point for them. Maybe ban that. The Venom is banned. I mean, the Venom is a big focus too.
Space Station's a really elite team, gonna win 2-1.
Symbiotic shenanigans, but also just what he can offer in this new meta. That's going to be your ticket to success against Cafe Rose. We'll see if other teams pick up on it. But I can tell you what, coaches may have taken a light day when they were like, oh, we're up against them. Not anymore. They're going to be doing their homework, ladies.
Oh man,
I found it. I found her shirt.
Guys, like the fact that you already open up like this, I want to hear more thoughts from the players of Cafe Rose too. Because imagine being a player from Cafe Rose and looking at the predictions, right? Like I would be.
Dang, there's no
that's
branding on
like,
it.
all right, like remember, I note that, bookmark that. I'll use this in the future to see where we stand in the seedings. But now you look at the way you open up the show already, and that's also, it's difficult if you're looking at FlyQuest with the foundation crumbling with, you know,
Ooh,
again, we were
Loft has a
talking about ping
different
earlier,
one
we're
that's
talking about a new
similar.
build of this
That
entire
was
roster.
really pretty though.
But now you have to give credit where it's due. Cafe Rose, Cozy, you talked about what we witnessed in the MRC.
I
They
want
saw
her
what
shirt.
happened
It's
in the
so
finals of the MRC.
beautiful.
How long was that? That was 24 minutes for 4 games? Write that down right now. We're going to take some
Duh.
notes. And they wanted to be able to get that sweep. The fact that we saw it in a 2-0 fashion too, by the way, was a cherry on top.
It really was. I mean, honestly though, if all predictions
It's
are
$30
stacked
at
against me,
Loft.
I personally, I'm fueled by that kind of scenario, right? Like I love coming in as the underdog. I love when
Yeah, like
people are
this would be
betting
such a
against
good
me. I think
layering
a lot of
piece.
people are rather players, not like they're not people, but a lot of players, they're thriving in that kind of position.
But I'm trying not to shop because we're going to Japan soon, so I want to shop there. Save my monies.
Not busy at work. We had Techie XD. Remember that? They kind of did their run that no one thought was going to come from them. There's always seeming to be one underdog or sleeper team that says, "Hey, we've got the team that can put it together."
I can't find her exact shirt because the rest of them have a seam right here, and I don't really like the seam.
Got their one check mark on. Man, if Cafe Rose was in Group B, I'd give them even a bigger chance to continue to thrive through this whole thing, right? So we'll continue to see what they put together as a team, as a unit. Again, bringing it to FlyQuest as well. This is a team that has so much for them and with them. This doesn't define them. I mean, heck, we saw what they did in a huge lower bracket run after they lost. They're not new to this. Somehow in the Ignite scene, Vicky, as we saw, they were the favorites going into that.
Japan.
Back in stage 1. So we continue to see.
Want to guess what happens? Yep.
Yeah, I'm wondering actually here, Zoe. We were talking about like Jolly specifically being kind of like that player that may need to like make those adjustments. What do you think?
Well, the time comes TTK is repping Gen Z.
Like, just not being able to get these follow-ups if you want to go in with Melio and not having that success. They have another opportunity, obviously, going into these next 2 days, but you only have so much time.
Yeah, I mean,
we're late.
For them, like,
Game's supposed to be
tomorrow
starting
they have to
now.
face up against Sentinels. There's another roster that we have a lot of questions for, right? So
Lock in.
I don't think it's gonna get any easier for them. So those adjustments have to be made really, really quickly. And I do really feel like that.
Yeah, I'm overstimulated too. A little break. Just a little silence. And maybe some nice music. Wait, interview.
Congratulations, my man, to just open this whole thing up in the middle of the match. I shouted you out. I'm like, this man is getting work done as Venom. Tell me, how do you kind of, honestly, you shocked everybody's expectations taking down the org of FlyQuest, not just winning, but 2-0 and looking dominant. Explain to me, behind the scenes, you're coming to this team new. What is the vibe of Cafe Rose and this new upcoming team?
I mean, vibes are great. We did, unfortunately, have to lose 2 of our DPS players due to age restrictions, but, you know, we picked up 2 great DPS from the Team Extinction, Proboter, Zanji, you know, we instantly clicked with them. Vibes were great, you know, we're popping off in scrim, so we had to lock them in instantly, you know. Coming into this match, you know, we're hyped, we're ready, we love being the underdogs. Like, it's such a great feeling when everyone's doubting you. You know, you're looking on Twitter, you're seeing, like, all the tier lists, like, oh, Cafe Rose, that's it, Cafe Rose, that's it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
We're gonna go crazy. Yeah, no.
I love that.
Dude, okay, I'm sorry, cuz I just gotta say, first off, I want to know where you're at, man. Like, what basement are you in right now? Are you okay? You saved? Blink if you need help. But I'm also gonna assume, like, yeah, right. Like, you guys got the strats.
Listen, I'm kind of homeless, but like, you know, we're gonna make it out the mud. It's gonna be okay, you know. Gonna make it through the Ignite scene, but you know, I mean, strats going into it, you know, just run it down main.
She shouldn't have asked that.
Only strats got through.
She shouldn't have asked that.
Do you have a good idea of what to expect from the respective teams? You do have Swamp Gaming, I believe, coming up next. Have you been able to scrim against all of the teams yet? Like, what's your read? Where do you see you currently standing?
We've been scrimming a lot of the Ignite teams, you know. We've been doing our thing, you know. Some teams winning, some teams losing.
Don't ask
I think
about
we have
people's
a really
living
good chance
situation.
against older teams, really. Like, I know we're still a big underdog team, but I really think, you know, if we just put our heads down, hustle and grind, you know, get our reps in, we can make stuff happen.
I mean, you certainly are on the right trajectory. What a great statement opening match. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat, and best of luck in tomorrow's match.
Of course. Thank you, I appreciate that.
I'm kind of rooting for them now.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is no binds, everyone, from Cafe Rose. Make sure to head on socials and share the love with the players. What
you should never ask a question that only one answer is appropriate. That you're only prepared with one answer or for one answer. Example, if you're in a public setting with a group, don't ask if, hey, are you and so-and-so still together? You're asking that with the presumption of yes. Right? And you're not prepared to have the conversation if the answer's no. So in this type of situation, if you're not prepared for an extreme answer about his living situation, you shouldn't ask about it. Just, don't ask a question if you're not prepared for the most extreme answers.
Indeed. Now that was just.
Hey, I'm kind of rooting for Cafe Rose now.
5 matches.
Amazing match.
Today. TSM and Space Station Gaming are coming up next on the other side of.
Woo! Yeah, none of them. I mean, obviously, we all saw it. We all saw that the background was strange. I just
Good
assumed
flow,
he's like in
guys.
his basement
Good
or
stuff.
something. But it's not. It's not something you should ask. It's a piece. It's a presumptuous question. She'll learn. Hopefully, she'll learn from that. That or what just happened. Or like a room that's being worked on. Totally. Yeah. Yeah, like a renovation or something. He could have been referencing the I Show Speed meme. Oh, I'm kind of homeless. Oh, right. That's true. I totally forgot about that. My mom is kind of homeless. Okay, well, I guess we could hope that that's what he is referencing, but it could also be true. You never know. You never know. You never know. Let's hope that it was. Let's hope that it was just the meme reference. Well, now what do we do? 8 minutes till the next one. By the way, there is sprays if you let me show you. There are sprays for watching on the in-game client. So this one is watch live in-game 15 minutes of the preseason group stage. That's today. Today, tomorrow, and the next day, I think. So at some point, watch in your watch in-game client. Only watch for the units. Are there units? I don't think any of them knew. I'm just thinking back. I don't think any of them knew that I'm kind of homeless meme either. They all just were like, ah. You can choose units or purple instead. What? That's cool. I want the exclusive sprays though, TBH. What do we got? 6 minutes till the next one. Is that enough for a quick play? It's not. Just play a annihilation. I'm missing out on units. I can't believe it. Next time I get the drop, I'll check. Watching the in-game climb feels so strange. Yeah, it does. Dang, everyone's prediction was wrong. So if you voted based on vibes, you might be in a good spot here. I heard units so fast. Anything for those sweet units. Let me in! Yay. Yay. I totally missed it though. I will check on the next one.
Life energy is a powerful weapon against evil.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Only
5 minutes
one
left till the
wins
next
this.
one.
Try to make it yours.
One may feel empathy for an enemy and still destroy them.
I feel like every time I play Rivals after like the first game on, I just feel like my eyes can't keep up with what I'm looking at, you know?
My life energy flows strongly. A nice deep freeze. Chin up. I can hear you.
I feel like dive has to get oh, I'm lagging.
They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around.
If there's a longer. He trying to get me? He's trying to farm me? He's trying to farm me! Stop!
I have some scores. Focus on the battle.
I can only play online if I subscribe to PS Plus.
Nice
What?
deep freeze. End is nigh. You made me angry. Healing? Too kind.
Oh no. I'm reloading.
I like the cool. My life energy
18 v 18 is so overwhelming. I'm in the boonies.
Life energy.
I'm in the pits.
Focus on the battle.
Magic skin love. Ariana. Ariana, what are you doing here? Who is hitting me? Drift down. Bye bye. Oh no, I made an error. I made a mistake. We're getting farmed, guys. No. This is a humiliation ritual.
We are undefeatable.
Go, guys, go.
It's fighter time.
I feel so jumpy today. He got mad.
Feel better, fight better.
You cannot withstand my step.
Behold! Us get spoiled! It's natural anger. I vented my anger. The fullest powers of I like the cold.
Feel the wrath of the goddess!
Where's she gonna go? Oh my. It's a kitty.
My life energy flows stronger.
La la la, running around.
Help is here. This is natural anger.
Am I gonna get eaten right here? No way. Yeah. Getting so ulted at 18v18. No way. 1.8, 130 seconds.
60 seconds left.
Well, that's perfect timing.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
20 seconds. It's time. It's time.
Hello and welcome one and all. We are getting ready for our second match of the day. We started things off with a banger of a series with an upset. Cafe Rose coming on top over FlyQuest. I'm pretty sure all predictions are up in flames. Let's see if we can continue on this trajectory.
They are.
TSM and Space Station Gaming are the next match. Now, this is the first foray into Marvel Rivals for both of these orgs that are very well known in esports. Now, the big question is, who put together a roster that can mingle with the top?
No, absolutely. I just took all my notes, and what I did in the break is just burn them all, because it doesn't matter after
Nice.
Cafe Rose really set the stage, the expectations. But yeah, we have another great match here with TSM, Space Station Gaming. I think, for me, this is going to be such a big match to kind of set the stage of who should, and listen, I'm not predicting anything after what just happened, but this is kind of the second, third, fourth spot, and I want to see where these teams stack up. I think there are a lot of believers in Space Station Gaming and the roster that they put together, and TSM being the more seasoned team that been in stage 1 and 2. What does that look like? Because if anything has told us from just the history of the one match, is the team with the more kind of synergy and that's been together has the upper leg. Vicky, this is a good one.
Yeah. I think the big question too is, Cozy, if you look at TSM, a lot of people look at these individual players and you look at the history of what they've been able to roll out with, and you look at the meta, is the flexibility there? That was always the question when we saw a lot of the former players of TSM that, you know, were together on other teams before. But it's about the
esports
flexibility
missions
going
tab.
into this current meta. Obviously, map is very, very important too. You take a look at Gale and Guru from that team specifically. How are they able to play to their strengths, especially when it comes to the Angela that I'm probably expecting to see rolling out from that team. And then you look at Space Station Gaming, a team that I feel like
Payola Snow.
Where do you fit these two teams specifically, right? I'm on the same boat, by the way, where I had Space Station in that 4th place spot and TSM more in that 5th place spot. But I feel like TSM has a lot to prove, especially looking at a lot of the naysayers on the bottom end of things. I'm excited to see how this is going to go down, because it also depends on that back line too and how long they can stay alive with Dive being in the meta.
Yeah, I mean, Cozy, you just give me the biggest grin there. I know you had TSM in your top 3. Like, you believe
Oh,
in
yeah.
this team. There's a lot of
Oh, my.
pre-existing synergy, of course. Former Rad Esports, Solaris. Like, Decora has been together for a long time.
Yeah, I feel like one of the few defenders of this team. I think obviously the group they're in does help them a lot, but listen, when they were Solaris way back in the day, they were looking great back then, had a tough draw. And this is a team that I think definitely have the talent, and they've proved to be able to play together.
Ooh.
Not to mention, they've added Cal, who
Gale
is with
and
Envy, which is a great
Gilbert.
pick, especially with him playing the strategist role. You know, you
This
have
should be
Freddy,
very exciting.
who's with Curie in stage 2, Luminosity stage 1, and then all across the board, the rest of them have all been together, from Rad to Solaris. They've got the talent. They've been, quote unquote, the stream team is what people like to call them. But now, under TSM, you've got yourself the opportunity to play for an org. For Guru, he says on Twitter, it was his dream, right, org to have.
Gale
And
needs
here
to
it
stay on
is. He's
DPS.
stage to show it. And what a great opponent.
Adam's
to
pretty
show
strong
that
now,
against
though.
in Space Station
No,
Gaming.
we'll see.
This team's got a lot to show.
Yeah, Space Station Gaming, Vicky, I gotta get your thoughts here, because a lot of the players that played together before, right? Netcry's Doomed, Nectar, Vidal, they played in the Mega Monthly actually just recently as Intergalactic, and they came last, like far behind fellow NA teams. Like
They turned the
Lunax
music
and
down.
Yellow.
Yeah,
I
that's
just
why
realized.
when I was talking about like the backline specifically, I have my eyes on like Fidel and Month specifically too being slotted in here and seeing how like that's gonna work together in a team where you have some really strong points, right? I feel like the focus of this current meta is also like how the Vanguards are able to hold that front line. Of course, I know we saw it in EMEA, but like we could also see the fastball coming out.
Rogue.
Maybe it depends on which of these teams feel comfortable rocking that composition. You have Blur too, right? If you have the Rogue coming out, you could expect these Gambit bans to keep going forward because that's a huge problem to deal with, especially if you have Gambit, Star-Lord, Rogue, or insert Gambit, Rogue, and then Magneto.
Yeah. Vic, let me just point this out. For those that don't know Space Station, right, you have Blur, Doomed, and then Fidel, all on Shroud X back in the day in Intergalactic. But Fidel, if you don't remember, he played for Chopper Mag, filled in as a sub, and did awesome. And so he shows me that he can jump into a new team and perform well. And then it's like Scrabble with all these old teams. You have Month with Envy on that back end. But this is the missing puzzle piece, Zoe. They have one of who I thought was the best duelist in the America region last year. They have the Thanos, as we like to call him, in Nectar. They could do anything. They're a very talented player to put this team all together.
But then, why?
Hope
what
they
would
don't ban
you,
Tank Bull so
accredit
we
the
can
Mega
put on a
Monthly
clinic.
performance? Like that was literally just
Husk.
a month ago.
Okay.
Like where did
Voluntarily
they fall short,
playing
or
on
did they
Celestial
maybe
Husk?
Not take it as serious?
Wouldn't be me.
Yeah, a little bit of both. I think, you know, getting things together. I don't like to put too much stock into like one tournament, one stream, but yeah, it's definitely not the opening they want. Maybe it's the ultimate bluff. Maybe this is all planned here for the beginning of the preseason. That's big brain stuff.
Big brain plays. I see. I
Sorry,
love
bro.
that. Love that theory. You're an apologist. I'm here for it. I like that. No, yeah. I mean, I'm always falling to recency bias. Like that's just kind of me. So yeah, it's easy to do as well, but I think a lot of teams also probably didn't want to like give away too much. Also, again, recent patch changes have changed quite a bit for a lot of those teams. So yeah, we'll see what they bring to the table in today's match. Ideally, I hope this is going to be a close one. I hope they can take this to 3 maps.
Sure.
I would love to see them being more evenly stacked.
I want to follow
Yeah, Vic-
up there too from you, so like if you were talking about Nectar, and Nectar was always like that highlight player that you and I saw from like the Sentinel side of things on his former team, and I agree with Zoe here. I feel like also maybe it goes hand in hand though
Name
with
one
the fact that the
Celestial
meta has shifted away from what we saw in that month.
That is
and
low
Nectar
cortisol.
maybe having a lot more time to make those adjustments. So we've already gotten started. It looks like Cozy. Let's dive into the action here with our second series within Americas.
All right, both teams going with a different approach. TSM going to go ahead and get rid of the server admin and Elsa. Gambit on the other side. We see this now time and time again. We've got the ban right into the protect so that they can have the cards on their side. Believe in the heart of cards is what they're trying to do at Space Station. But looking at what they want to go
TSM
with
gonna
next,
play Elsa
being saved. So you have two very
and
good
Space Station cannot.
top of their role heroes being both
Mantis
banned
ban.
and saved. This is definitely going to make things interesting.
Oh man, I mean, then you're looking at Space Station side. I mean, they don't want to have that Gambit come out. Imagine that here, all the damage output that we could be seeing
Tank Pro
from
bans.
TSM side as they go on to ban the Van Pool. Okay, going on to the next protect though here, Cozy. I already like what I'm
Van
seeing though.
Pool.
It's been a really big focus, I think, as a highlight, and I think as people have made their adjustments to having triple ban
Sorry.
in the respective rank game, as there's been a really big focus onto that strategist.
Low-key
because
prot.
as we just saw in our last series, how strong still like the triple strategist is.
No, for sure. And as we
Cloak
look at what they're trying
ban.
to pull together as their last game,
The low-key
actually,
prot
I
is
like
really
what
smart
they have
here
with TSM.
since
I like
they
that they're going
cannot
with the low-key save and with the low-key.
since TSM can't play Gambit, low-key prot is good because they can copy Gambit's ult
What was
if
last ban
the
before
positioning
them,
is
but
in their
that save
favor.
happening right before it is why it's so important to try to get that order of operations. I definitely think the tank pool was the right call 2 bans ago, but now giving access to what is one of the scariest
Van
combo
Pool
of ults, especially
is
on a
kinda
map like
meta,
this, in
given
Celestial Husk,
over
is
the
going to
ball.
be
Pick your
a
hero.
pretty fun
That's
thing to
true.
try to defend
I'm not
against here.
judging.
We'll see as these teams lock in, Vicky, but who do you give the upper hand to for ban and pick?
I mean,
Low-key
seeing the fact that you have
Invis.
Gambit and
gonna
Star-Lord,
be
that's the
Gambit,
win condition right there
Invis.
for Space Station. It's gonna be interesting
Star-Lord.
to see how that's gonna transcend here for both of these teams.
Okay.
Whereas TSM, they don't have the Gambit,
Gilbert
right?
on
You have the Loki,
Venom.
you have the survivability if you end up copying out the Invisible Woman, and that's why you see the bans that you see right there.
Gil
When the
on
moment that Space
Elsa.
Station see that they wanted to protect the Loki, they would rather get rid of the Cloak and Dagger, whose ultimate lasts a lot longer than that Invisible Boundary.
Locking. It's gonna be
than,
spicy.
you know, the Invisible Woman at that point. So they take that off because they're going to make sure that that's not going to last as long as they try to proceed with their win condition of that Star-Lord.
Hey, good luck trying to have the Raging Royal flush when you have Gale on Elsa. I mean, that is all you need right there. I mean, the Galartrox is feared for a reason. I saw the favorite thing I saw the other day was like, describe the meta right now, and someone just said Galartrox. I mean, it's true. I mean, it's an absolute ult to be feared, and you know, Gale is one of those players who's seen a lot on Hawkeye, and he does so much work on that hero. Obviously, Hawkeye's taken a lot of nerfs lately. Don't think we're going to see him as much in this scene. But being on Elsa, we're going to see now what they can put together. Guru going to open up with the Strange. Bedtime Story has been playing Star-Lord all the way back in Ignite 1, so we've seen what they can do there. And then we've got the Venom and the dive to follow. So we'll see as they jump right into point, trying to take it to the action. Gale not afraid here on the Monster Hunter. That is Elsa.
Okay.
Yeah, like Verdi being able to take over onto that high ground position, trying to enable Gale to have the positional advantage. But Space Station playing right below it has a line of sight very nicely too. They're just going to stall out before the point gets unlocked in the next 3 seconds here. But a lot more of that neutral fight that you were able to expect. Gilbert taking a lot of that damage, is able to swing away and pop the extra armor.
Yeah, Fidel, we're going to keep our eyes on him, obviously, with the Raging Royal. Go ahead and get up to that 35% Nectar, being that huge anchor for this team. This is someone who's got to
didn't cap, though.
Get picked in this neutral, and Star-Lord can do that so well right now in the meta. Oh, that's now going to go ahead. Okay, Nectar is doing exactly what we just said. Needs to get those opening picks, Vic. We got one to start it off.
Again, one of those star players that you have to keep your eyes on now. As they go in for the dive, they already know they're at the number disadvantage, and they're just going to stall out because they got the point very early on. Nectar popping off.
Beautiful.
Getting the follow-up into Space Station to have their feet planted on this point first.
I'm just saying, if you had a team of 5 heroes and Thanos was one of them, you'd feel pretty confident in that team doing a great job. And right now, Nectar proving every bit of the point. Obviously, he was on Sentinels before. This was a player they relied on so much.
No ults yet.
Nectar now trying to hunt as Star-Lord, your Quill himself. Monk's gonna go ahead, rotate over to the team, push in, and see if they can try to get something early with the aggression now as well. And continue. Fidel's got the Raging Royal, and if they can get a strategist pick with it, it is all but over for the next.
Loki's not going to be able to capture if
Owl's got to try to keep his eye on Fidel to see if he can copy that Raging Royal.
if
That's gonna be their game plan.
Fidel is too far away.
Just staggering, lingering before diving in. Oh, forced something to the boundary. It still clips a little bit of the point, but with an anti and ultimate of the Feast of the Abyss. Blur is feasting on TSM as pick after pick. I mean, you talk about
oh my gosh.
I mean, come on here, Cozy.
Did Cal even get the press Q? I'm pretty sure he had the copy and then instantly got eaten by the piece of the Abyss. That's as perfect as you get with the ready-go comp. Blur could not have done that.
Cooked here.
This is a team that he's played with Doom, he's played with Fidel, he's played with his fellow teammates.
Oh, aggro ult too.
Coming together as one, shutting down a huge hit there on Cal. Nectar gets another, and right now this is just feasting time.
Yeah.
Venom and the rest of Space Station. My goodness, Vic.
And Months 2 going all the way up with the rest of Space Station. They're literally hugging them on the other side of the point. But look on the point. Bedtime, sorry, no one's looking at him. TSM keeping this in overtime, but is it going to be too little?
He could try to ult here.
Next, Gilbert was incredibly low. They don't have that strategist to really back them up as they're getting 4
No, I'm just gonna let it go.
Attention to Month, by the way, who was also playing aggressive. This is Space Station's first round to take and shine.
Wow. So Space Station I had on my list as one of those teams that could just absolutely be a sleeper and could be awoken here altogether. And that is a great way to open
Where
things
did I
up.
have Space Station on mine?
The only answer they had to that gambit just got swallowed up by the symbiote in full.
Goodness
I mean,
gracious.
same counter on top of just the intense aggression shown at the start.
Oh no, I have them low. I have them 5.
20% ult reductions, Vicky. We got to look more for where you can get those value picks, and Nectar got them each time.
Makes you wonder here how much attention is going to be focused onto Blur. You see Guru going over to Thing.
So if on this thing, you can choose units instead of the sprays.
Especially that backline has been pressured out by Blur and Nectar. The follow-ups are amazing. And then you have Necrise being on the Emma as well to try to jump and catch Bedtime Story whenever he's trying to go into their backline. A lot of peel potential on Space Station side.
All right, DSM, let's see what you have in response. And as we just said, having that legendary can definitely get them things, opened up. Necrise does have such a great counter to the ult, especially after the buff as well. And so we're going to look to see with that new damage mitigation what this Emma can do. Not seen a lot of Emma over the last day or so, or earlier today on EMEA side as well. See it continue as Necrise now going to try to find the right angle. Nectar continuing to get those health bars down and up. Bedtime Story's going to go and pop the old Happy Holidays. It might be March, but we are throwing out the pistols early from the sky. He's going to get Nectarized first, and that is with that ult being pressed. So just like that, deleted is that imp.
At least it's one though. Space Station trying to scatter
All right.
around. That's another Vanguard.
Came
down.
out strong
There's not
here.
enough sustainability as TSM are showing some signs of life. A nice little stall out there before they
Oh!
finally take over the point as Gale showcasing how Elsa's strength is, especially since we're not playing on that most recent nerf onto the Elsa HPA. But this is a great sign here for TSM. At least get set up
Oh,
early.
this is
Silver
pre-nerf?
Eagle will have that strengthening position on top of Gale and that ultimate.
Absolutely, and that's what their game plan was. Gale has a lot of pressure on him right now because you're going to allow the Elsa to be in this game. Well, guess what? You got to take care of Nectar. You have to do your role and your job. The Glartrox is ready. They found the Venom diving in the back line now. Good job on the spectators with the eagle eye view to see here as Guru.
Yeah, you can get like 100 units total.
Gale's got the Glartrox. Trying to find the right angle. They do have the Raging Royal. This is what the win cost.
Yeah.
Rushing in, Cal 10% behind, not going to be able to answer on the defensive side. Vicky now.
Loki doesn't have.
Find his first pick.
Loki does have ult.
And just in case of that Cal
Chosen Viz.
Does get the defensive ult up though.
Never folds, and he puts everything on that Star-Lord ultimate that didn't give him what he wanted because Cal was ready with that God of
The patty cake, they were right in each other's faces.
And then Pizza Team Demon just rotates alongside them. Space Station forces it back away. It's up to Doom to call out where one of these strategists are. He wants to get a follow-up. He gets the double whammy though over to the right side. Still fights Gale. Cal going down too. That's gonna leave the Pizza Team by himself. And it's
That's
a
a
matter of
wipe.
time before it's clean up on aisle 3 as Space Station retake this point here.
These Vanguards are just a symphony hitting every note. Doomed and Blur are locked in step together, fighting and collapsing on the same target.
This is so intense.
In just one fall swoop. Guru has Clobber in time. Outside of that, though, not loving the timing of these strategists
Got it.
on the
That's
side
good.
of TSM. You have 70% up, though. Got to try to win in the neutral, or at the very least, try to force out some ults, because they should get the retake here as things get a bit more even. Everything climbing back
We
up
got
on Space
Star-Lord
Station side
ult
now as both teams
from
dive into this
Bedtime.
neutral you look for here as we see just an absolute infinity war happening in front of our eyes. On our second matchup today, Gilbert Neuter going to lead the charge as Groot. Go ahead and focus in, and there it is. Happy Holidays once again. Bedtime Story to put an end to the story of the point hold.
Uh-oh.
Space
Oh,
Station.
good.
No connection.
Wow.
Oh, the way they just played around that out of the line of sight was Chef's Kiss. It's clobbering time. Side of Seduction just catches him, though, in the net.
That cover
Forced
play
him
was
back
so
away.
good.
You see the invisible boundary, and guess who the #1 problem is for TSM? It's been Blur, who has been constantly harassing this backline, disrupting them to split up their attention, and more time is
Oh,
wasted
that
away.
reload.
Strangling Prison follows up from Gilbert Noodle. Is it going to be a follow-up to actually back him up, as
Nice.
Gale is also very close to having that Apex Predator. Necrise gets Guru out of here, and Monk following a little bit behind. Fidel had that Raging Royal flush, though, to try to get everybody into that position. Star-Lord up above. Isn't going to be able to find the Invisiwoman.
Oh my gosh, what an amazing ult again from Blur, trying to get that half health in. Nectar is just going to go and collapse on top of it. Nectar and Doom to finish. This has been perfect coordination. One word to sum it up has been harmony between Space Station now. Looking anything but like a new team. Gale, Cal have ults ready. 70% to 84. They've got the keys they need to take the points
Oh,
back.
playing on
Gonna be a
controller,
tough
did you see
one.
that?
Gale and go and try to dash, get a flip. Gets the pick on Nectar. That's a big one. Open up. Play aggressive. Move in now. We'll see if TSM can take this back.
Already nearing that 95% in favor for Space Station. Doomed does have that Meteor M as Cal gets the copy.
Oh, they got the Gambit ult for this.
Over to the other side. That's a big copy
Nope.
away at that one. Before diving in, this could be the win condition. He needs to avoid the big meatball coming out of the sky. As you can see, Blur trying to get
I
everybody
can't believe
together. Gets the
they didn't
anti-taunts
kill.
in, forcing him to back away. Overtime ticket away as TSM do boot Space Station out, and they take the real estate for free.
I can't believe they
Yeah,
didn't
but Vicky,
kill.
Vidal and Mont are so
Mav.
close to have ults together, and TSM
Oh, I guess they couldn't have.
They
had only projectile.
Oh, man.
No, Gale could have.
They don't have much to respond to this as it is, but it's Space Station being relentlessly aggressive. Nectar's going to go in and throw on the M ult. All eyes on the thighs now as they continue to farm each one off. Time is ticking
just
up.
say
They
all
at
eyes
least
on
have
the
front
thighs?
ready. They have a Gambit ult early, but this might be it.
I mean, if anything, you're going to have to expect TSM to try to portal in because Guru comes right back around. Overtime's ticking away. He's got to do it quickly, but he won't have all his members back as Bedtime Story is the last one out. Nobody there left to contest. Hopefully, they didn't end up burning that at the very end. Space Station with a great takeover to take this first map.
First
Yeah,
win
that was for everything.
on
I mean, it almost
TSM.
felt like that they had another chance to try to get that back, and it kind of felt like the
Wow.
ults were going that rotation. Bedtime Stories fall
They'd have
early.
to
I mean,
have
the
to punch
word was
him.
aggression, but the song was, as I said, coordination. They were able to
think,
play so well in these ready go comms, and Fidel, who we highlighted early, played for a team not even in his region,
Yeah, I
stepped up
guess
so much
not.
to the plate and did so today as
Wow,
well.
look
winning
at
MVP trophy.
that.
Man, look
No
at this. Not
finals from
only were they able
Gilbert.
to let him get away with it on Gambit, we got to see some beautiful follow-ups with Blur trying to negate that backline from the
It was a
opposite
low
side.
kill game.
Even though they went over to some changes
It was also
there, you can
fast.
see Cal over on that white box. That is not what we saw out on our screen. It was that Loki, and that was even with Cal too.
It was
Cozy,
close.
getting the copy onto the Gambit at the
It didn't
very
feel
end,
close,
it's
but
kinda
it
like you said,
technically
right?
was.
They utilize so much, and unfortunately, those
was
ultimates were
close
so
on
close
both.
together. And with the current recent nerf onto ultimate charge across the board, that's been like a very bold thing that we haven't really highlighted. And these changes influence comps like that when you try to prolong more of these ultimates, especially when you try to go out with the Loki ult too.
Yeah, listen, I don't want to let the stats speak too much for themselves, but a bit of a Vanguard diff there, right? 5 and 6 on the eliminations loss side on Guru and Gilbert compared to what Blur and Doom did together. I mean, just absolutely crazy with Necrise as well. I mean, we continued to see what the triple
cover
Vanguard
play
lineup can do, especially
from,
at high level play. You know, shout
Space
out to
Station
Guangdong
during
and Ji Young, showed
one
those stats
of
in the Dev
the
Vision.
Star-Lord
We just
ults
see
was
how effective it
so
is at top level
crazy.
play. Also need to see Cal and Pizza Demon a bit more in sync. These are two, you know, great strategies.
Just
put
such good map
together
awareness.
on a team that has clicked in the past, but we need to see them do a bit better there. Seems like, Vicky, to me, they were warming up a bit on that first map, coming together a bit closer. The game plan was behind Gale, and it was unable to hit all together.
I agree, and then Blur being a really big problem too. The win condition, if you look at Space Station and their current composition, is to make sure you have that Rage of Royal Flush, you push Nectar forward, Blur waits to see if he could either bait out a strategist ultimate or is able to get that Feast of the Abyss online to then get that anti-heal, so that way they can actually delete the strategist through those ultimates that were already wasted here for that first map. And we know too, Cozy, domination is incredibly strong, but we got to see what we're going to be moving on to next to see how that's going to flow.
Yeah, we're kind of seeing the opposite of what we did with FlyQuest. I had both the teams, I believe, ranked at 5 on each of their respective groups because they both had the talent, but I wanted to see how they were together. And what FlyQuest was missing in that first map, they had a bit more, Zoe, as they were able to climb
gonna grab a
together in that
snack.
harmony. It was fun to watch.
It really was. It really was. I think, yeah, big takeaway I just had from like watching this first map was that SSG, as you already pointed out during the cast, just very well coordinated. They're synced up. The synergy is clearly there. They're all on the same page. They've been dictating the tempo of this match, and there was just so much pressure on that back line. Like, what do you want to do moving forward to stop Blur and Nectar getting away with this?
Yeah, I mean, Vicky, for me, if you're going to try to do the triple Vanguard thing, you have to have such a strong, dominant anchor there for the DPS role. And Nectar lived up to the part most of the time. I mean, was really able to get, you know, plenty of benefit there often. So, you know, that is the strategy going in now that the cards are revealed, quite literally in Gambit, but also in their team comp.
Well
We'll
done.
see how TSM adjusts.
Thanks, I hated it.
Yep. That's literally why you get to see the Gambit constantly just off the table, right? Like, the fact that you can see the Gambit go through. Also, in the pick and ban phase, we got to see some bait and punishes too, right? You see the Protect on the Loki. What do you want to do? You want to ban out the Cloak and Dagger, so that way you don't have to deal with extra elongated ultimates. Plus, that would have actually shut down what Blur's goal would have been there too, right? Because he wants to try to go in for the anti. You have to catch a Cloak and Dagger at the very end if they haven't burned away their dismiss. And then in that case, that's why they were able to note that exactly what that game plan was going to be.
Ban the Venom. If honestly, Zoe, ban the Venom. I think you've got to take care of what was the biggest problem. There were times where it's like, oh, invisible boundary up, no worries. And then you would have the clash of Magneto and Doomed and Blur jumping in there as the Venom. Those are some of the best Beasts of the Abyss I've seen in a hot minute, I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, Blur on the Venom definitely like the biggest pain point, especially for that backline. As a strategist player myself, I felt that one. That one hurts. Going 17-0 as well, just being untouched, unbothered, moisturized in Blur's lane. He was living the life. So definitely adjustments that need to come in heading into this second map. I'm very interested to see where they're taking us, and here it is. Loser picks, of course.
Central Park. All right, Vic. I mean, are you surprised at all? I know we find New York a lot, obviously.
I'm air frying
to be a
some
map that people depend on, whether it
taquitos.
be Midtown or here. I would say, I don't know if I had on my bingo.
Vic Sinclair, hello. Thank you for the 10 months. I'm sorry I missed that earlier. And retired DPS. I don't think I did, but just in case, thank you again for the for the sub.
Have from the coach and all.
Yeah, there is a
But
gift
we're
sub
gonna see them
discount.
Lock together more, and this is a bit better of a map
It's
that they
like
can find that success.
Yeah, because if you take a look at like what we
30%
saw from the stats,
off?
obviously
5% something
Gale
like
was on
that?
fire, right? Like even though it showed that he went 6 and 2, he literally put down like less than like 18k damage
Pretty
on that dot.
nice.
And that further like highlights.
get those
okay, well
units.
you're gonna be able to build into these strat ults a lot easier. But
Oh!
is this gonna be the change up that you need? Are you gonna have to enable Gale a lot more often? And then try to go back on the pick and bans where I think TSM kind of fell short on.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and listen, these are teams.
Historia.
You look at Space Station, and this is a team.
You are so
full of
sweet.
Pros, right?
Thank you
They
for
just
the
work
support.
all together on one team. I want to give a shout out to Month as well on Envy. You know, I think this is a player
Thank
that I
you.
wanted to see
Hey.
develop a lot in the off season, and obviously showing great here. Got to cast some, grassroots stuff and see them evolve as a player. Obviously got to meet them over in China and Guangzhou and see what they could do for Envy when they got all the way up to second. So coming into this new
There we
team
go.
and playing a good backbone part of this role
Thank
with
you so
Fidel is
much.
really cool to witness.
Wait,
Particip-
Miss Dish, are you
Do you
participating
think
in
either
Ignite?
teams will be
Just
switching
watching.
things up, or do you
I'm
think we're just gonna be
not pro by
kind of
any
leaning towards that
means.
triple Vanguard for SSG and the more 2-2-2 style from TSM?
Vic, I think they're going to let the Elsa through again. Why not? I mean, I think they were fine with how that worked out last time.
Yeah, I think their focus is going to be very similar to what we saw in our last series in the pick and bans. I think if anything, just make sure that you do not enable the Elsa, especially if we see that even coming out. I don't think they're even afraid of that. On the other hand, I am expecting the triple Vanguard to really come out from Space Station. We're going to see how that works out because we know that these players are also flexible. We've seen that before, right, Cozy?
Yeah, for sure. On Central Park, it'll
It
be
landed
interesting to
on
see what route they choose, especially on the Central
the
Gale
I
and
moved
Guru.
it so you can see.
I want to see
It landed on
who they
licorice
end up
or burnt
selecting on
rubber.
this map, because in the past, I know Gale did prefer a lot of Hawkeye on this map. Even at times Moon Knight Storm.
I
has
hate
made
both
it
of those
into,
things.
Her entry a little bit as well. But it's going to be a different ball game for them as we find ourselves in just a complete new meta altogether. And that's what I think makes this so exciting. Bedtime Story, I think, took the right approaches as well. Like, to me, it almost came off as
So
a little
lose-lose.
bit of a newly signed to an org nerves, right? And it felt like that they finally were clicking a little bit there on that second point of the map outside of just a
Oh
couple
my
of the
gosh.
ultimates. So it's fairly easy. Ban the Venom, start from there, and then try to get some things rolling.
Oh my- how does it actually taste like that? Yuck.
Yeah, I also feel
Obviously,
like,
the
by the
fact
way, like we saw. Sorry, so I was seeing like the Star-Lord.
It's
dip, you know,
burnt
when you're
tire.
going into your own games and you get to see like somebody try to ditto you, and they just try to find you and isolate you and try to beat you in the ditto. I feel like we saw that a few times too in that first map.
We really did. Yeah, I think maybe the first map here was also just, I mean, first of all, it's predetermined map, right?
I'm
So,
trying to swallow it. My brain,
might not
my
be
body
everyone's
is refusing
favorite.
to swallow it.
And maybe they were just like kind of feeling
Ugh.
trying to see what the opposition has
Yuck.
in store for them, because I think a lot of the teams, obviously, if you know,
Yuck.
like, your opening matches against Team X, like you're not going to scrim them. So you might not
Did
actually
one of
get that
them
much
just say
insight,
diddle?
and maybe you're not as prepared as you would
Did I
be if
hear
there
that
was
right?
More footage on those teams in this new meta.
The word
Yeah,
diddle?
I mean, listen, Central Park is ready. The teams know exactly what they want to do, and we'll see now if we get another 2-0 in what some would say they expected, others would have their belief in TSM, cough, cough, myself, at least in this point.
Maybe let's
And,
not.
This is what I wanted to see, though, is how it all comes together as one. They've
What a
been
bad
here
time to
before,
be out of
though. Plenty
water.
of these teams, especially TSM, has had their
Thank you
backs
for the
against
5 gifted
wall.
subs,
They've
Historia. That's so
told the team
sweet.
that
Thank
can't
you.
do it, right? But Space Station, wow, what you can do for your org to say, hey, we're here for the next year of Ignite, and we're ready to go.
And looks like our teams are ready as well. Let's get this started here. We're moving on to our second map in our group stages, guys, as we take a look for the first time at Group B after we saw the action play out in our first series between our two teams in Group A. And we talked about it before, Cozy. We mentioned the pick and ban phase may have been where the TSM team may have fallen short on. And it's the Gambit off the table and said, all right, we ain't gonna have that, but guess what? That opens up for the Protect next as Space Station's on the attacking side, and they get to protect the Elsa.
All right, with Gambit, yeah, both B and Banda definitely will change how this already opens up with the protection on Elsa on their side as well. They're like, okay, you guys played her, okay, but give us the server admin this time and we'll show what you can do with the Monster Hunter herself. The Vanguard protects on the Deadpool. This is just now going to offer a completely different flow and pace of the game that we just saw from Domination. There's the Elsa pick, the Elsa ban, so the strategy that we saw on the opposite side from TSM last going to light. With this next ban it's a very important ban if you were TSM here, looking at what the strength was of Space Station, which we've highlighted. was the Venom. Bit early here to probably ban that Venom. They're going to go with the Deadpool Vanguard instead.
Okay. Already expecting that from Space Station side. Something that TSM get to protect from themselves. We get to see their next protect here. What are you going to try to lean into, right? Because you won't have the Elsa on your side, which was what was allowing you to pop off originally, right, Cozy? Because we got to see that from Gale already specifically, and you won't have that damage boost to really work into your favor as you do protect that Mantis, so you can expect that triple strategist to roll out.
Yeah, the Mantis Protect is big here. I actually like the change that they're going to try to roll with, especially with the Mantis ban. Got to try to find where they can, get themselves the edge. And that'll definitely be it. As far as, not having the Elsa, Gale can play just about anything. I'm not too worried about him on the hit scan side of things. I mean, we've seen Punisher in the past and more. Invis Woman going to be saved there from Space Station. So for our last ban, looking at what you have available, Loki's no longer an option for Cal, so they'll have to adjust. This is exactly what I was hoping. Get that inverse Loki ban on their side is what they're looking like they're going to lock in. We have two very different team comps up together. TSM going to be more in the most likely triple strat approach.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I was waiting for it, Cozy. I already seeing these adjustments. So we talked about it, right? Right before we got into the series, like you're gonna have to see some of these changes. We were expecting it coming out into that pick and ban phase, basically like a whiplash of what we witnessed in our first map. And this is the adjustments that you need to make, especially in a best of 3 here. 2 out of 3 situation where TSM find themselves at a loss. Space Station already putting themselves in the driver's seat, and we get to see the Angela, maybe not from the side I was expecting, Cozy, but from Necrise, who also has a sick Angela.
And Cal on the Adam Warlock, good old nod back to the Envy days. He did play plenty of Adam, and obviously duelist for that team, and so I was hoping that that's the route they went. Pizza Demon over on the Cloak and Dagger. That is where you're going to find the success, and we just saw, hey, you leave Adam Warlock available to one team, and they know exactly how to rotate and use the best threats to their advantage. It is very tough to beat a team not once but twice, especially at this level of play, Vic.
I like this map.
Can't wait to see where these teams situate.
Where's the Gambit skin emote? It's not active yet. It's part of the second half.
It's important to know how that pick and ban phase is always influenced too, based on which team is going to be starting on what side. As we
I'm making some guac.
Central Park, getting these different looks too of these different maps.
Dude, okay. I'm just saying, Space Station, this looks like a scary team right now. Daredevil, having the Elsa, the Venom, and Necrise. I mean, this is the dive that's going to thrive right now in this meta. And Mutt is going to lead.
Interesting. This is a fun map for this comp.
Cute baby but deadly land shark now going on the top end, like the rotation they're trying to take here. Once again, Blur just going right into the mess of things. Like Venom and the Symbiote want to do best, pleasing the Lord.
Soul Bond should get out of there.
Right 40% up and ready. The time Store's rotating over.
Oh,
what a huge pick to open
nice
up.
Pick.
That's going to slow down what is otherwise the aggressive early dive call.
Oh, he domed him in the head like back-to-back, actually. Oh, no, that's my health pack, unfortunately. Back away before being able to boost at least into months. Strat ultimate for trying to dive back in, but the problem still remains. It looks like Cozy where Blur has been the issue here. He keeps disrupting this backline, and not only that, you have to worry about Doom being on the Daredevil on top of Necrise trying to shish kebab you.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that pickoff also just stops a lot of the momentum that they had in the last Pizza Demon to get closer to that. And there's Cal finding one. So these strategists, that's what you want. Your triple strat.
This is hard to press through.
But if you can get those
this comp,
it's going to allow you to survive something like Pizza Demon falling. Fidel's going to crash again. And right now, TSM is definitely finding themselves here in New York under the reign of Dracula, trying to get themselves back into this thing. Gilbert Noodle close on the ult. Gale
okay, it's good defense so far. Really good.
Every strategist ready to go nearly, with Cal coming last, but that's important. This is going to be up to the wire here if they're able to hold on. 2.5 minutes left, Vic.
They know somebody's right behind him. It's a Daredevil to try to go in for the dive 1-2 onto the strat back line, and with the face of the abyss, then you have the third member in the chessboard, and that's going to be Necrise following up together with Doomed and Blur. That's a lot of damage, and they only use up
that was fast.
One of those ultimates between Blur, whereas on the other side, TSM had used up 2.
And it happened like at
he
the
just blew up their team.
They had their, oh my god, the portal with the cap doesn't
Too
matter.
late on the
they
portal.
Woo! From just having the full the gameplay just completely happen to their liking with the strategy.
If you hear any squelching noises,
didn't give them an
I'm making guac for my
breathe, and that's what
mosquitoes.
you want to do with this comp, but perfect.
Sorry.
Ult tracking and or just hits to get this thing rolling. Space Station still has everything too big.
Yeah, that physically
I'm gonna be
hurt
here
me
all
to
day, I
watch
gotta
right there.
eat.
That was so unfortunate right there too. Getting a bad spawn and like then capitalizing it.
I don't have
There's so much
cilantro though,
time, and
very
it's so
sad.
important, right, for this portion of the second checkpoint as he releases the Glartrox.
Mantis
onto the
could
Strat.
save them
Fine, though.
here.
Great timing from that Soul Resurgence on the Mantis ultimate. Must then get the It's Jeff. Necrise. Oh,
Yeah.
Voice here going into
Oh.
the back line up, looking down to help out Must.
That bonus
Cal
HP
does
is
the
really
pass. That's
helpful.
going to be the most important thing for TSM, because if he can get away with it, which he can't, it's going to be a full reset here for TSM.
Oh my goodness, absolute lunchtime month.
Oh,
Did anyone notice
goodness.
the big ol' just 3-piece that just happened off the map from them? Full reset. At first, I'm like, oh wait, okay, are they just adjusting to get back together as a team? Nope, it's gonna be Month throwing them off.
I don't have
quickly
any
with the
fresh
spin out.
limes either.
Cal does have that res still. They did use both the other strategists ult to your point, so they don't have a lot of a defensive effort. Doom gonna have the Devil out. Right now, a little bit of a neutral game. Cal, I would say, in the TSM team have a bit of an advantage with this resurrection. We'll see if he gets caught out of place, though, and out of pocket. Doom gonna go ahead, dive in, has the
They're
Devil.
moving.
Ready
Oh!
to go. Here comes Vicky, finds one with bedtime story and continue to look for success, but good bubble there.
And is the Born again lasting long enough to avoid letting the Devil out? Because guess what? Blur is still in the fray, and we are then in the Feast of the Abyss.
Ooh.
Unleash doesn't find
Oh,
his
God,
spot,
that was
but
a
it does
good
not, because he
pick.
gets punished immediately afterwards. I love this positioning that we're currently seeing from Gale, who is currently damage boosted by that Mantis. You see different positioning held by Cal to also
Yeah.
harass them. They hold them back for now, and
That was a
TSM
good
finally gets
hold.
some room to breathe.
I
thought
said this for
they
this
were
team
cooked.
time and time again, whether
After
it's
that,
an Ignite or other tournaments, Gale
Ooh.
is such the glue that holds this team together, especially with the damage boost up. You're giving this man everything you need. Didn't work on the else on the last map, but have it here on this one with a good rotate. Now looking Pizza Demon and Bedtime Story getting close to the Soul Resurgence. They need to hold on, though. This is where they kind of broke on the last first point. Can they get these points up? Guru's going to get Nectar out. That's going to give them the time they need to get these other strategists holds.
They got the
Hopefully,
clobber.
If you're a TSM fan, get this thing going a bit more. There's
They
a
used the
timeout.
clobber.
It was only up to Blur, and he's still alive. He's still being a menace because Month is right there.
That was a
He sees
solo
the
ult.
reset. Curling of the Ensong Infernal onto Month, who actually avoids being focused here. He repositions right behind the rest of Space Station. Blur comes down. By the way, another piece of the Abyss. You would think it's Thanksgiving here. How he's been feasting like it's a buffet. He moves back, but the Glartrox gets sent out, and Gale then gets a follow-up. I mean, negating those two ultimates that were used from Space Station.
Were they on
Perfect
triple support
answer. The
initially,
Glartrox and
TSM?
the Feast
No,
of the
right?
Abyss, one of those alone should be able to get a couple wipes, but no, it's going to be them
I
only
don't
using
remember.
the Soul Resurgence, keeping the team up, and this is it. 1 minute 24
Yeah, from the
seconds.
start?
Have the internal bond ready. Cal should be close.
Could
to
triple
follow
support
up there.
win
Look out
again?
for Month, though. We'll see how this It's Jeff is going to play the biggest part of this matchup and what could be their path to a 2-0, and he's looking for, he's hungry. He's hungry, Vicky. He's ready for lunch.
I think everybody's just hungry on this team, it looks like, but Month does get stunned temporarily.
Dang,
So
ult
for
got
now,
melted.
getting
I don't
caught
think
Dell.
Necry's
They're
got
over to the
anybody
other side. Necry just looking
the
from
ult.
behind before diving in. And it's going to be Guru who tries to find the isolation onto the Jeff.
Ooh.
Originally, I love the fuel that we currently see from Necry's. Cloak and Dagger here from Pizza Demon is going to have the Eternal Bond to paint the floor purple before backing away. But
Pizza
the way that
Demon.
Space Station's playing this, they're just backing away here instead. They just saw that Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond and said, okay, fine, you can have this space before we try to recontest from a different angle.
Yeah, Cal ready to go too.
Smart.
And you can see him
Makes
playing
so they
way
don't have to
back.
reset.
Not just a little back in the castle.
30
Fully
seconds.
Hoping to get this red
Oh!
all in for the team. Doom gonna go ahead and get picked up on the bedtime story. Cal gonna bring him right back, and here they go. Win again, fight again. Necrise finds Gale. Monto was hungry, as we said, finds two, and it's the strat. My God, this is
That's
disgusting.
big. That's really big.
Born again into, oh, gone again. Unfortunate. Thanks to the It's Jeff from Month, and now Space Station
good
get that
hold.
second checkpoint. This also gives them a good amount of time to
Minute
control
and a half
lot of
only
this extra
for this
space
third
in order
point.
to get them seeing set up by that bridge.
It feels like Space Station has a strategy right now, and TSM, they're figuring out what theirs is as the match plays
Not on the
on.
emergency
And again,
patch,
to allow symbiotic
Tiefling,
shenanigans
but
with
yes
Venom
on
and
the
Jeff is just
support.
such a tough thing to
Yes
go
on the
up
ult nerf.
against. Gale trying to get some pickoffs
Ult
early,
charge
has the
nerf.
in-song. It also got the Clobber in time, but good luck, as the Glartrox on this stage of the field is super tough to deal with. At least try and keep out and keep up alive.
A lot to worry about here, too, on this extra side. You can see the way that TSM are just trying to play a little bit split, try to give them their attention to make sure
If
that
Gale
they have
can
fuel for that
focus
backline.
the
So I see
Jeff,
Cal made that swap over to that Luna, trying to get a freeze if they can. Bedtime Story swapping over to the No More. They've isolated that Blur. Has been a problem here. You gotta look right in front of you. You're talking about it, Cozy. The Apex Predator is out, and he sees himself at the very top of the food chain as Space Station clear even more space up ahead. And Blur has a piece of the abyss.
Space Station, I'm
Down
so
goes the
sorry for
front line, and what are you
doubting.
gonna
My
be able to come back
goodness.
with? Cal's a mile away from the ult. Bedtime Stories falls again. Pizza Demon maybe can get back, but it's Jeff falls as well. And this is going to be the push all the way to the middle of this castle. First point going to be at 3-0. 1.75 on the clock. Nectar finds more. Nectar tries to join, and there it is. 3-0. TSM backs against the wall. Space Station quite literally blasting off in front of our eyes as a new team.
Yeah.
Dude, if you're like TSM having to like track
Not being-
Space
yeah,
Station and
the
the different
prop
angles
in
that
on
they're taking, you would get
Elsa.
whiplash because you got the Angela flying over to your backline, waiting to dive in together
It's
with Blur,
pretty,
and then they were
pretty
having
rough.
to worry about the dive opposition from Space Station. They made the adjustments very quickly, Cozy. But on TSM's side, they did win like those 2 to 3 fights. They made changes, but maybe a little too late because those 4 staggers were pretty
And
rough
they're
too.
not playing Mantis
Dare I
either.
say welcome to
after
Orbit?
protecting
I mean,
her.
can I even say welcome to Orbit? I mean, look at what this is able to be done as a team.
Tank
put
pool
together.
is a big
and really
advantage,
all these players
but
showing that they don't
I
really
don't
have the
see-
talent,
it's like
but
not
they're
enough.
able to combine what has been not only meta strats, but I like the strategy in general for this team coming together as one.
The players on
If
Space
you're
Station.
TSM,
has
you've got to look at what you can do
demons.
defensively or offensively
Yeah, no
here to try
kidding.
to put them a little bit more. on
TSM's just
their-
more recognizable
I want to say
to most players.
going to
Most
their backup plan, but I feel like
fans.
Space Station, they haven't answered everything.
They're ready for it here. It's difficult. I mean, Cal at least being on the Jeff means that when they see Fidel using the invisible boundary and everyone wants to get healed up right back together, you're
Jeffy
going to expect to
Weffy.
get Jeff from their side of things. And kind of taking a
Good
note
round.
here
Thank you
from
so
what we
much for
already
the
saw
tier
from Monk,
1.
as now Space
I
Station
really
gets set up
appreciate
up
it.
on high ground.
Welcome.
Blur already getting ready too, but Blur's gonna take
Crossing
Twilight now as
backline,
you
my
see him
favorite.
take out the group.
Okay, so here we go, Blur. Eyes on Blur, who saw plenty of the Venom
I love-
side.
this is such an
Monk's still
interesting
gonna stay on that
choke.
Shark, and right now their strategy early was look for that Born again, and then Jeff eats again. Now not going to have
Boing,
Cal on that. He's
boing.
going to match him with the Shark. Up is Gilbert trying to take a page out of Blur's note on the first map. It's a little bit of something going. Just trying to get those cooldowns, those important hits for their team. And we saw plenty of Bedtime Story on Psylocke with those early buffs. We'll see if he can take full advantage. Angela's going to go and get a quick hit on there as Necrorize now. There's a bit of the advantage on the height.
Still being that mosquito that they're trying to swat away, though. Taking a lot of that damage, and this is the issue when you're running a triple Vanguard lineup from Space Station, and you have Month and Fidel who are keeping everyone alive. But look at this communication. They back away.
Triple
before they
Vanguard,
try to
double support.
recontest here. They're the
Elsa.
ones with the group. You got to take your eyes to see which of these ultimates are online, but it's going to be TSM having the tank pool to be able to dive right back together. Necrise off to the side says, "What are you waving at? You down there back in the spawn room gates after getting that environmental
Ooh.
KO."
Yeah, we saw with Angela and the nerf, you got to be
Psylocke.
that much more precise when you do get those pickoffs.
That was close.
Angela, and he is showing that it did not at all affect the pro scene, at least on his side of things. Now Guru is going to look to try to get back together with his team. And this
Happy to
Elsa
be
pick
here.
is just doing way more for
Happy
Space
that you're
Station
here.
in terms of space making and picks happening. Now Month playing a bit back here, 92%, knows he's close to lunchtime. Amplifier up, this is going to be the moment they have to take here, Vicky. As the damage to Amplified is pure blindness as they're in the invisible boundary. Fidel trying to find
Try-
some room.
Oh,
You
targeted.
can run, but you can't hide.
Ayuda, man. Ayuda, man.
Oh!
Necrise. He said, "Get
That
down,
would've been a
Mr.
huge
President."
pick.
He saves the day. He gets him back up. And he got
They
the
would've
double
capped
jump
there.
Too, right? But they were able to find that pick on the Jeff. And that's so unfortunate because look how close TSM were getting to that second point, and in the immediate turnaround,
I'm ready for 100
Necrise
Thieves.
has been on fire. So Blur leaves some
You
room
know,
too.
my
as
opinions
I've
are
also
forming on the
moved
other
in here.
teams.
This Vanguard lineup from Space Station is impeccable.
One Wing Angel getting it done. All at once here. Nectar is just waiting for that Galarchuk as well. Might look for the combo. Gale does have the legendary, and we've got the dance execution from Bedtime.
We have a
Story,
lot
just
of ults for
continues
this last
to not be able to
fight.
find that value early here as
Oh no,
Psylocke and
there's
getting pressured
maybe
down.
two or three more fights.
Take their strategy
Depends.
attention now. Guru going to go ahead and try to get something going for the team. Galarchuk is out and up, finds one. As it continues to go back, nothing from it though, and this is where everyone has to press Q. Move in if you're a TSM. Meteor goes down, connect.
Oh!
Big.
Goes through with the slam dunk, Vic.
Oh! He goes in and he left Gilbert Noodle one, by the way. Like, again, Doom now moves up. Necrise still has that ultimate ready to go. Angela's been
Space
such a problem.
Station,
I mean,
I'm
if
sorry
Aaron
for
saw
doubting
this, she'd
you.
be
I
having a
didn't
little
know
bit of
about ya.
PTSD, as you had mentioned, the One Winged Angel coming out to play.
I
But
wasn't
TSM
unfamiliar.
chose Ultimates. The only thing is, though, here, Cozy, they don't really have anything to really follow up. It would have to be Gilbert Noodle that opens it up to allow Gale to pop off of an anti from that piece of the Abyss.
Yeah, of course now Gale's just going to go in and throw up the legendary from the back, see what they can find. And this is kind of what we've seen from him. Gilbert Noodle does get 2 in the back. It's both strategists, so this is going to be their time to take point 1. This fight is going to continue.
Oh,
And
man.
that's all you need to keep your opportunity alive for your first appearance in the preseason of year 2, Vicky.
This should be fun.
Oof.
Great option coverage, too, knowing that everyone wanted to hide away from that Galactic Legend and wanted
Yes.
to hide inside of that hallway.
It's-
So you
well,
get to
no,
use this
actually, no.
To clean up the rest of that fight.
That's a
Space
new
Station, though,
reason,
already back
but
up,
I've been a
trying
100
to hold
Thieves
this
fan for
choke
a
in.
long
Remember when
time.
we saw TSM originally
Not
on defense, they
super
were stuck
involved in
over some
esports,
big
though.
staggered
Mostly just
KOs,
on the content
and
side
Necros
and,
holding
like,
us
the
low.
LA.
Gilbert tried to dive in. He sent
You know.
it down on the spear, but no follow-up as everyone was kind of outside
I'm
of
from
that technical
LA.
bubble. But Bedtime Story still gets called out.
It's
Yeah,
my
there's actually
team.
a big pick there from
my team.
Guru to be able to help out and trade in the duelist front, but with the res that has him back to 6. 65 such an advantage here at this level of play. Why Rocket gets that love.
Okay, halfway.
Full wheel strategist at this point, it feels like, and go and throw out that early Guru pushing in the aggression to follow. We'll see if they continue forcing.
Hey, that's
ult from
good.
Fidel.
Getting
This
that
is not
ult
only
out
the
right
space, but
there.
Also the ult advantage moving in, Vicky. Like what I'm seeing from TSM.
That's
here,
big.
they're close to
That's
the
a
guard
big,
cross.
big advantage.
Look out for this rotate. See if we can get eyes on him to throw out the monster.
They've got. They're gonna have
Puts
2
it in
support
there,
ults
too,
very
trying to
soon.
Save the day. Does have that
TSM.
It's Chef ready, but Space Station have a lot of along of cider too, as TSM are down a minute less than 55 seconds. And I like the feels too, because you currently see them just going to be able to follow up with that team up from the Venom too. You try to go in for the piece of the Abyss if you're Blur, but fails to land on its mark here instead. TSM having to dive down. The BRB brings back Pizza Demon at the very least. And now you get to
Pizza.
have that Sia from Cal just trying to get these
Oh!
He's not going to get caught by the It's Jeff. Instead, he tries to clear the points, and you have Bedtime Story as the insurance policy to find 3.
That is the TSM that we expected to see a little bit. They looked way more harmonized on this, and like they had a plan.
That was great.
What might be
Great
thrown
combo.
at them. Definitely a lot of work being done by that res peak. And by the way,
I love this
2
skin. This is one of my
crucial
favorites.
Reses happen at the right time. So now
Woo!
with 2 minutes 41 seconds, only 26 seconds left for
They
Space
have
Station,
more
so they're
time
on
than,
track, TSM is.
Space
They
Station
used a
did.
lot, obviously, but needed 2 Gilberts.
A minute
Gilbert
more.
can be close and can combine with Gale. They did that.
So they could
just enough
potentially
to
get
point
themselves
1,
a-
Vicky. Let's see if they use that as their
Some
option here.
OT here. Extra
That's
OT.
a month, by the way.
If
Swapping
they
over
get
to
through,
the
that
White
is.
Box as Bedtime Story is the next victim
Oh.
here. Necrise tries to move all the way up. No Heaven's
These
Retribution. We're holding on to. They're coming in clutch. It's so big here. That's why we see that rocket swap up too, right? They wanted to see if they could try to get these
Oh!
follows immediately when we see that Fidel was on that Invisible Woman from Space Station side. And now you have the Galactic Legend from Gale just putting in so much of the pressure. Everybody from Space Station, though, they're out of his line of sight. They walk
They
away.
don't
just
see
wait for
Daredevil
death.
right there.
Yeah,
Oh!
Venom, I mean, he just keeps feasting. It is very hard
Little
to take
peeky peek.
that man down. They full committed on
Ah,
it.
Rocket's done.
Hit on
He's
Cal,
cooked.
finally getting rid of the raccoon and going to continue to find what was left from it now. And there's there's Guru trying to throw up his best ult. Doom goes down from it. Bedtime Story starting to heat up a little bit here on Psylocke in the neutral. I'm going to go ahead and try to hunt for Angela and the Yokai next. Finds more, 42%. Vicky, Pizza Demon needs to get this ult as quick as possible.
Oh,
This
Gil got
next
trapped.
After getting close to the guard cross,
Oh.
does find the best of Bedtime Stories. That slows them down. Minute 27 in counting.
Wow. Talking about these BRBs, look at this. Bedtime Story is right
Yeah.
back as a problem. And Bedtime Story, as you mentioned, maybe taking a little bit of time to warm up here. But popping off on this side lock. You see the dive there from the Venom, and that's why these swaps have been so crucial too. Because Month
Space Station's gonna have the ult advantage here
so they're gonna need to get more
on the
of
last
this
fight.
follow-up, the synergy going in this communication. Gale tries to go in for the peel, help out the back line as Blur is forced to back away, but he's got the reset available with the piece of the Abyss as Doom dives in on top of Cal and finds the next hit.
Oh man, do not, I mean, just do not let the lawyer get too close to you. Objection, Blur finds one, Necrise another, 47 seconds left to reset and do your last bit, and those are all done perfectly there without a Q being impressed, right? So you've got not only the Angela coming up shortly, and hello to the first appearance of White Fox in our America scene quickly. He's even ready for lunch, see if he can find the best. Bedtime Story as well has this dance of the butterfly. We'll see if
This
he can
is
get
gonna be
rotation in the back and
close.
see get Fidel out early. Will spell success, but Doom gonna get Cal.
Okay, he got his ult off. That's
Guru
big.
gets doomed in return
Cal.
for the overextension. Doesn't matter though, it's Month Pizza out of
Can't
here
get
with the
through.
ult.
He can't get through.
puts the extra pepperonis on the pizza though off of that too. Being able to get that follow-up is amazing. TSM down that one extra member, and that's why they made that swap. Now Cal is forced to get off the rocket, goes over to the Luna, no BRB, and now we're gonna be able to play Patty Cake right next to the Invisible Woman's shield instead. Nectar gets bedtime story, and TSM has that BRB now. This time from Pizza Demon. Says, all right, don't worry, Cal, I got you if you don't want it.
Oh
But
my
is it gonna be enough to deal with
gosh.
this Daredevil?
Absolutely. June continues to find these early and often picks. Nectarize finds another, and this is going to be
Ooh.
what could be the swan song of the
No.
early start of TSM. The Space Station Nectar, Thanos, as we call them, is snapping, finding one after the other. Gilbert Noodle's going to do the desperation abysmal.
That's all he could
trying
do.
to find something
Ah!
up to this feast. That's
He's
going
stalling
to
so hard.
not
Spinning
going
around
to
the
happen
point.
With the portal coming out, hold on. They're going to find the top here as Bedtime Story continues
Ooh,
on
good
their
port.
story now.
Good
with Gale
port.
over to the quick Wolverine, going to go and get, sadly off the map.
No
Says
way!
stay
Coming out of
straight
the
into the
portal
trash.
Like that, just to deal with that is crazy, but that's what you have to deal with when you're here on this bridge with the Environmental Chaos. Pizza Demon does have that BRB, brings back Gale right after.
He is cooking Rocket.
But somebody needs to look at this Daredevil who is harassing everybody. They hold them back, and TSM don't get to the finish line.
Houston, we have a problem, and it's Space Station coming to the America scene.
Dang,
What an
Space
absolute great
Station takes it.
Start performance from them. TSM has to go back to some of their drawing board of
Holy
strategy.
moly.
It is at the hands here of the MVP, Nectar, getting all that value
Wow.
out of Elsa and what she can bring
Yeah,
to
Doom
the
clutch
table.
there.
And it wasn't
Just
that.
destroyed the
They were
AC
just,
and H
again,
backline.
picking up where they left off on map 1. Singing in harmony and nailing every single note. Taking a
I'm
look
getting
here
my
across the board.
taquitos.
Anything you want to highlight outside of the obvious?
It's going to the moon, I guess. I don't know, because then you get to see Nectar, who not only popped off, but literally went down twice. Neck rise? Huge problem on the Angela. Then you could see the adjustments that they made, and it was very quick and calculated, right? You look on the other side and you take a look at TSM, you're wondering, were these the changes that we needed to see to try to get this payload to the finish line? Because the one thing that Space Station noted was Doom being on the Daredevil saw that Cal kept getting a lot more out of these BRBs. You call that out amazingly, Cozy. So they swap off. Cal getting maybe a little tilted here, says, all right, Pizza Demon, let's try this. We will run out with the Animal Crossing backline. Pizza Demon was schmoving a little bit, still got harassed by Doom, though, and it split a lot of that team focus fire up.
Yeah, for sure.
It's a
I mean,
lot
just
of
survivability
deaths.
across the board.
Ooh.
Absolutely crazy in terms of Space Station. They use Doom
24
aggressively
finals.
where they can because, they were able to get the trades off it. Only 2 eliminations for Nectar is absolutely wild. Like a 22.0.
The Elsa
KD.
diff
Are
was a
you
big-
kidding me? Absolutely perfect numbers. And that's what I thought their ticket was. We talked about them. I did
hard
the
to
other
deal with
cast
that.
before, and I was like, you know what? If Nectar continues to do what we saw
Nectar
them
might
do
do an
with
improved
Sentinels,
goat.
this team can clearly, blast off to space, and we just saw that. So great opening from them as an org, and really no notes. 10 out of 10.
Yeah, honestly, seeing the way that second series already played out. Remember, it is 2 out of 3, right? So it's very quick to see a lot of these teams get that momentum. As Zoe, now you coming into the fray, you get to see how everything got to play out in that Central Park. What are your thoughts there after seeing the pick and ban phase change up exactly how you wanted?
I mean, clearly the teams have the right read here, right? I'm just very, very, very impressed with the cohesion from SSG. I think this is such a statement piece, and that's exactly what we need to see from them heading into tomorrow's match, which is going to be against Liquid Citadel, the top dog of their group, right? But if they can rock up with this kind of coordination, with this kind of pacing, and with just this kind of dominance, I don't know, that might be a lot closer than some people might expect.
For me, it's why I'm a fan of best of 5 a lot of the time, Rick, because it allows you to get this breathing room. But in this quick round robin best of 3 format, like we've seen it. We saw it with EMEA before, and right here, right now. Like the team that's winning that Dom, it's so hard to quickly adjust your game plan, your mental, and then just try to flip it right back to them. 2-0s are a plenty right now because of the.
Yeah, I do wonder if they're gonna bump up the tourney bans at all, because at this point we have so many more characters than we did last Ignite, so a lot of these games it is coming down to who has Elsa, who has Daredevil, who has Gambit, you know, I guess we'll see.
Being able to pop off basically for free, uncontested.
Yeah, they had an incredible game, but also Necrise. That Angela was such a massive issue for TSM.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the patch notes and people were like, is Angela, never dead, but different for sure. And how are those changes going to affect the pro scene, especially because we've seen tons of pros obviously love Angela and what they offer in the nicheness of the Vanguard category. But yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of how they utilize the hero to the best success that they could. Looking back at what they could do better, I don't even know if I could say much. I mean, obviously the game plan, I think, is a lot of what Nectar did on Star-Lord on the first match.
Sorry, I'm
also
muting
on the
myself
other.
because I'm eating. I don't want to
Look at
make
him as their
noises.
their main. Look at them as their main point. But Nectar, they're tough to stop. We saw it with Sentinels, back last year.
Yeah, and you know what? I also just saw, guys. I mean, like, you talked about the changes that we were expecting. Angela, how, now she gets a little bit more fluidity. Daredevil nerf, where? Like, we get to still see, like, Daredevil just popping off and still harassing so much of this backline, but it's also about wasting time, right? Splitting that focus and trying to enable your other teammates to get into a better position, which was just basically like butter on toast when you have to look behind you and look at the Daredevil, but then guess what? An Elsa is able to get so much piercing damage. We saw a little bit of that.
Yeah, tourney bans are tough because, like,
yeah, I think honestly with the changes and like the uncertainty in the meta, like those pick and ban phases are so crucial. They're going to be so interesting as the teams have to adapt map to map when they really see
like you can
how
have
much
something that the
stronger
enemy
some of
team
those heroes
can't.
still are despite the perceived nerfs. Also, we had White Fox appearance. Moth played White Fox. Initial thoughts here and how that slotted in.
Yeah, if you guys don't know, you're just coming in watching, this is not the patch where White Fox got the buffs. This is kind of previous before that. So it was fun to see the quick change of like the dive nature of what they were trying to do to close up the point. That's probably why you see a quick adjustment there and how tight the corridors were for them. And speaking of White Fox as the new strategist, that's for TSM what I need to see cleaned up. The strategist play in general. I mean, it feels like we're back in the mid-season finals, guys. Jeff is just on top of the meta right now in this dive comp. Something that might seem puzzling to see as a ban, but I think is an important ban. I mean, it could definitely just really help the team. I mean, Cal, they were cooking with Adam in those Born Agains, but then they always had the answer. Month would just eat them up.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're trying to get ready for our interview, and here they are. Nectar joining us for a quick chat. First, of course, congratulations. What a dominant first showing. What did prep look like heading into this match? How did you feel you're going to stack up against TSM?
Well, I think going into the match we were pretty confident. I think all six of us, even though we were on like different teams and like part of different cores, I think we're all really capable players, and I think we really put in the time and the effort this week, especially to prepare for the match.
Hey, Nectar, good to see you again, man. I've been waiting to be able to talk to you, and we're back. It felt like it just came so quickly, you too. And so, obviously got to spend a lot of time with you in China and I mean, all over. And I got to ask you, I mean, you were with Sentinels,
it depends,
right?
Tabby.
You come here,
it really,
you have a team
like,
of Intergalactic coming together,
pro
Shroud
tourneys
before
are
that.
so
you
different.
get Month from Envy. It's a little bit of like everyone from everywhere. What is the identity of this team? How did it come together? How is the team, and the vibes as one?
Yeah, well, to be honest, like Month has been like my best friend basically for like probably like the past like majority of the last 10 years. So it's been nice to actually like finally be able to like play on a partner team with him, especially this night. So and I think him and I really play well together, so that's helped us a lot. And I think just in general, when I was trying in the off season, I really like the core. I like their ideas of the game, and I really believe that that we'd be capable of winning and doing pretty well.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Nectar. I mean, you were popping off, right, in that last previous series. We just saw the stats across the board. You guys were able to make that really quick adjustment. I love how you guys went over to the Daredevil to then focus down on the Rocket because that BRB was getting a lot of value. Looking forward, though, into day number 2, your next opponents are on the complete other side of a lot of people's predictions, and it's going to be against Team Liquid Citadel, I believe, for the very end of day number 2. Just looking at the way that you were able to pop off today, I mean, how are you feeling you guys are going to do in the current meta against a team that's as strong as Team Liquid Citadel?
I feel like the fact that especially Doom and I we're very flexible and you know we're both like willing to play whatever we need for the comp to work. I think that's a big strength that we have. So we'll just have to see. Prepare well, try hard. Same thing as usual.
Well, Nectar, listen, I said on a cast, I was looking at the team and I was like, hey, they've got a pretty cool team, but Nectar, I mean, we called you Thanos, man. I mean, it's like having you here is fun to put the team all together. Give my big shout out to your Vanguards, though. I thought they played tremendous this last match, too, and just had perfect flow and comms. So, again, just big congrats to you and excited to see what else you guys have in this Group B.
All right, thank you so much. Always nice to talk to you, Cozy.
Oh.
Appreciate it.
Great to hear from Nectar after they, together with their team, just got their first W on the.
Who did he say it was his like best friend on the team? He said one of his teammates was like best friends for like 10 years. I get whiplash when I hear Vanguard instead of Tank. Yeah, they were calling Deadpool Vanpool instead of Tankpool month. That's so cool. You'll love to see that. Cat spotted in the back. I believe you. But whoever it was is gone. Oh, it may be in his background. Juicy comms.
So, you know, to not take away from what I was very impressed with SSG. I think it's really cool that month in Nectar close, Nectar popping off. That's what Roster Mania is so cool about, is to have these big changes. Liquid is a whole nother beast. If you look at not only what
next
is
what
they, got from
Sentinels
America, but also over from
and
EMEA,
Swamp.
that entire team is stacked, and that will be the true litmus test, right, for SSG.
They got one
'Cause
substitute.
If they can, you know, show a strong performance, win or lose, but strong performance, then wow, the America scene is just up for grabs for anybody, to be honest.
It is indeed. Now, that was just match 2 of 5. And next up, we're going to have Sentinels taking on Swamp Gaming.
Swampa.
After a short break, so don't go anywhere.
I'm kind of loving the underdog. The underdogs. Oh, I was like, what is that sound? Okay, 10 minutes. I can't do a quick play. That's too many. It could go too long. What is this song? Is this Luna Snow? Am I not gonna get stricken? Light mode. Oh! Alright, I forgot about the song. I've only heard the chorus, apparently. Okay, Luna, don't copy strike me, please. I'll cry. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
You picked the right gal for the job, sugar.
I would never.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Wow, the Gambia.
1. Only
That's why
one
Fox feeling.
team wins this.
I haven't played her much, so I couldn't really say.
No matter the odds, we'll find
I've been
You're in the
slow.
lead now. Try to
Slow
make it
to learn
last.
her.
They've come from behind, but you can still turn this around.
What are you aiming at?
Oh no. Got me.
That's what I
We already got an ult. He's gotta go, please. Oh no. He ulted. She ulted. I struggle with her healing. Oh my gosh, I lost her. No! I didn't feel him on my back. He was tickling me. He was tickling me. Playing tank in 18v18. In 18v18.
I am ready to put on a show.
Ay. This mode is so overwhelming. She doesn't have the satisfying click. I think I will get to that point with her, but I'm definitely not there yet. Let's go, guys. Roll out. Oh. Oh no. Oh no. It took like a month to break. I took a month break from Rivals. And oh yeah, you built up the tolerance to the audio. She pushed me into it. It's a good one. My eyes are so overwhelmed watching this. We are coming. We are coming. Oh. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
I am ready to put on a show.
He moves too fast. No.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
They should have called it Variant Clash. Oh! Wait, that's a cute idea. That is a very cute idea. Oh, is it time?
duelist on controller. So definitely got the talent there on Nightmare, and this is kind of their meta, right? They love this kind of more divey style of play. So I do think they have some potential, which you know, just in comparison to a team like TSM, I think it's more different for them, right?
No, for sure. All great points there. To wrap it up, we have Swamp Gaming. I think a heavy favorite coming into this. They're a little bit of nemesis from last year, but we have new strategists that are going to be a big upgrade for this team. So we're going to see a lot from them in the preseason and exactly who they can be in this new Ignite year. And then all those bottom teams, Cafe Rose, Lunex, and yeah, we lost are all the teams from the MRC. I think Cafe Rose and Lunex will have a lot to prove, but it's Marvel Rivals and anything can happen. And yeah, we lost. Yeah, we lost is looking like a team that even though they qualified from the MRC, they are dive heavy and look out for them. So there's your quick recap of all the teams for America in the Ignite preseason.
Yeah, we lost playing today? Yes. Yes, they're... Oh, wait. It's NA, right? Or maybe they're not. Hold on, let me look at the schedule. No, sorry, they're not playing today. They are playing... Oh. It's the 27th today. They're playing at 2 p.m. tomorrow. 28th. Ugh.
Back one and all to day one of the Marvel Rivals Ignite preseason in the Americas. Zoe here, joined by Vicky and Cozy, and we're about to set the stage for map number 3. Sentinels going up against Swamp Gaming. Now, Cozy, you have this one as your match of the day. Let's walk me through it. Why do you think this is going to be the Giga Banger?
Well, for starters, the day
pause.
didn't go anything of what I thought it was going to be, but it still is the match of the day, in my opinion. I think when you looked at Group A and the Group of Death, that 1 through 3 spot for a lot of people had 100 Thieves, Sentinels, and Swamp Gaming as those 3. We've heard a lot of things about Swamp Gaming being this not up and coming team. I would say the team that's doing well, kind of in scrims and behind the scenes.
Oh my gosh, MRC signups start tomorrow.
Path, the Sentinels, 100
Oh
Thieves.
no, I'm not ready.
They're kind of back to their old form. Obviously, they don't have all the OG members, but you have Rymaz and Kurova back with Crimzo, and so will the kind of consistency win this one, or the hot and on fire Swamp Gaming? This one's going to tell us a lot about the America scene.
Yeah, honestly, when it comes to like looking at my predictions, the
Thank you,
number
boy.
2 and number 3 spot were so easily contested, and that's where I was like kind of stuck when it came to placing where Sentinels and Swamp Gaming was. And this was the series that I also wanted to highlight, because this is kind of telling us where these top end teams are going to be staying. Are they the scrim bucks that, you know, you can't cash in when tournament day matters? Or is it going to be like the old former team kind of getting that reunion that Cozy was just mentioning from Sentinels, going to be able to find that form? I honestly personally feel like currently when I look at the pieces of Sentinels, they have that synergy, Zoe, but it's like, is the meta going to really benefit them is the real big question mark for me.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely had to go kind of back to the drawing board, because a lot of stuff that they played last year it's not really going to work this time around. They also really fell short at the end of 2025. So, you know, they didn't make the grand final. A lot of people are then, of course, immediately questioning, like, the consistency. Like, are they really that good? Yes, they kicked things off, like, winning it all in stage 1. But then it was kind of downhill from there. Now, of course, Sen fans always stand, right? So, like, Sen City is always going to be behind them. So they will always pick them as the favorite, like, no matter where the meta is and how well or bad they're doing.
Rob Moore definitely knows what he's doing. He knows when to sign a great team. I mean, but the Go, you know, Mori, the Go being gone, and a huge piece of that team, kind of the ult caller, ult tracker, and perfect timing as we look at the Sentinels team player I want to highlight, a lot of big shoes to fill. I've got two for you. Flamey, first of all, is going to be stepping into that role. Flamey, funny enough, came from Intergalactic and Shroud X, where we just saw all that success from Space Station. So that's the strategist back from them joining Sentinels. Obviously, we know Crimson does so well as that coach and player. Dongmin is so interesting of a pick here for me as that second Vanguard. I mean, Vicky, we've seen his storied past where there's been great moments and also some letdown. So I want to see what Dogman we've got now and what he's kind of gone up to be. And then you sure as well. Team Carry was where they were last with Stage 2. Seen him in MRC.
Choosing Rymazing, pulling out the Iron Man.
Rymazing, who might be the jack of all trades. I think Rymazing is a great complement duelist to any duelist that he has.
It's going to depend on what's
and he picked Iron Man for a reason.
What's
this
available.
Was his first love, and he's looking back a little bit.
It's one conversation I will never forget having with Sentinels when we were Sentinels.
Probably not.
Formerly Dark Zero over in the back room here, Cozy, in Championship, was Rymazing saying, what can I do to like force out the Iron Man? I would do anything. I love playing Iron Man, but it's extra funny too
that
because
clip
it's
was
true.
Awesome.
Rymazing's like a professional ditto. He could slot in to whatever you tell him to do, whether it be triple strategist, but now we take a look at Swamp Gaming and you talk about, all right, are the Scrimbucks actually going to cash out right now? I really like this look from this team. First off, you have an amazing foundation already from a roster that has a lot of synergy together, but you look at that backline, and Day specifically is an insane Daredevil. The coach of Swamp Gaming was talking to me. He was telling me, like, easily, hands down, Days is probably going to be looked at because you can't target ban our Vanguards. Our Vanguards are just so flexible, but Days, if anything, being that problem, the Daredevil that they want to focus on. He said that he thinks that Days is the best Daredevil right now in the region. Forky Dog and Valentina Eve, though, being integrated here into this team is also a very big foundation to the Strat backline who know how to hold their own in a composition where you can sometimes expect a dive.
Yeah, absolutely.
I wonder
also,
if Valentina will actually play White Fox.
Coach with Fox, right? So there is also that. I think adjusting as a team to a new coach, that can really like flip things upside down. For them to have that pre-existing synergy, not just from Team Nemesis, but also from Rad Esports, not from Rad Esports, that's Forky Dog, but for them to have like that pre-existing synergy, I think this is really going to come into play. I also was just so excited to see Valentina finding a new home, right?
Yeah.
Because we've seen her along Chime, and who else was on that team? Stinker, Chuckles.
I love guacamole.
Like
I can
so
just eat it
it's
by
great
itself.
to see her back in the mix and back in action. I think they're going to make a really competent backline.
Valentina is an awesome
exciting.
addition. I mean, coming from Dreamland, and it's fun to see her outside of that team. You know, she's played with a lot of them so long now, and just a rank demon as well, a ladder demon, if you will. Means so much from what they're able to put together. And then, yeah, outside of that and Forky, you've got what was Team Nemesis, you know, and some of the core back in the day. And so the reason I bring them up is because Vicky and I, we had the luxury. It always kind of seemed like we were casting their biggest games. And they do so well in these matches, I feel like, that build up to the biggest spotlight. But I need to see them in the biggest of moments. And I feel like this is one of them. To prove yourself in this new scene, that's why I'm so excited to see these two Titans clash.
Yeah, I'm honestly
I hope for a really close match. Vicky, if I'd ask you for a scoreline here, like, can they take it to map 3? Are we going to see one today?
I think so. Yeah, I definitely think this is going to be a good one, guys. Get ready, trap them. Hopefully I don't just caster curse that. Of course, you just saw it too, a little preview on your screen. You know, it always happens, so it always ends up going on, and I know Cozy and I always have to apologize to the players because it wasn't us, but we are expecting a banger of a match for our very third game of the day in Americas, because now you have a team that had that cohesion, and then you look at a team who not only have brought these really strong backliners that you guys were just talking about, but you take a look at like the Scrimbucks, again, taking that with a grain of salt, just the fact that they haven't lost, specifically Swamp Gaming, have not lost a scrim on this patch, even against some of the biggest Titans in the region. Like, they have been able to really pop off against 100 Thieves. I believe just yesterday they had Scrim 2 against 100 Thieves, and they didn't lose a single game. So we got to see how that transitions, where it counts going into this series in our tournament.
Indeed, and
Staring directly into the camera.
Here, right, Vicky, you said that the current meta might not really favor what
it's
we
more
know
like
from
pro
Sentinels.
casting,
What adjustments do you expect to
like
see from
true
the
sports
individual
casting.
players here, Cozy?
Yeah, I mean, looking at what they have as a team, it's first of all just bringing in Crimzo with, you know, old friends, the original kind of OG Titans of the America region. I don't think we're going to see much Kurova on Adam Warlock as much as we love to tone it up and ready to see it, especially on domination.
Yeah.
That's not sneaking through the cracks, right? I know Swamp Gaming knows what they're doing.
No.
I'm a competitive guy. I had Swamp Gaming as my third and Sentinels as my second, but it was back and forth, and I'm going to find out and get humbled here potentially as they close in. But yeah, we've got a good one, Zoe.
I like Swamp Gaming's logo. It's cool.
All right, Vicky, are you ready? We've got ourselves the matchup. Sentinels, Swamp Gaming. Here
I
we
love
go
when the
on
music
the pick
stops.
and ban phase. So important, and we know who's leading the helm over there with Crimzo making the picks as the coach and Melophobia on the opposition. Reed Richard, he waves to us down below. Gambit, Elsa. We've seen this before. Going to be our opening bans with the save going to Elsa. Melophobia going to get their pick.
Ooh.
And it depends on how you want to really utilize like Gambit comes if you get away with it, which is something that Sentinels already noted. That's why it's the
Elsa
first thing off the table, while the
on
second ban
Swamp.
goes forward to the Mantis. While
Mantis
they want to be able to
Prot.
protect their Mantis here, Cozy, they want to get that damage boost to help enable Kurova, or rather Yusher and Rymazing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, with the Mantis save and pick like that, because we said this early that Rymazing has this incredible flexibility. He's going to go over and play the Mantis. That's going to have Yusher having to carry a large load for the DPS department. Kurova, he's begging for that Adam ban because that opens up other
Invis
options. But
ban.
if it is left available, the Golden God, and dare I say the Living Tribunal costume, you know what's up there, chat, will be making an appearance potentially. But the ban on Gambit is going to come from the back end. A little surprised that that snuck in instead of the Mantis, but I think that's the game plan all along. They don't want the Gambit. They're going to play the game that they want to play. There goes Adam Warlock saving the last ban. Everybody's excitement going to kind of settle for a second, and I think that's a big thing to shut down Sentinels, especially, again, on this domination where you've got to play perfect. There's the Daredevil save, though, Vic.
Yeah, because you were talking about it in one of our earlier series, Cozy, that having Adam on Dom is just so brutal. And when it comes to looking at Kurova, how many times have we said Kurova? It seems like the embodiment
Dang, all
of Adam,
support
right? So now
bans
you try
from
to go
Sentinels.
into where you can work off
Woo!
of, and with the Jeff ban being the very last one that Sentinels puts down on the Swamp Gaming. Now we get to see everybody locked in, but guess what?
Valentina is gonna play
They
White
let
Fox.
the devil out of jail, and Daze is able to flex
Exciting.
right back over onto that
Unlock
rock, and
door.
they're feeling very confident just after talking to them alone and seeing how Sentinels is going to try to bring out their best. Kurova going over to the Invisible Woman. There's also been a good amount of time for these team, specifically Sentinels, to really figure out what those weak spots were compared to what we saw in Georgia.
For sure, and with Mori out, I mean, all eyes on Flamey, and what a great addition, because I think Flamey is a absolute, just crazy strategist on the Loki, especially we saw in the past with the Intergalactic Squad. So now here, and with Kurova not having Adam, first of all, he's used to it. All right, the man is used to this guy being banned, and even when Adam was out of the meta, was able to flex over, play plenty of Sue, so that's what
Well,
we're going
dive
to see
team
here.
with White Fox is gonna be
Yusher,
exciting.
This is where we've got to see kind of the battle of Yusher versus Melo. You've got a lot of poke points here, and we're going to see who can get the best of these sight lines, because if Yusher is able to get
today.
those
Hold on, hold on, hold on.
early, I believe with the triple strat, they can handle what Daze will bring in.
Okay.
I bought a collection today, and there was a lot of comics, and then there was non-comic stuff. This one is for me.
Oh, he got me a gift.
This one is my gift from the collection,
Ooh.
signed by Andrew Garfield.
Oh my gosh.
Can they see it?
They
Oh.
cannot see where you are. Andrew Garfield sign poster.
It was glared a little bit. But... Okay, and then here is your gift.
No. That's real?
That's a real Tom Hiddleston signature.
I'm sorry to cover the game. Tom Hiddleston signed Loki. What? You got well, congrats on the collection.
Thank you.
Oh my gosh. That is wild. I like that it's just a
Yeah. I also got a Steve Carell signature and the guy who played Arrow in the Green Arrow show.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow. Thank you, buddy. This is so cool.
These are the COA, so it's legit. Yeah.
Wow, thank you, buddy.
You're welcome.
Oh my gosh.
You finally have some Marvel stuff on the wall.
Yeah, true. Oh my gosh.
Point, as we always see in Wakanda, this is definitely one that favors the first point capture more than most points do within this game. Preseason gonna go ahead and go rotate around to find Crimzo on the Angela. Interesting pick here from Crimzo, Vic, to the Angela on this map in particular.
I
I'm
can't
gonna ask you too. I mean,
believe
could it
my
be the
eyes.
verticality that we have with the repositioning? Maybe the also like quick awareness of being able to peel if they can. Right, amazing with a great pick of a Forky Dog is gonna be the green light button. Flamme is gonna be able to have the God of Mischief to get the copy from Amazing into the Soul Resurgence. Darkrox is out and about from Mellow.
Sorry,
and Kraz
I'm so
has been able to
distracted.
isolate Korova, who was so close to having that ultimate.
What's happening?
Yeah, that's a massive pick. But User does find 2, and that is what they need exactly as Kurova goes down early, trying to get another pick here on Daze. Daze being slippery as the Lawyer does often, and Craze quickly with Freedom never dying, finds himself 3 with the melee. That's the most un-Steve Rogers
my
thing
gosh.
I've seen him do. Taking out 3 heroes.
The
in one
MRC
swing.
teams are
Not gonna get the slam
dominating.
dunk in the varsity outfit there, honestly. Doesn't need it at this point here.
Already
because he
framed
brings
too,
and
W's,
rallies
bro.
everybody
I know,
together
right?
With the freedom charge too. And they held it down because Valentina was also able to get that ultimate online. A nice look at what White Fox could do before the buzz, but letting the devil out means it's the green light button. And Amazing was ready with the Soul Resurgence. They try to back away, and Usher with the damage. boost is gonna
cooked the
melt
back
down
line
to
just
both the
now.
strategists of Swamp Gaming.
Yeah, man, this is, I mean, User's playing the role that they
Yeah,
need
but
to.
flipped
Very
it.
interesting comp with a third now, going for 4. Can he find it?
That's so
Now, this
crazy.
is exactly what they
What a-
need, though.
what
for
a-
this
what a
team. And,
treasure.
You know, it's a very untraditional comp. If you're coming here looking at it, especially as a casual, like, what is this team makeup? But it's the plan
can't
that
wait
they
to hear
had
about
set
it.
in motion. Usher getting the best from the neutral game to its fullest.
Oh, you
Kurova
see the
does
Mantis
have
B-hop just
the
now?
boundary to open up the aggression.
I
Push
still
in
don't know
here
how to
on
do
Shell
that.
As they come out of this spawn, Crims are going to get a little bit of poking. Get out of here.
Run!
Just find some safety from their Kurova.
Cap
Man,
nerf,
it's fun to see
swear.
Kurova, Crimzo, and Rai all on the same team once again.
The gang is back together again, but they're trying to just negate these POs. A beautiful stall originally from Swamp Gaming brought them to that 93%. Dogman, can he hit the meatballs? And it's a little bit of deja vu, but it's fine. Just enough of that damage, though, is a nail in the coffin
Yeah.
to at least find Daze, but Kraz is going to be able to get that trade off of Future,
Wild.
who was unable to get the reset off the ultimate.
Yeah, he goes, nice Daze counter there.
We
He was
nerf
able to
him.
do with the batons, but no, the quick neutral finish was all he needed instead. Now, Flamme trying to keep their team up, forced to put lanterns out, keep eyes on that cooldown, looking for the copy, trying to look at which one he wants to go with. Gonna go with the Soul Resurgent once again, push on the aggression now.
Almost died with it there.
Halfway to the point. Flamme pushes in. Usher also has the in-song that he can look to combine. Nothing from it. Forky Dog now going to go on the show, and this is going to be the toughest part to sustain here, Vic.
But then you have Kraz, who's still in your face. Captain America is here to lead the way, harassing the backline again. They need some help.
Oh,
They
no.
called it out. This just leaves the Invisible Woman to try to survive themselves. Kraz falls incredibly low, but trying
Got
to get
the
away in
Loki
time. It has a
and
free
lived
charge,
that.
leaving a pathway of some extra health as Swamp Gaming flip it back in their favor, and it doesn't look like Sentinels can touch unless Dogman puts down that portal in time.
They were able to get the overtime 6, and that right Mason has the Soul Resurgence, but the quick little phobia on the Monster Hunter herself, finding Usher, so the damage is out. They got to just stay alive at this point. Valentina going to go in the Nine Tails ready. Quickly going up with the Devil. Daze shown why this pick was so important for this team. Aggression was
That's
on the
it, no
maximum from the
sports.
start, showing who the true Steve Rogers is right now as the first Avenger. This Craze Man, who's so far by MVP in this matchup. Wow, what a showing.
And he's gonna overwalk just a little bit to let everybody know there's
Oh.
nothing they could do after they
Oh,
burned
okay.
out
Sentinel
the
just
portal.
got
Just a little bit,
cooked.
get yourself feeling, and keep it
taste.
going as we get into that second round.
All right, well, this is what we thought we would see. Swamp Gaming pedal to the metal, and this is what we've heard from this team coming together as
Wow.
one. Sentinels looking to get back on
It's
track.
bold
A lot
to
of this,
play
in
White
my opinion,
Fox.
was won in that pick.
They, I mean,
It
the
was favoring
Swamp Gaming doesn't have a
and what
lot of
they wanna
choices
play.
here.
Sentinels, they picked
And it's
this
working.
early,
It's
right? They had the
obviously
Mantis
working.
Save and ban. This is what they chose to go with.
Hi,
There's a couple battles
Mousy.
that
Welcome
could've gone
back.
Obviously, one small difference, but man, there's just so much getting thrown at them, Vic, between Daze and Craze. And then on top of that, you got Mellow, just constant there on the Elsa.
Forky Dog.
That's
What
like,
is
this
that
is something
name?
that Swamp Gaming was expecting, almost like looking at Sentinels specifically, calling them, they were expecting
Yeah,
the
Swamp's
triple
backline
strategist,
is
and
very
Swamp Gaming
good,
were able to
and
answer
Daze
that
is
so
really
well,
good too.
With Kraz harassing that backline. I mean, if I was one of those strategists, I would literally be crying, and it's 3 of them that they got to work with as we get a nice little cinematic pan view of our teams rolling out of the spawn room gates to be able to contest down in the hallway.
And I think that's why with the team comp in general, why the Angela pick is a little bit puzzling to me, but we'll see if it comes fully to what they planned here on Warrior Falls. We're going to go to try to keep up Crimson once again. Because again, if you look at what they had to lead the charge, that's just not enough to stop what is the train of Elsa. Finding 1-2, scattered to the 3-4 for Forky.
The accuracy.
Did they get snapped? What
They just freaking just
Mello just
freaking
went
took
crazy.
it.
That was just a straight neutral, but also you look at what Sentinels have, and something else that we need to pinpoint, when you are running the triple strategist, especially now with the ult nerfs, Cozy,
Yeah.
it takes a lot longer to build up those ultimates, and they didn't have any defensive ultimates to withstand the onslaught of damage that they were met on the other side of Mello's weapon.
Yeah, they're just playing the dive comp perfectly right now, right? I mean, no, they don't need to worry about any front line when there's something always in the back line as we're happening right now. Quick ult on Magneto. Down goes Dogman. They found the front line in the danger. Forky in that exclamation point now throwing in. Let's see if they continue to find success now with the quick
Proteins are getting
over Yucha. Gonna
slaughtered.
go on the bit of the anti-dive safety, but it's always better to be on the dive side, Vic.
Better to not have to worry about that on your side is Crimzo. Already incredibly close. I have introduction here. Mello too could unleash the
Might get an ult dub here.
Does not got a mission to at least keep them in this fight. Wait for Krova to get that ultimate online even faster too, so that way they don't get de-synced in terms of how long they want to keep the survivability. You're noticing though that it's been a huge problem to have to deal with Grass and Daze on the Daredevil, so they made that swap over to that no more.
Yeah, you sure. Making a quick swap change is important.
Make
they have
more
every Q
swap.
ready, but 60% and
Still
up.
on
They really
trip
gotta
though.
win this
Trip
fight, not
support.
doing everything all at once, but with Yusha getting that opening pick on Valentina, that's definitely going to open the floor, especially if you look at the ult charge. That was a big pick at the right time. The show is started from Luna. Soul Resurgence is going to match the circle now as quickly Yusha flies up, throws Triton down. Dogman, can he land it? Throws it down. Punch. Scattergun.
Got him on the forehead right there too. Forky Dog is going to be able to get some help together with Mello, who's in the back line, to help with some heal just in case, because Crimso's also just trying to isolate that back line. You got the God of Mischief of Flamme, so that way they could get that Soul Resurgence, and
Nice.
they
Wow,
are
that's a good
finally
chase.
able to flip the point in their favor for the first time of the second round.
Yeah, and they have two
It's the
right?
first
So
time
at
they've
least
capped.
having Kurova and the whale is always going to help them a little bit. At least get this thing back up to 60 and beyond, but they've got a long way to go here. Down a first point here with 88% on the second. Flamme for their opportunity on where to set up as they're going to look to the top ramp. This is where we're going to see Swamp dive in. Valentina could
I'm glad that, I mean, it's really hard to say because we have,
and out comes a scary form and quickly down and out from
oh no.
the boss.
Daze falling low though, as he lets the double out, forcing out Kurova in the invisible boundary.
Oh
And
no.
before we're seeing Sentinels just build up even more of that space, Scattered gets into position.
Oh,
They wrap up
no.
behind this backline, make
You
a
hate to see
sandwich
it.
out of Sentinels that they've lost out on Flamme, so no lamps here to help them out too. And Ramazzi only has so much of those sleeper darts too.
Oh!
Daze then comes in, gets
This is
two
so
following
tough,
up,
Go,
and
'cause
it's
it's
another
kind of
wipe
like-
here from Swamp Gaming before they retake the point.
Flamme's gonna hear, what are you waving at?
I mean,
Indoors,
Swamp
you know,
could,
absolutely
or
not.
rather,
And Loki just such a good target
Sentinels
with that
could
output.
play
Clones miss, it just hurts the Loki
Daredevil.
as well, and just so tough on that back
Oh my
line.
God.
Forky absolutely with a 360 no scope. My gosh, the sniper here with the Luna, and there comes the portal. This is going to be our first desperation play from Sentinels now as they come out. Dogman does find the pick on Daze.
Oh, insta dead.
Good night, Sentinels! Quickly with the free. That's a big. That's a big monster.
That is how you
Disgusting.
close a chapter to our first map of the series.
Oh, that's GG. That's
So, it's like you
GG.
saw it happen in slow freaking motion. The Glartrox is starving.
Oh.
You got a three-piece there. What a death sentence. That was a fun one.
I wonder how these games will influence, you know, the pick bans in the
Honestly, when I saw that huge
Or the
stagger,
ban
I knew it was
prots
going to be
in
very difficult to make
the
a comeback
Elim
from that. But I saw
rounds.
that Apex Predator being held. When is he going to use it?
Dang,
Is he going to get
bro.
something big? And the shish kebab with the Apex Predator finding all three of those players at the
a
very
lot
end
more
here.
heals
Of course,
on from
we gotta talk about
Sentinels,
Crash, though,
but
because you have a dive composition with Daredevil and Cap.
couldn't do it
who are
against
just terrorizing your triple strategists who can't really find themselves rotating. Yes, we saw Sons of Life, we saw Crimson try to back them up, but I feel like even with Dogman, like, you know, landing that bit of damage with the Meteor M in that
Yeah.
first round, then finding
Tank
another
pull
player
shred
over on that
support.
second round, wasn't able
Yeah.
to really find these isolated picks onto Forky Dog and Valentina because I had to burn that instead.
Yeah, we also saw just obviously what the ban does when you don't have the access to Vanguard Deadpool, right? Crimzo on the Angela, obviously, you know, they have a reason to the madness, but it just didn't feel like the pick. I mean, you can just look at the numbers right here, obviously, right? And just see the impact, both damage block and damage out-wise compared to what Craze and Scatter did in the opposition. Great player, great team. Talent-wise,
Yeah, they do.
Go, you know, match for match, blow for blow.
They got to
Just a
take out
comp
one of
for me
those
that just
players,
felt
like
completely one-sided, especially. And you
at
can only
least
do
to
so much
make the
before
dive
that,
less
just,
oppressive.
you know, flood
Where
wins
the
first
same
down.
thing's gonna happen again.
Yeah, I definitely agree there because I feel like if anything, you're going into this next map and you're thinking, okay, it's 2 out of 3. Right now, Swamp Gaming is sitting in the driver's seat. Who is the biggest problem here? Because
They
we
banned all the
pinpointed
supports,
already,
but like
Nectar, and
they
we
that
were
left
looking, rather, on the
that
other
left
side,
Swamp with
looking at
so
what,
many choices
they
on
also were able to
DPS.
do as a problem, but then being able to have a Daredevil out to play, I mean, it's also splitting your attention where the Elsa's just getting away being on the top.
Yeah.
Honestly, Scatter Genji Vampole has been looking clean. Like, if that doesn't deserve a ban heading into the next map, then I don't know what should be. Cozy, something you mentioned halfway, or like actually at the very end of the first map, heading into the second map, the Crimzo Angela, you weren't really sold on
Should
that.
let Rye
in
on
general
DPS.
for their
Well,
team
they were
fight,
on
right?
trip support, so they could have
Well, first
just
of all, you know,
they
you
could have
got
swapped
Dominus
off,
kind of
but
that
they do have to
anchor with
disable some of
Magneto
that
to help
dive.
out with what the dive was going to be. To me,
They
it
have
just
to
felt
disable
like
some
the
of the
comp
dive on the
couldn't
next
rely
one.
around that Angela, and I kind of
His
think
Mance is
maybe
worth
you were
protecting
onto a bit
though.
where you're like, okay, the
For
Angela
damage
came
boost
back
and
quick
ult
for trouble
charge,
if needed. But
sometimes.
that never really happened to success. And
depends.
the first down was just happening each and every time. The damage output as well, especially with the other options available. To me, you know,
Well, healer
again,
ban's so
Cruzo, my
proof
goat, my
to
guy,
people
you
it's
know, when
not
I look
only
at certain
sports that are
players,
broken.
I'm like, I know what they're going to play. I feel confident
Yeah,
with it.
not
Didn't see
banning
Cap,
any
obviously Deadpool, Vanguard was off the
of
table,
those
and
like
I'm sure
heavy
that's a big comfort
dive.
pick. It just
Plus
it
the
didn't
White
feel
Fox,
like, it
like
meshed with the triple strategist push that they were trying
they
to
were
make
in
happen,
they
especially with Namor.
they put themselves in a bad position because they were triple support, but the triple support wasn't enough to deal with the, let's see, triple dive plus freaking Elsa. They were setting up for the Atom. Maybe this is a hardcore enabler for a lot of comps. Yeah. This should be interesting. I think Sentinels will ban differently on this next
You
one.
try to focus them, but guess what? Then you have to look on the other side of the
I gotta make
problem,
sure I
and with
stand up and
Mello
stretch.
literally going down one time, the survivability was there for Mello to just get away with harassing them with so much damage. Literally from the very beginning of that second round, we saw that opening from Mello.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and if you just look at too, just a lot of that comp in general with the Loki and the option to really copy the Mantis, it just felt all like reactionary. And I just, man, right now in this dive heavy and thriving meta, it did not feel like from the moment this kind of started. You know, we've seen what Right Amazing does on Mantis, and I think he does play a great Mantis, but that role has to be very heavy in the DPS, you know, department. And just wasn't there. Yusha was there a little bit on the DPS side, obviously on the first hit, but had to kind of slowly adjust to protect the team with Namor.
Yeah, but the Vanguards also just went down really quickly, right? So like in that scenario, like the 3 strategists will be competing for that heal, and now with the changes to the ult, like ults will not come online quick enough, so it kind of just like snowballed out of their favor, if you will. Meanwhile, Swamp Gaming just looking really clean. Let's see if they can translate that onto our second map.
Yeah. We're going to be moving on to Midtown here, Cozy, and now as we move on to Convoy, I want to follow up from Soe's point because she makes a great point. It's true. We didn't get to see those strat ultimates online quick enough from Sentinels, and it goes back to what we were talking about before. You have the ultimate charger that hit everybody, but you also are splitting that charge across 3 different strategists that are delaying what 2 strats could have brought out.
Yeah, no, for sure. I feel like, here's the thing. I feel like some game plans go very well against certain teams, right? Rye on Mantis, awesome stuff. Let's go and tuck that one away for now and try to swap things up because I know what Rye can play and the ability he brings in the duelist position. And so right now, at least in that pick ban or against Swamp Gaming, I think you have to kind of change your identity there with a quick triple strat and go back to the traditional 2-2-2, especially at the helm of what Crimzo's going to bring. Ban-wise, want to ask you both of y'all, I mean, do you feel like there's priority of one particular ban? Because I mean, there's a lot to chew off of. Just they won in many ways, I felt like.
I would say don't let the devil out.
Yeah, I don't. It's difficult, right? Like when the whole game plan falls apart, then like, what really like can you really focus on what your opposition did, or should you just like kind of focus on your own game plan and what you want to play. I think the Scatter Genji Vanpool was incredible, dominating. Like I'd probably take that out of the mix.
Joshua got
that's
me
what
a
I was gonna
rogue
say. I think the Mantis Band is fine. You know, for
comic
sure,
I've been
that's
wanting.
the game to play.
I'll
And
show
there's
you
always,
when he
when you let
rebags
something
it.
in, there's going to be another strategy with it, but then test that against them. See if they can then bring that Mantis lineup, but at least get rid of the Deadpool Vanguard is what I would
Sentinels
like
were
to see at least in
steamrolled,
this
yeah.
next hit. Obviously, the Gambit being,
Big
left on
time.
the table on one end. Elsa being picked, then banned right away. Maybe they swap that up and try to, ban the Elsa to start as well, because they had so many different ways to beat you, and giving that Elsa available is just another. I mean, we just saw it just won by itself at the end of that overtime with one press of the Q.
And you move on to like outside the pick and ban phase as well, Cozy, and you're thinking, okay, well, Crimzo, I'm not too sure how that's going to work out if you're going to be on the Angela. You go 6 and 5, it's very unfortunate, but you can see that the peel was there despite them not running the triple strategist. As we move on to our next map.
I'll update the command so it's more clear.
Bring it home. Let's find out.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, will we get our first 2-1 of the day? 1-1. We got to start there, and we find out in Midtown in New York Convoy. Right away, Elsa being banned from the top and Gambit to follow, so we can expect more of the same. They did swap how the first protect happens. So this next ban coming out from Swamp Gaming is the Loki, which we obviously saw for LeMay.
Ban Elsa. If they prot Elsa here. Oh no, they let that through again.
That front. This is where you want to see, in my opinion, the tank pool ban.
Oh no.
If they go with Mantis again, they're going to stick with their game plan, is what it tells me. They're deciding. They're talking right now, Vic.
I think it's broke.
Seeing what they can roll out with, because I always see Sentinels, Cozy, and I'm always assuming that it's going to be like the triple strategist lineup that they're going to roll out with. It's almost guaranteed looking at they see it, and they do. They heard us through the grapevine.
I'll show
They
close
knew
up after
already.
the
They took
ban's
notes.
end.
They take out the Van Pool off the table. It was a huge problem.
Nice,
Love how
okay.
Someone was able to call that out too, because
That
Scatter,
should give them a
he went
fighting
to, like,
chance.
3 times being on the tank pool, and he was able to also kind of
Banning
be
the tank pool.
exit person to catch anybody who's trying to get away from Kraz and Daze.
Yeah, this
Daredevil
at least
prod.
slows them down a bit in their approach. Obviously, plenty more where that came from. Scatter has a whole arsenal of the dive Vanguards ready.
Luna
The
ban.
Luna being floated. That's definitely not going to be it. Potentially, we'll see.
Don't do
what
that.
They end up going with.
Do not do that.
Valentina, obviously, very great strategist that can adapt to just about anything. That's why they kind of went heavy on the bans earlier on that. But White Fox ended up being played just well. Love this pick. All right, this is what they dive is their identity
better.
right now. Vicky, get rid of one of the other big Vanguard threats.
Cozy's
too,
like,
what
that's not
Sentinels
it.
is expecting Swamp Gaming to roll out with because of the
Rogue.
flexibility that the Vanguards have. But is it going to be enough?
I don't think
is
they
the
need a
question,
prot
because They
rogue.
could play a lot more than just the Venom, so we have to see who else could roll out, because I could expect the Hulk, but they protect the Rogue, which means we get the married couple team up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
Ooh, that's
Rogue is such a
exciting.
different hero when Gambit is available.
tier.
Kurova going to go and show off that
Ooh.
animated border or animated icon right off the
Yeah,
rip. That means
it does seem like
Crimzo
they're
will
stressing.
be
They're not
on
sure what
this,
to do.
The Southern BA. No, Rye amazing. Hello, this is what I love. The new scene. I've not got to see Rye play the Vanguard much. Rye can do just about anything.
Okay,
with the team. Obviously
Vanguard.
Such a great duelist, but fun does now.
Okay,
see
we've
him
got
go
the whole
from
mag
strategist to Vanguard. Vicky.
Gambit team up.
He does it all. Again, we wouldn't call him at the beginning
Jeff.
like a professional ditto that could slot in. Crimzo
Phoenix.
just lingering to see what he's going to really play out with, because
Are
you,
they spawn
you saw that they protected Daredevil. They have to stop Daze from being able to have these pop-up
we'll see.
opportunities. And since they didn't ban out the Daredevil, you could expect a
This
very
map is
similar
so pretty.
case to what we saw from game number 1. Daze rolling out here on the Daredevil.
Look at the
Valentina
low.
showing that flexibility like you mentioned.
Yeah, right away I already
It's
like
so
the
beautiful.
Gambit with
This
the,
variant cover.
with Yusher here, I think that's going to give them a bit more life. Crimzo on the thing going to.
I want to
Rogue was
cosplay
definitely
just
something I wanted
specifically
to
this
see,
cover.
especially for this first opening. Already liking this lineup, triple Vanguard on the Sentinel side. So funny to see the evolution of meta, right? Used to be a lot of triple Vanguard holds
The haircut
on
is
defense.
really
Now we've got
pretty.
the offense approach coming.
Okay, here we
on
go.
The shark
Here we
rather
go, here we
than
go.
the trickster, and the gates open up, Vicky. Let's see what we can do on offense here if your Sentinels are responding.
Ooh.
Yeah, because you know what? You don't even just have the married couple team up. You've got the extra
Okay, we got the
damage
dive going up
team
top.
onto Magneto. You love to see it because it's the win condition that Sentinels are going to lean into. Showcasing that they don't need to be the ones on that triple strat lineup. You talked about seeing more from Ryan Mazing, being able to have that flexibility on that Vanguard now.
Oh, good
That's
cut
what we're trying
off.
to get isolated here.
Oh,
Crimzo's going to be able
got
to back
over.
up, putting down these walls, but they have to look behind them to make sure that their backline isn't getting dove.
All right, now good rotation, get pressure early on. really marching this cart right down the street here. Crazy Man going to be up top trying to get a dive down. Ooh, nice little bluff there on where he's going to dive. Goes in on Kurova. Amazing is low and is going to get out to the Rogue. I can't kill you is what Gambit is saying on the other side of things. You're going to find the best of Crazy Man, and that's a huge pick on the sustain now, pushing forward. Crimzo, 67 and climbing. Look for that Raging Royal as well with Kurova.
Okay, strong offensive start here from Sentinels.
Right? You're playing the neutral to see who can boost up those ultimates.
We got the Elsa ult on Swamp though.
Boundary first, but Forky Dog is right behind him. Look for Mellow though, and to Mellow saying,
oh no!
Inside that room is the green light to take control over this fight and wipe out Sentinels completely.
Who's that monster? It's Glartrox. Yeah, I mean, like I hear it in my sleep at this point. Absolutely devastating, and that's why, and obviously, outside of just the crazy neutral, the server admin in Elsa is always going to take when can. Now we've got the Ninetales.
All that, just one ult, only one ult. That's all it took.
From Valentina. See if Kurova's going to let the Raging out. I think they're going to use
Makes
this
you want to play.
approach. Look for this 2 to be pressed any minute now, and there it is. Here we go. Kurova throwing in with Crimzo. They throw everything out at once. As Scatter goes for the.
Okay, both invises are
He
down.
jumped in from the heavens, came down, crashing down on their forehead, and guess what? The deal was right there to help out. At least one of the backliners being Kurova. He did go down a little bit earlier after that.
Deadpool.
Dropping. Who's got the so you can't really get away here as Mello goes down next. Just trying to be able to teleport right forward, and Scatter goes down as well. So it's going to be a little bit of a reset as these staggers do come out. They were stalling for as long as possible on this point.
This is a good stall from Swamp though.
Reset you sure? May still have something up their sleeve.
Oh yeah, I can move my camera. Totally. Thanks for saying something.
Something from it. Mellow Daze and Craze, exactly what you're looking for the dive front. Here comes the portal and the pure aggression. Gonna lead the charge right into the Infinity Ward once again. Slams down the fifth Crimzo to try to break this up a bit as May throws up the boundary. The Roman Coliseum ready to be fought in as Craze goes and tries to find their target. Dive back in is the in song, no connection.
Huh. They trying to boot them out from going down that middle.
Does that
follow up because now Daze is letting the devil out and you don't have a reset. She tries to back away in time, like the way that Sentinels are just trying to peel away, but Daze is unleashing everything. While
again the same combo.
Opportunity. Scatter follows up, takes advantage, and now Swamp Gaming win another team fight.
It's like +5.
Good shout.
Right
Thank you.
The Glartrox has him in the mouth and Scatter with the pop of the AoE for the Maelstrom. That was sick. All right, now Kurova back close to the Raging Royal. They don't have much to push forward, and Swamp did use a lot here.
My face is not really important to this.
With the 30 seconds with what is available. Kurova has it now. Press the Q if the ult tracking's ready. Remember, Armor did a lot of that to the team in the past. How well they at it now. So we're going to go to keep them up, and there it is. Summoned up, ready to go for Habit. Pushed in and healthy. Look towards what Scatter can do on the Agamotto. This should be the biggest one. It's Mellow. That's a big pick, Vic.
They're looking behind him though. The Eye of Agamotto comes in. He tries to isolate Kurova, doesn't land its mark. So it's just like you said, Cozy, a matter of time with these ultimates. You have the survivability now from Forky Dog, but is it going to be enough? Because Valentina's also very close to the ult, but gets clobbered immediately. The protection is just what they had.
Oh, she got it off.
Stay alive for now. Overtime. Now deal with LeMay. If they can find LeMay in the back, and they do, they break down the invisible boundary, and that's the win condition now off the table.
That deletes the invisible boundary just like that. All three, they tried to get what Valentina was. Gonna obviously hold this defense high, and wow, what an amazing hold from Swamp Gaming.
Holy.
Was Crimzo was trying everything
Getting
he could
stomped
to
again.
and could not finish. Now, this is a map that we do see some 0.1 holds, so anything can happen at this point. I mean, hey, Caster Curse, we said
Sentinels, lock in.
This will be definitely a uphill fight for Sentinels to hold on.
Looks like those scrimbucks are paying off overtime here, Cozy. The Kumiho has been unleashed, and the flexibility from Valentina, seeing the way that they had so much impact off the Apex Predator. Glartrox was eating double after that round.
Yeah, again, I mean, this team, Sentinels especially, they've always played sometimes like unconventional stuff, right? With them being the leaders of the kind of triple res comp back in the day. Now you've got Amazing on Rogue, and this is the gameplay. Once you go in through the pick ban phase and Gambit gets through, like, this is what they're going to stick with. it was singing harmony for a little bit there, but they just could not answer the counters that came. But Vic, this is crazy. I mean, to watch. This is a lot of fun.
And I think it's also a really big note.
Yeah, White
Showcase
Fox is
flexibility, the
great.
importance
It's
of
just
flexibility. It's
she's
always
just not
important,
like a
but specifically when it comes to the Vanguard in
size
this current
fits all
meta,
type of.
I don't really see a lot of the
You know.
Americas running the fastball special, but if there is a team that has
She's
been doing it
situational,
consistently in
but a
scrims,
lot
it's
of
been
great
Swamp Gaming,
heroes
and
are.
they're rolling out with it, fully expecting to see Crimzo and the Emma, but how is that going to work out if you get choke slammed here? As they're looking to see if they can maybe
They're
knock
gonna have to
somebody out
kinda
in the air, but
hold
if anything, they could also make
mid
the quick swap
here.
if they don't see the composition that they were expecting from Sentinels.
Yeah, Daze has evolved as a player a lot. I always thought of him as a Wolverine, as we continue to say, was a sub way long ago for Nemesis, improved to get that starting spot, and boy, has he deserved it now, as Dogman is going to find a connection as Mother takes down the Gamma God, continued to push forward. There's the Wolverine. They want to continue to feast. I do like this defensive setup they've got. It's going to work for them a bit better on this side than the offensive side, but there's just so many ults to watch out for early. Mello at 42%. Blartrox is hungry and waiting, building up slowly. There's the punch, down goes down, and that second life passive to follow. It's a good opening start from Sentinels, Vic.
Definitely agree here too, because you see a lot of that damage output. If no one's going to take care of Dogman, who has so much of that being charged up as it gets reset with Swamp Gaming now resetting themselves, they need to have a lot more of that damage impact so that way they do not burn down through what Swamp Gaming are lingering on. So you see Forky Dog open up the floor though, the DDR as you've called it before, Cozy, and Flameta max out with the Invisible Boundary. Invisible Boundary not lasting very long though before they try to back away, counting down the time left for the Luna ultimate, and Ramazing takes the opportunity to try to close in that gap.
Yeah, Ramazing's going to go to use that team up to their advantage shortly off the cool down now quickly with the dive in, gonna try to find the best value they can. 2 minutes 31 seconds. There goes a couple as Crimzo finds Scatter, and good rotation on the ultimate side. Dogman obviously has the ult there. They've used a lot to kind of get this position, but they haven't
Okay, this is a good hold so far.
Really hasn't moved much. Around a few inches here from the starting point of those spawn room gates. Daze, though, trying to get something. He finds the Emma. If it's up from the traditional kidnap, he found the ultimate here. Forky Dog follows up to find that Emma. No sign of seduction in this fight, whereas Swamp Gaming, they have everything. It's clobbering time. Finds the isolation to Luna. Valentina sharpening up her claws.
Very
Daze
nice.
here too on the Wolverine. I mean, the kitties really are coming out.
The Fox with the three-piece just like that. Free buff as well.
Nice, 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 nice.
This is what, listen, Nemesis signed, we're going to echo this. They signed these two strategists to go on with their team, right? Not Nemesis, Swamp Gaming, former Nemesis. And we are seeing that come to light as they now just completely take care of the portal to stop another push. And this is now desperation mode for Sentinels.
They gotta get through the portal.
No longer
They're not gonna be able to touch.
Instead, Flamey does have that invisible boundary, but someone's got to recontest right now.
No one made it through?
No, Kurama being the only one there. Can't get there in time. Swamp Gaming dominating first series here against Sentinels in this first day.
We said we were going to find out a lot about the America scene, and this is exactly why. What an absolute performance in showing.
Oh my. It was too high for Thing to get through. Holy moly. Another, like,
that is now becoming quick
wow.
In front of your eyes, and wow, another 2-0. Vic, I'm blown away.
This is very interesting.
Like 27.6k. Yes, Flamey did the
Some of these teams are
well,
going to have to make
but
big
the
adjustments for
very
the
spread
elim
out
rounds
within Swamp Gaming specifically.
in April.
You have 6 finals.
Yeah, my
medals,
predictions are
only
so
went
good.
down twice. Same thing for Scatter. They focus so hard on banning out the Van pool that now you have to consider just the flexibility that this Vanguard lineup of Swamp Gaming has. And you even look to the other side, Flamey was doing amazing too. I mean, you have 27.8k healing on the board, but it's really difficult when it comes to trying to play out maybe a different composition that you're not really used to going into against Swamp Gaming, who were expecting maybe if they're not going to run out with a triple strategist lineup, they felt way more confident in the double strategist lineup instead.
I just didn't like the team comps from Sentinels. I mean, it's pretty as easy as that. I mean, both sides on both. Like, I kind of just had that okay, kind of question mark like both times from when they were locked in. And this is a team that can adjust well, and they'll put in the practice, but definitely a showing that I know they wish they, they'll get back as we open up here in year 2. But for Swamp Gaming side, Valentina has always just led such an incredible teams in rank, and you know, obviously what she did in Dreamland last year, they qualified from the MRC and then did very well in
Yeah.
stage 2.
They were just so
It's cool to
coordinated, like
see
the
her and
Elsa
Cookie Dog
ult
come
into
together
the
with this team of 4 and really
chest
make a
bump.
strong statement.
And having a really crazy pop-off opportunity there too, right? We saw the dive down from the Wolverine ult. Valentina said Kitty got claws, and she not only portaled right on top of them, but was able to try to harass them, getting like 2 to 3 picks we saw at the very end. Chef's kiss performance from Swap Gaming, and I think Cozy, that's a really good determining factor to see that upper half of that group of NA teams. And then you take a look, Zoe, at the different pick and bans. I want to like pair it what Cozy said, because I feel like aside from the different comps that we saw, I also wasn't the biggest fan, aside from the tank pool being banned out, of like the pick and ban phase 2 from Sentinels.
I wonder if they just like kind of had the wrong read. Like it just seemed like they weren't, like it didn't really match up with what we know the opposition can play, because they do have so much flexibility. So maybe the focus was just on the wrong thing here. And I also just want to talk about Valentina again. Imagine doing all of that with the White Fox, and we're not even playing on the recent patch.
Tank Bull has so much value. They just got
It's
cooked.
gonna be scary looking ahead.
When I think Valentina, I always thought Invisible Woman too. Like, I'm like, oh yeah, Valentina and Invis go together. Like, I mean, come on, Vic, that's like what we saw so much from her as a player, but just to have that flexibility just shown to the highest level, and honestly across the board, what I've seen, this team that we've been together now for stage after stage. Vic, I don't know about you, but it just feels like
This is
they're
actually
way
super
more
exciting
than
now. It
one-dimensional.
is.
And
The
Sentinel, I
shakeups
felt
are
like this a little bit last year,
interesting.
too. They go in with a game plan, and it's almost like they stick to it. Like, that's what we're doing for this matchup, and you have to be able to adjust.
What's
on the fly.
next?
But in best of
Very
3, that's tough.
telegraphed. I agree. Yeah, 'cause
Next,
you're
we
gonna have
got
such
we
limited
got
time to make those adjustments, but I feel like it's very
Citadel
telegraphed, kind of like that black and white feel that you were talking
and
about before, where you
Lunex,
know what
and then
to expect,
finally we'll have
and teams
Hunter
already
Deep.
doing their research, getting ready for their
The
first
energy.
series into the season. I also feel like just taking a look at the different pieces that have made their way onto Swamp Gaming, picking up some of the players that weren't in part of the core previous rosters that we have.
We can get
all
at
these
least a
players on
game
before,
3 once.
became that foundation.
Right?
We highlighted it perfectly. The strategists really helped showcase not only their flexibility, but look how worried Sentinels were to have focused so hard on that first game onto the strategist only with 4 bans onto Strat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
I
got
feel so
I
flattered
don't
about
know
it,
why
but
they
then I'm
banned
like,
supports
stop
like
it.
that.
But yeah, I mean, rightfully so.
What
right?
was the
Even just
reason?
looking at the very end there on that score card, like the sustainability for Swamp Gaming was kind of insane. Like they just would not crumble. They cannot die. They were so slippery. Like this composition works out so well for them. Like entirely their look, their style works out so well for them. Whereas for Sen, as you guys already said, like they do need to add a few more pages to the strap book.
Yeah, Craze evolved as well, Vic. I mean, Craze Man was going off there. I mean, as a cap at first. I mean, we saw some Hulk in the past, but not a lot of caps.
Anti-support mindset.
And listen,
I don't know if that would really be a factor in from like a pro
I
team.
remember, you know, clearing my head from stage 1, and to give that team the ticket of Elsa, Daredevil, it just felt like you got maybe the comp that you wanted on your side, but you gave
Maybe
them
though.
every little ticket they needed to have not only their, you know,
I don't get how some teams are MSC and others aren't. What does that mean? Okay, so MRC is open to anyone. Anyone can compete in MRC. That happens first. Those are like open invite tournaments, and then the top, I think it's the top 3 teams regionally
Dominant performance.
get to compete in Ignite. And then the other teams are invitational teams.
You know, that's how we roll. Melo, you guys surprised
Those
us as
are
well. This was
invited
so
to play
dominant.
because
We kinda
they
hoped for a
represent
closer
pro
series.
teams.
Did you expect such a one-sided?
Like 100 Thieves is LA's pro
No, not really.
sports
They-
team,
They
esports
don't look
team.
that good. I'm not gonna lie. We're very confident. We're very confident with the new backline and the changes that we made, and just how scrims have been going. That I won't say that we have it on lock, our group, but it's going to be hard for other teams to play against us, I think.
Respect, confidence.
For sure. Hey, Melophobia, we've been watching you guys for a while. It's always been fun to watch you. It's now been
What did he
nearly
say?
a year of watching y'all do what you do great. Talk to me about the new additions on the strategist, right? And bringing that to your, you know, kind of core 4, if you will. And I'm seeing a couple guys in the back. Are you guys all together as a team there in person?
Oh,
But
they don't
how is
look
this
too
team
good.
kind of gelling now, and what makes this team now different than those of the past of stage 1 and 2?
So obviously we had a change in backline. Forky Dog and Val. They've been really good, consistent additions and changes. Can you guys not? I'm sorry about them. They're a little rowdy. No, Forky Dog and Val. I mean, we think that they're the best supports. I don't think we would give them up for anyone actually. Even the people that say are better, like Cyper or Cooper, would rather have Val and Forky. Just the chemistry.
Okay,
that we have.
you know,
And yes, we
I
are
need
all
to
in
name
person. We
names.
are living in a team house thanks to Swap Gaming.
Hell yeah.
I love that shout out. I mean, you guys are literally like not only grouped up together, you guys are building your synergy in real life. We know how like amazing your backline is. Valentino is like permanently is always like #1 on ladder. Is something else to highlight. Like you looking forward though, I think day number 2, you guys saw a different look in our first series. Cafe Rose
What's
beating
going
out
on?
FlyQuest. You guys have to face off against them in day number 2. You already said you guys are feeling confident. I mean, if you take a look at the pick and ban phase, the real question here is, how do you feel how teams are just focusing on your backline? I mean, is that kind of like a compliment to you guys? Are you just able to get away from not getting Elsa in jail and the fact that you guys are just able to run Daredevil for free?
Yeah, I think we so going into the match, we didn't think that we would get Elsa. We thought they would Gambit first ban, or I mean Elsa first ban. I'm sorry, but they gave us Elsa and
Living
Edie,
in a
which we were
frat
very
house.
confused about. We didn't think we would get both. I don't think teams should give us both. I think that's just like an instant loss for them. Because I'm very confident. I think I'm the best Elsa in the world. I think I can confidently say that. At least NNA. And
Whoa,
is
some
definitely the best
fine
DD in
words.
probably the world. So giving us both just to focus on our backline, which our backline
They did
is not
so well.
one-tricks. They can play like any backline ever. So it's really confusing. But I mean, it worked out for us and didn't work out for them. So
That's a problem, right? When you're such a stacked roster, you can't ban them out, all of them. So, Mello, we hope you guys continue in that trajectory. It was a great opening match, and we wish you and the team best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Appreciate you, buddy.
Great
Wow.
to
That's
hear.
some
Dang,
confidence
I'm
right
so curious
Yeah,
how
right,
things will
I-
change.
I love just the
'Cause-
vibes, like in that interview that people are coming in and out. Like it's giving frat house. It's giving like fam team
Yeah.
bonding. It's giving synergy. I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the spray and nameplate, for some reason they broke it up into 2 parts. So right now you can only get the spray and the nameplate. And then and then on April 19th, that's when the emote and the skin unlock. I don't know why they're doing that, honestly.
Esports great, and so we're seeing that
Tournament live be available?
Shout out to Swap Gaming for getting them all together. I think there's definitely
I think so.
power
The
in
rerun
having
should
a
be on the
team in
YouTube
one
channel. The
Yeah,
Marvel
it
Rivals YouTube
makes
channel.
such a difference, honestly, to just be there in person, not just to like vibe and like and have that team bonding experience, but also in order to give feedback face to face right away. Like no one can like just retreat and like go off doing their own thing. Like they're there together working on making it work on the server. Now we are of course not done for the day. No, we have 2 more matches to go. The next one is going to be between Liquid Citadel and Lunex Gaming. You don't want to miss it. All of that after this.
Yeah, reruns. Oh yeah, they do rerun it. I forgot. Okay. I need to do like some stretching. Musico stato. I want to walk around a little bit and stretch. BRB. Stretchy's over. I mean, I'm still stretching. Just hanging here. Stretching out my lower back. Ugh. Want to teach me magic so I can use that skin. Ah, my time will come with DPS, I'm sure. Tank first, though. I don't really have a preference on this next game. I just want to see some interesting picks. Namor, Hawkeye. Hi, Squimp. My first time chatting. Wish you a good day. Thank you. You too. Bronze DPS Bronze Celestial Challenge. Yeah, we lost. Yeah, we lost. Oh. Oh, we're waiting for the next game? How did Delena's team do? Hasn't played yet. That's going to be the last game at 7. So soon. This is for Outer Wilds friends, viewers. So mute for the next couple minutes if you haven't played and you don't want spoilers or anything. This morning I was working on my notes for Outer Wilds, and I made my own rumor map. Yes, FlyQuest played first. They got kind of cooked by Cafe Rose. Kind of cooked. I wrote down all of the missing pieces. Like I wrote down all of the puzzle pieces that I have that I don't know what to do with. And I try to like make connections between them. And I went back through my notes and I highlighted everything that I still don't have full understanding of. So I'm pretty excited for the next session. It's just so draining. Outer Wilds. It's like, it's fun, but it's kind of exhausting at the same time. It's just so much thinking. Yeah, Veswa, I'm curious to watch his POV. But yeah, they got cooked. The so far the winning, I'll show this. The winning teams have been Cafe Rose, Space Station, and Swamp. And the losers so far have been FlyQuest, Sentinels, and TSM. Surprising. But this is just round robin, so no one's been eliminated yet. That's going to be during the playoffs. A lot of O2s. Yeah, a lot of mental engagement playing Outer Wilds. I mean, I like it. And like the annoyance that I felt playing Outer Wilds. I don't really know how to explain it, but I feel so invested that it's like infiltrating my thoughts when I'm not playing, which doesn't normally happen with games. If I'm not playing, I'm not thinking about it. This happened with Omori and with Expedition 33 and this one. Have you played Baldur's Gate 3? No, but I think I might soon. It's in the realm of possibility. Maybe once I finish the games I'm currently playing. I know the people want to see it. But I might turn on subscriptions on my VOD channel and make the VODs sub only. I might do a little corpa because I know the people want to see it. But I will stream it for everybody. It's a hot commodity. Dish Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough, hot commodity. Freaking Deadpool. Yeah, supply and demand, you know. We gotta make a little bucks, but oh, Joshua has played the Insomniac Spider games. I've really enjoyed watching them. I would like to play them at some point. But because I've already seen gameplay of it, because I've already seen playthroughs, it's low on my list. But still in the realm of possibility. 2 years of sublog pods. It's like a 2-hour game. 200-hour game.
Welcome back, friends. This is going to be the penultimate series of our opening day here in the Americas preseason. Cozy and Vicky on the mics alongside me, who has the utmost pleasure of being your host. And I can't wait to get into this one. I think Liquid Citadel and Lunex Gaming might be a one-sided affair, but I think we can all agree that we're just excited to see Liquid Citadel in action after they've been like praised so highly. I mean, they kind of assembled like an America's Avengers team.
Yeah, listen, you heard March Madness. It's Marvel Madness right now. I mean, we've had, big upsets already happen here, and I feel like I had this, match pretty well thought out, but anything can happen at this point. For me, especially with Liquid, listen, I'm going to say it spade to spade. EMEA, they've won the last 2 lands, right? And this feels like one of those teams like that has been formed to help get one for America. We're gonna get our first taste of what this team looks like. yeah, it's our seriously, it's our in game. And Vicky, so for me, I just casted so much Lunex with you, so I know exactly what this team has. They have a quick replacement on the team, but other than that, I know what they will bring to the table. But Liquid Citadel, I mean, this is gonna be fun to see everyone come together.
Yes, and if people were wondering, who is Team Liquid Citadel? Well, guys, let me introduce you to a huge titan of a team, because they've also brought in Polly, who was formerly part of Citadel, Sparchief, Energy, Speedery, Nero, Cooper, all names that we've seen for so long now, Cozy. And then Gator's also coming back into fruition as the coach for this team. He found a home after Envy, when Thanos snapped, but now being able to find his own home here in Team Liquid Citadel.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
This is going to be such a great resource, honestly, for Polly and Sparchief. Like, they have similar hero pools, but now they also have the guidance of Gator, who has years and years and years of competitive experience in that particular role.
If I could draft a team myself, I would almost come up with this exact team. Like, that's how stacked they are across each role. I mean, Paulie's one of my favorite vanguards across the game. Speedery from the Envy side and Nero were, in my opinion, like the 2 strongest players there to put them over on this team with Energy and Cooper. Fly's strongest members with Sparchief as well. And then you get the family dynamic with Paulie and Pokey. Pokey there, coming in when needed. I mean, it's such a fun team put together as one. And yeah, Gator, I mean, he's been with Speedery, Nero before and knows how to coach teams at the highest level.
Yeah, you literally get like FlyQuest, and then you get Envy,
and
you find homes for both these teams, and this is what you created, right? And then you look at the other side, and Cozy, you were just talking about it. We saw Lunex just the other week, a team that made it over to the grand finals, trying to figure out their own footing. Has there been enough time, though, in this meta to then rework what they had to do? Because that was a 24-minute or so final game that they do not want to repeat against a titan of a team.
Absolutely. I mean, listen, like, they
it feels
are
so weird to sit here and watch.
Like, absolutely. But
for so long.
Albeit a new team, they do have individual players that had a lot of experience last year already, right? On YFD, Intergalactic, Busy at Work. So last year, spread through America Stage 1 and 2. They were all over the place. They did gain experience.
For sure. I mean, you just said it perfectly. It's like a team made of duos. You have 2 coming from YFP, you have 2 coming from Busy at Work, and those teams did struggle in the stages, but they have the pro experience at the very least. Not to mention, probably one of my favorite duos of as of late, especially in the MRC world, was Iffy and Tones. Tones is a disgusting rogue, can play just absolutely top level for the Southern Brawler. And so for me at least, Vicky, I was always highlighting that Vanguard lineup. And so to see them clash against Pauly and Spark Chief, we're going to see Sparks fly.
Oh, this is going to be insane. Like, I feel like that's been the topic, right? Like the Vanguards and the flexibility and what we could see depending on how that pick and ban phase plays out. And we are moving over to Krakoa, our first domination map of our 4th series of the day.
Krakoa.
Interesting. I wonder how Lunex is going to approach that. I mean, we heard it earlier, right, from Cafe Rose, like, no pressure, being the underdog, actually the perfect place to be. They thrive in those situations. Do you feel like it's going to be the same for the Lunex players?
For sure. I mean, listen, when you have nothing to lose, go out there and just have a good time. Like, if you already said you're going to lose, why even show up? No, you show up because of what we just saw from Cafe Rose, right? I mean, when your back's against the wall, you have just enough support to come out swinging. And that's why I love underdog stories. Now, I said I would eat your headphones if Cafe Rose won. Well, I don't even know what to offer at this point with Liquid because they're so stacked. But Lunex, go out there, be the team that we've continued to see them to be. And again, anything can happen, especially is always starting out in domination.
Yeah, this is going to be an uphill battle for our underdogs. A great
Sorry, I'm distracted. I'm
this super team. Our expectation for this team, though, are extremely high. So that can, of course, also add some pressure onto those players, Vicky.
Yeah, I agree too, because you
clearing
talk
out
about,
some
like, players
space
that
on
already have
my
experience.
PC.
They understand what it is to be under pressure, but for this to be your first matchup, it's pretty rough, but it's also a statement maker, right? It is 2 out of 3, so you have less time to make that adaptation, but you take this here and you try to see, okay, well, where is our strength here? You were talking about the Vanguard lineup. I know Logan is also a very great strategist too, seeing how that's going to work out with their back line against a team that could really dismantle them, with Dive being the big highlight of the current meta composition.
And Logan actually playing against his teammates.
Just about to run out of space.
Aren't he and Spark Chief and him are on Northwood University, aren't they?
Me too. I don't like playing on Krakoa either.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is.
For me, what's cool is I feel like this team and the heartbeat behind Lunex, if you don't know them, I think a lot of people are familiar with the players of Liquid and like what makes that team up. Look to Regis. If Regis gets access to Elsa like we just saw on this side of Swamp Gaming, then this thing can get crazy pretty fast.
All right, let's see if the Titans can roll out of the gate strong, or Lunex is going to make an upset.
It is so pretty though.
Alrighty, Vicky. And listen, Vic, we saw this with Cafe Rose and their ticket to success. They had the Gambit, and they used the Gambit to their advantage because they practice it. And
Elsa
whenever
ban
you've got a little bit of
for Citadel,
chaos,
Gambit
you might as well
ban
go all in.
for
And
Lunex.
just like that, they're not going to be able to. It's banned. Never mind.
All right, remember when we heard in
Elsa
some of our
Prot.
interviews, right? Like the Elsa being that problem. Well, guess what? Lunex being on the other side will be able to protect that for themselves. Whereas Citadel will not be able to roll out with that. They banned the Mantis next because they don't want to damage Busa Elsa to just get away with whatever she can get away with from the high ground, especially since we are going to Krakoa. So you have a lot more of that high to low ground disparity, a lot of different off angles. Seeing what this next protect is going to be, the first protect for Liquid Citadel is going to be the Gambit. So that's definitely the one upper hand here that you have much more flexibility in running. If you want to do Gambit, Rogue, Magneto, what are you going to ban next? Because you kind of force the rock, paper, scissors of, okay, we see
I would love
Gambit.
to see some Penny.
Do we want to ban out the Rogue or Magneto? Or Star-Lord?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, it's a great point. I think Star-Lord and or Loki should be the next. Probably Loki to be the next up. It has to be the priority ban here for them, and they can get away with Star-Lord later on. Having the Elsa, though, I said that would be a big ticket for them with Regis that they can follow. So Loki's going to be banned. You just cannot. I mean, it would just be over before it started, right? You can't give double the fold against that team. So we'll see that get banned out as I am completely out of my mind, and it goes to Rogue. Okay, well. At this point, you save Star-Lord, you save Loki. This is already interesting. Okay, it's Daredevil. I quit.
Oh no.
The Daredevil is saved.
Oh,
well,
no.
remember those nerves? I'm not too sure about those because the devil has been let out way too many times within this first day of Americas as they hover over the cap. Okay, well, that means at least from the other side, you still have the Gambit. It looks like maybe here, rather from the Citadel, they have the Gambit saved here. But they have to use up that one bandit on the Rogue, which means you only have so much to work with before we see this last protect for Lunex.
No, this is saying, hey, we know how good Pauly and Spark Chief are, and we have to attack
they
the
have
best
tank
of the
pool.
best. I mean, obviously, the cap is all there for Pauly. I always want to see it. It's like Kurova's Adam. Like, I'm dying to see it. We never get to see it. And so we've seen a lot of target player-specific bans on that team. That's why it's a bit out of the norm. But then what you do is you open up any option for this team, and look how perfectly open the dive is. Energy on the Star-Lord with the Gambit, paired up with Speedery on the Devil. Venom in the animated glory coming from Spark Chief. It's gonna. Pauly's like the only one that probably not getting to play what he wants to here, because if they had cap, it would be it.
That's why you see him going over to the Magneto. If they're going to be able to rock out on the Gambit, Nero, Cooper wondering, okay, do you just want to swap? And then I'll be able to take the Gambit instead. Leaning into this win condition, Spark Chief and Energy are going to be a huge problem. Then you add into the extra damage that Pauly's about to do.
I barely notice.
Doesn't even look like this. What they're gonna be
I barely notice all of these statues and details. Luna Rocket dead astronomically high.
Plus double combo.
Yeah, those supports are not gonna have a good time.
Lunex, right? It's gonna be the dive on Silent Blaze and keeping up and getting the 2-for-1 and trying to get out the red.
Dang, this map is beautiful.
And then the other is gonna be on Ritas and all that pressure. He's got to really bring a lot if it's gonna give this team any bit of a chance. We've seen an upset today to kick off the day when the fourth match. Gates are open. The Hellfire Gala's getting ready as we speak, as we find ourselves in Krakoa, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
My first personal favorite maps, Cozy, as we get things set up. Another diverse look at a lot of our beautiful maps within Marvel Rivals. But it was the portal play already from Tico to get Lunex set up first. I do like this, but Spark Chief being a little displaced notices, okay, they wanted to contest us on the bridge. Now they're already on the point with the aggression in terms of the positioning. You can currently see Iffy too, just lingering up on top, has a lot more of those pillars to work around.
Yeah, Cooper, one of the best strategists, if not the best in this game right now. It's so fun to watch what they can do on the hero of Loki. Now, Pauly going to be the first to fall. That's going to be a big pick early now to set up the success against this heavy dive that will come. Tones trying to find their first target against Energy there as Star-Lord. Logan keeping the team up and healthy from a distance. Both other strategists not getting hit at all. Safe and ready. Spark Chief goes down.
Wow.
And there it is. Lunex is going to get the first cap like we all expected. Like we all wrote down.
I can't wait to see how everyone's predictions are looking, by the way, by the end of today. It's also a little statement maker to open up our first day here. Logan being able to get that first pick too. Also, before they were able to get that follow-up, look at this ultimate economy with Logan closer to that invisible boundary, whereas Cooper had tried to get that copy before after making that swap up. And now it's sticking to that Loki and Gambit still here, looking like he's already close to 80% on that gun.
Sentinels needed Aramori. Hey, maybe that could have changed things.
To change some things up here now quickly as you have the Speedery diving in. Will he have his team join him? Nothing yet. Gonna allow the other teams to get things sucked up. This is a huge large shot fighting 1 now 2. That's gonna be a quick into Speedery, and it's being Pauly finding himself out of this as the Gambit ult goes on live from Cooper, and just like that, able to flip the monster on its heels, Vic.
And he double jumped all the way to the top before finding that dive onto the back line. Just a Magneto with his extra shoes really tied up. And the Eye of Agamotto comes in, finds 3. Huge. Needs the follow-up though. As Nero has a Raging Royal Flush. Beerberg is going to be able to actually help them out from the back line, but then you have a huge anti up to Tico and Iffy. They're forced to back away. It's Logan who's the first to get called out. Lunex is trying to play this very spread out, but it is Citadel who have more bodies here. Nice trades, but Silent Blaze is still alive from Lunex.
The fact that they have the point is the only good thing going for them right now for Liquid.
Yeah.
Because if they didn't have the point here and they did all the resources they had, it was going to be really rough, sledding to just kept this sustain fest on. Vic, that's what gave this fight in this map a chance for them as they continue to push on now as the time ticks up. The Devils let up on Speedery. He continues to find success. Energy going to capitalize with it, and there it is, yet another stagger. So if you are Lunex, reset fully here. Come back together. The point is, at this point, lost. Get back together and don't let any more staggers happen, but they can't get away. Tones goes down as well, and now another.
Definitely agree, because then now you had the solid opportunity just for Liquid Citadel to increase their aggression here on the point. They're nearing 60%
very good
now as energy's coming right
protection
back around.
on those supports.
Lunex, though, have to look to utilize Ritas and that Apex Predator as well as Iffy. He's got that Heaven's Retribution to follow up as a wombo combo.
Absolutely. Now as they have fully reset, Cooper on the Loki is a problem. I do report absolutely putting the god in the god of mischief here. Energy ready to throw down the in-song as well, hunting the Angela in the sky as if he's trying to escape. And there it is.
Oh.
Oh my. Cooper goes out, the full aggression goes. He's trying to hunt.
Get that res.
Can he find one success? They're pushing him back to spawn.
Oh, they find Tico at least. I was gonna say that was like a 5-man anti right there that we saw from Nero. No follow-up until the very end to find the Doctor Strange. Heaven's Retribution though from the back end. Are we gonna see a follow-up here as Energy takes to the sky with a quick reset just to make sure they see where everyone from Lunix is coming? But with Iffy not having any follow-up, and now they're just staggering even more. Overtime taken away in favor for Liquid Citadel as Speedery finds not one but two.
A little bumpy start at first, but things starting to click now. Radis is going to get Energy out of here. Iffy going to fall. They do have Tico with the portal, but not going to be enough time to get things rolling for the team. Yeah, I got to just say, when they got the full cap back, when they started throwing all the ults out at once,
that looked bad at first.
That's really what allowed them to keep the momentum on, and then
for
as
Citadel,
the stagger fest happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
they
kept
need
trying
to
to
switch
force
it up
right?
here.
We saw Lunex just keep trying to stagger back in and out, and it was unfortunate. You called it. They had to reset
Elsa
a
win
lot
every
earlier
1v1
before
in the
trying to
game.
force more of these just raw staggered ultimates too, when Liquid Citadel already had control over the point.
And listen, I'm just going to say, outside of Necrorize and what we saw them do in Angela, right now the Angela's not working. We saw it with Sentinels. We're back over here. Let's see if we can probably pull something else out. If he did play a lot of Angela in the MRC as well. I do like what Lunex has, though. They're cooking with the Vanguard Deadpool. That's where they have a little bit of their advantage, if you will, against them, alongside that Elsa. The Glartrox is ready to go and roll out. But yeah, dealing, I mean,
we should see the stats for this game.
Like, okay, they got to ban the Loki here. How many times did the double Rage and Royal Flush get them out of problems? I mean, twice I can count at least in that last hit.
And it's like breaking your neck, having to look up at Polly, just like staggering down on your head with just regular Magneto damage output too, with the team up that you have to worry about from Nero.
That's natural cover is so good.
Seeing how Logan's gonna be able to try to survive with the invisible boundary, as they may need to back away, but Silent Plays also has a good amount of that damage output with the C available. Rage and Royal Flush is gonna come out first, forcing Nero to back away though, because there's another portal play to block out his entrance.
Yeah, here comes all of the fuse at once. Grabs cards, begging for life now as the dash up goes. Logan trying to keep his team alive from the back end. And just like that, Clark's just going to go and throw down the Groot hug and the big purple meteor.
Oh!
Polly throws, and Redis is the one that finds from the ult of the Glartrox. Both strategists fed right to the monster.
No one's looking at Redis because Redis is getting away with all this damage output from the sidelines.
Oh
yes,
my gosh!
Your backside, Polly was in Timbuktu, and now the rest of the team is gone. So it's going to be a nice reset here from Liquid, but a better takeover from Lunix to finally take the point first.
Yeah, quite literally using the advantages we just pointed out to their advantage in that fight. And they burnt an ult, right? So they were able to get through Nero's first wave. Cooper's going to be coming shortly after. But now they can set up, and I think this team comp for Lunex is a bit better here once that point's already capped. Like, they have a lot of sustain that they can roll with. Tico going to go with the Agamotto early. Hit one that I liked earlier, one I wish they had back, and here's the Devil being let out shortly from Speedery, and here it comes.
Let the Devil out, diving right back in.
I feel like he wasn't close enough.
Defend themselves thanks to the BRB. Tones comes right back around, and look at Tico. Tries to get a little sneaky. I have a photo right around the other side of the shield, but it's fine because the backline's okay. Gambit never falls in the form of the God of Mischief. They've lost out on the fruit here. They have the damage output. Tones looking right behind them. No anti to follow up as they've isolated Energy, who doesn't have a reset either.
The Golden Deagles, they are going off here as Tones is hunting and praying. Redis on the other side. Quite literally the 2 meta picks getting it done for this team. Speedery does put it into Tones there, which is a big pick as he did have ult there as the Vanguard.
Elsa be Deadpool.
Continuing to hunt. Forget Monster Hunter. It is a Liquid Citadel Hunter at this point.
Lunex, the back-to-back, another stagger fest though, Speedery. Left one.
Hey, this might go to 3 finally.
Needs some help. Gets to the safety of his team as the Daredevil does.
Already 74%.
I feel very overwhelmed watching this, to be honest with you.
This second point.
I feel like I barely know what I'm looking at sometimes.
They've got Heaven's Retribution with the Glartrox alone. He used the 4, 5 teammates.
Oh, we only got 4.
Gambit, Raging Royal, and they all forward up. The Glartrox comes out at the same time. This just happened the last hit, and they have one trade-off, but the rest happens big, and it's not going to be enough.
Nice, it's a break.
to use at least the Phoenix Ultimate to take care of the Sia, but was it worth it as Regis? Unstoppable, finds Cooper as the next victim. Whose head is next on the stake though? As they try
Oh,
to
yeah,
call
but
out
she's
where
dead.
Nero is, Cooper comes back. Heaven's Retribution this time as they try to isolate Speedery. May need some help because they've lost out on Logan earlier on. Lunex,
Wow, she's
back
exciting.
to 99%. It's Liquid's time to shine. They try
Wow.
to retake it silently. As now Regis and Silent will be able to try to come back to recontest, but they don't want to
That
stagger
was
like we
very
saw in the last round.
impressive.
Man, fun to see Speedery back into this thing, huh, Vicky? I mean, we had him at the fly over there in Envy, now on the ground, showing what they can do on the Devil, who wasn't even, you know, barely available for them back in last season. Night. So they're going throughout the ult early. Now Liquid fully has to hold this thing if they don't want to drop even a point, which I know is their expectation against this team. Lunex, though, at the hands of Reed is getting it done. Throwing out the unicorn. I choose you, as Tones says it best. Good rotations. Devil let up behind, though. Lots of rotation they have to do themselves.
Oh!
That's the trailer for season 3. Season 4.
It's the dunk on the head. The dunk real quick. Let the Devil wear. I mean, he's back over at the spawn room gates. Regis is on fire this game. Cooper got a mission into the Ranger Royal Flush. We see them trying to dive in. They got the big jump.
Oh, the Strange might die.
So much damage. He's still
he's
alive.
there.
And now Regis sends everybody off the map. The Apex Predator proves why they are at the top of the food chain after finding Speedery and Polly.
I mean, just handling is just constant Royal Flush.
Wow, and he got to hold on to his ult.
Hold here from Lunex,
That's
99%
huge.
To the 63
Nero.
now. They're doing the job. Look at Regis just one by one, finding his prey. All but the Eagles as well. Going from D tier up to C shortly on the ult. And there it is, 99 and ticking down. Last desperation, Paulie gonna go ahead and try to get the point meter in. Up, down, doesn't matter as the big C is in the way.
Oh.
This is gonna be their last
Oh,
fight.
Strange
So
blocked
hold
the
them. Lunex,
ult.
do you have it? Yes, you do. Wow.
The shield onto the Sia too, just in
Shielding
case,
the
just
rocket
to make
ult.
sure it's a bold statement too. We got a banger on our hands as
Okay,
Lunex proves
okay,
why they're
1v1.
still in this.
Talk about using the resources you have available to get the dubs, right? I mean, this is absolutely at the hands of the
crazy.
Blarcocks. I mean, you see, you know, constant
Some eye
purple
drops.
cards just flying around Liquid, but they always have the right positioning in the answer. And
Never
if you're
put me
looking
in a
right
lobby
right
with good
now,
Elsa.
if you're doing the right coordination. It's about getting the right targets at the right time. Iffy with that
Gotta get
massive pick early
nerfs.
on Speedery, too,
Crazy.
was disgusting. If you look at the ult economy, pretty close, but obviously you've got the Agamotto that should give them a bit of a heads up against what Energy has on their side. So I actually like Lunex here, potentially 0.1.
I mean, Regis is just getting away, literally, with anything, right? Like, no one from Liquid Citadel has been able to pinpoint Regis. It looks like Regis is in Cirque du Soleil, and he's just been dancing around all these different ropes, playing on the outskirts of that last round's point. Let's see how they can do, because now you have a lot more verticality. You have the ability to try to hide behind the waterfall before getting onto the point, and you have a lot more open sidelines to try to contest a lot of these strategists that want to back away, maybe even go to the health pack that's over to the right side of the cliff.
It's just so cool. We pointed this out before we went in.
That's a
Regis
good
on
one,
Elsa
that's a
was
good
what I was
one.
Looking for Vicky, and we saw what it did in the MRC.
in
but
the
how does it stack
waterfall.
up against not only the pros, but one of the best teams in America, if not the best, right? And we're seeing it right here. You've got to control the Monster Hunter, and Regis is on the loose at the moment. Folks, buckle up. As I said, this could be a good one. Regis now with the quick dash.
She just has so much
Barely
movement
steer,
too.
the aim is deadly.
Elsa.
Paulie now going to go ahead and try to get some sustain on this point, not giving it to him right away. Tone's already with that ult now. Pressure on Matt.
Oh, but the sports are so separated.
The Invisible is still alive! You are nothing taken to the skies. Logan has the Invisible
Oh!
Valkyrie, though. The Eye of Agamotto hitting Ghost while Polly is able to find Iffy,
Oh,
who's
no.
trying to harass their backline. But this forces Lunex to now allow themselves to plant their feet on the point first. Very similar look to
Shit
what we saw
Q.
in that last round for round number 2.
This Agamotto's been wildly placed. And Tones, one of the big things you guys have to highlight is, yes, one of the big things on Tank Pool is the snowball that can be done in Domination. Already upgraded to the max, those golden deagles ready. And that is just going to give that much more momentum towards Lunex. There's the Gambit ult. Tico going to find energy from this.
Oh,
Tones.
oh!
They have
Yeah,
to
she's
get themselves
cooked.
this point back if they want Liquid not to get upset here. Speeder is just climbing the trees. Who said Rocket's mobility is dead? Look at that. Look at that animal go.
He is dipping and diving. Liquid Citadel
Hitting
retake
Ghost
this
is
point,
crazy.
and they have some
Yeah, that
ultimates
ult
to
was
work with
weird. The
too.
strange
Nero has
ult.
that survivability. I do think it's important to
He just
highlight how
kinda
they decided
sat
to get
there
off
and then pressed
of that
Q.
low-key pick. They really didn't feel like they needed to utilize those lamps instead. They just need help with the peeling. But then nice takeover. My eyes, though, are currently on Redis, who has been a problem.
Yeah, they definitely have to play Find the Redis right now if they want to continue. Nero now.
Name it announcers.
We're out of the Gambit. Cooper's going to take over the Gambit. Nero over to the Invis with the boundary ready to roll. This should allow them to sustain the point plenty.
Ooh, big
We'll
ult here.
They know exactly where Redis is, trust me.
Oh, she's getting in
It's not
position
the
for it.
gunshots, it's from everything else coming from that direction. Here comes Logan, though, pushing in with Speedery. Now
Nice
going to put the
movement.
pressure on the opposition. This is going to be close as they fight in the invisible boundary, Vic.
Great repositioning from Logan, too, to get right on top of that broken
They
street
cooked
truck,
it.
too. Take it to the skies. The Meteor M from Paulie. Can he find his mark? A selling place finally does get called out, which means there is no help on the viewing side for the strategist. They need the assistance. It's up to Redis to back away now, noting that they don't really have that sustainability, but it doesn't matter, though. Lunix may not even need a sustainability because guess what? The damage output has been there, but now Speedery gets to walk up for free. 60% already on the point in favor for Liquid.
Yeah, Tico's gonna go and do a legendary
No way.
redefine Speedery. And wow, it's like he lets Redis go, right? And I thought Speedery's target rotation was actually very good there, Vic. But you left him alive, and Redis just 1v1'd it himself.
Oh,
and the points
no,
take
no.
back. I mean, that's how crazy this hero can be, and especially at the hands of a talented player that we're becoming to see right in front of our eyes.
Redis is Timothy, literally. Like, we got to see these stats at the end of the game because this is absolutely insane. Liquid Citadel do have answers, though, up their sleeve. Cooper, Raging Royal Flush, ready to go together with Energy. That's going to be the get ready go button into the Galactic Legend, but may not even need it depending if the invisible boundary comes out. As it does, Legendary
Yep,
needs
she's
help
out.
to follow up right afterwards, and that's going to be
And
a
he's
team
out.
takeover for Liquid Citadel.
Yeah, I mean, biggest thing there is they were able to pop Logan's visible boundary as well, and I thought that was actually a good play by them, but it was perfect communication from Liquid all
This
sides
could go
at the
either
same time,
way.
too,
Ah,
turning
so
the eyes as
exciting.
well over to the boundary. They used a bit to get it, 76% end up. Remember, it's 1-1 per team. Winner's going to take this first map. Will we get an upset, Vic?
She's dark
It's coming
sided,
down to the wire.
Elsa.
If you have 98% on the opposition side, still a lot of ult climbing for Liquid.
This is the most hype game we've gotten all day here. Tones moving up. They bursted his bubble, though. Iffies, though, coming in from the other side. Heaven's Retribution ready to go. As Liquid Citadel are nearing 99%. They got to
I'm
recontest
stressed.
here on the point. Big ante onto Logan.
Oh!
Follow-up as it's Energy who finds Tones. No ultimate available for the Van Pool here. And with overtime ticking away, Lunix get a little bit more aggressive, but Iffy gets taken out. The BRB comes in clutch from Silent Blaze, but is it going to be enough? As Paulie gets the back-to-back.
Oh,
Redis
no.
cannot do more. Liquid Citadel, they defend their throne to take game number 1.
Vicky! That was so
Dang,
close.
Elsa didn't get there.
That was
Too close.
definitely towards the end. I mean, listen, I thought obviously.
I'm
first
kinda
of all,
glad
the
to
ball
see a
putting it
team
in
without
there, getting
Elsa.
Ray on the neutral, kind of disgusting. I mean, Glartrox, I choose you. I thought that was going to come out a little bit quicker.
Cooper
I think Redis
MVP.
was trying to find that perfect opening, which was the
On the
answer to what they
undergun
did
beats.
each time. But no,
Let's
was
see the stats. Let's see
unable
the
to
stat
get,
sheets.
I mean, sneak a game out from them. But Lunix said, "We will be anything."
Dang. Redis 18 finals. 33,000 damage. Goodness gracious.
But an easy.
Get away with the Raging Royal Flush. Look at the strat difference, too, right? You have 32k, 33 for Nero alone. You're able to get these follow-ups a lot better. It enables Speedery. Energy, too. With
Way
the
more
stronger
healing on
Galactic
the,
Legend, in combination to that Raging Royal Flush.
Citadel
just
team,
allowed them
but
to
it's
stall
'cause
for
of
as long as
Elsa.
possible. That's even with Redis repositioning like we saw to then try to retake over the point. It was incredibly close for that first
42% accuracy.
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think there's definitely a lot that they can clean up here. We're kind of seeing this team come together in front of our eyes. And I think adjust to the bans. You know, the bans were, I think, a bit trickier than we all thought there, especially on Liquid's side. Really, take pull. Allow Tones to do what they do best. I mean, look at those stats on his side. Absolutely was a monster on what they pulled together for Lunex. But yeah, altogether, I
That
think
game was crazy.
that
There were
was
so
what we
many times where the
expected in
like
some cases, but for
the fights
Speedery, I think,
were-
on the Devil, that's what really allowed them to kind of kick open the gate.
like the fights did not feel it was really just like pick by pick. There wasn't a lot of like team wipe moments like all at once aside from Redis' Penta. But others it was just like one team gets a pick, the other team gets a pick, one team gets a big, the other team gets a pick. You're not really sure where it's gonna land.
I think something that they're gonna note going into game number 2. So I don't think we're gonna see the Elsa. At least Liquid's ban onto what we have just saw right now from Lunex.
Your current Hash Brown, hello. I'm currently watching your stream from inside the Marvel Rivals game. Hi. Hi from your Marvel Rivals client. I didn't know you could do that. Hello. Thank you. I hope you enjoy your drops.
They played it so much
Hey.
closer. Like there were so many layers to this.
Yeah, I'm
And I
inside
do
the game.
love how they adjusted. Man, like yeah, right.
I actually have been inside the game before.
That could also have been their map. Like they had a really strong start on
In
right?
Times Square.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. To point out a couple things that you just said. First of all, yeah, it was the Battle of the Vanguards that I pointed out early in the show that I was like, I'm interested to see what that looks like. And they kind of targeted those Vanguards and made Paulie and Spark Chief uncomfortable. And it kind of happened. I mean, Paulie and I didn't get as much results from that, especially on the first map. And Spark Chief, we just, mentioned about. I think talking about it, Lunex, though, handled the Loki Gambit better than I've seen most teams do. That is a very tough, constant source of communication that you have to not miss a beat. And it was hide the Redis and here's the Glartrox and constantly to continue to match that. And they almost had that again. If they would have pulled that off at the end, I think this could be a different discussion. They'd be up 1-0.
I need a beverage.
I also feel like a highlight to the peeling that Logan needed in that first game was detrimental. Like Logan went down
streaming
like 11
in
or
Times
so.
Square?
On the Invisiwoman, you were getting antied through your own invisible boundary. Maybe that's why you didn't
I wonder
have that
what they're
impact
doing
as
in Times
well
Square.
as the strat healing that we really needed to see. And that was all thanks to the fact that even though Spark Chief wasn't enabled as much, he still was able to get the follow. Polly was like the second highest damage that we saw overall for that team, in combination to Energy, who had over 20k damage done too. So that was another like highlight, and that goes hand in hand with the Gambit team up that you're giving to Magneto.
Looking in the game right now.
Yeah,
No.
I mean, also just looking at the team in general, we talked about that as we were setting up the match. Right?
Daredevil trailer.
Their Vanguards have very overlapping hero pools. So if you're focusing on Vanguards in your bans, you're actually taking out 2 players. So this could become a problem later down the line.
Yeah, listen, you look at all sports besides esports, and there's games where like the underdog almost wins, and you're like, you know what? You wish they had that game to sneak out a win, because now the problem is I can almost guarantee Elsa's gonna. There's no way Elsa's gonna make it through this next ban.
Why is there
phase. I
no
think
one
that's
in
the
here?
First ban out the gate, and that was a big ticket to allow them to kind of get their rhythm rolling, if you will. But they do get to pick the map and kind of reset the stage. But that's one. If they could sneak that win out, then they'd be able to kind of adjust and maybe get the second to get.
They're in the club.
Based on what we've seen,
Probably
now
are in the club.
what mode do you think they're going to take us to?
Yeah, Lunex. So Lunex loves their New York. They do a lot of Midtown, a ton of Midtown. And so I wouldn't be surprised to see Midtown from them. And again, watched a lot of this team over the last month. A team that I didn't know. I knew the players, but as a team didn't know they existed almost.
Oh,
and then
are.
to see how much they've come together in a sort of a lower bracket run, they did well. The only team they kind of struggled against was we
Excuse
lost.
me. Oh my
who was
gosh.
very dominant in the MRC. It's because they always had.
I don't remember how to
Lunex was
get
the
there.
only team that managed to even take a map of we lost. So they
Yeah.
are the
earlier,
runner-ups, Yeah.
And dominated Cafe Rose, like a team that we just saw win, right?
In the
So
club,
they've got the
we all
talent.
fam.
You're saying the esports classic,
Oh.
the talent is there. One of my all-time favorite sentences, because
It's still pretty quiet though.
Because the talent is there. That's why these players are finding themselves in Ignite now, right? So it's going to be very interesting where they're taking us ban-wise. I love to see the deepest strats and who's going to be banned out. Generally though, style-wise, Daredevil is seeing a lot of play. Did we just all have the wrong read on the patch notes? Like, are they having the wrong read? Like, who's tripping?
Just goes to show how good a hero is, right? I mean, if you take something from it can still be, a top tier hero even with so many changes. Look at Gambit; he's on his 10th.
I love
hit,
line
right? And he's
dancing.
still doing okay out there. So
I was just surviving an actual cockroach. It's incredible.
And he feels like he can fly too, literally.
Right.
Like how? When he pops the Raging Royal Flush, this cockroach is literally flying like a palmetto bug in my direction, but it's not one. It's like 5 others.
Imagine this
Yeah,
with
maybe
his
I'll
new
be 100
skin.
more if you see one, so.
It's fun to see Speeder and Nero outside of Envy. I've been super excited to see. I think Envy was a team with a lot of expectation and pressure all the time. So now to see those two anchors now go over to this side of things, when you have like all these talented players put together on one team, sometimes I'm not saying there's personality clashes, but there's just so much talent to handle almost, right?
Too
So
much,
putting it
Jake.
together and the expectations. Also,
Yeah,
hey,
PP.
let's call it what it is. We see this across sports as well. When you look at the schedule and you're like, oh, we have Lunex, we'll be fine. Sometimes you kind of underwrite your competition, and maybe that kind of linked in a little bit to that first map.
What are your mains?
Yeah, especially in that.
My absolute fave is Mantis. But my top picks right now actually are, at least in season 7, Magneto. Magneto, Mantis, Invis when available. But I started off as a support main, and well, support one trick is a better word. And lately I've been branching out into my tank arc. When I play DPS, I'll play Phoenix or Namor. Kind of just depends on what the team needs. But yeah, I'm trying to... Hearing Mag after Mantis is not on my bingo card. I actually really enjoy playing Magneto. I used to not like it, but now I see the light. I do also like playing Emma, but sometimes I get annoyed. I used to follow you like I played Genshin, now be able to follow you in Marvel Rivals. Oh! The very rare Genshin to Rivals pipeline. Satsumire. Satsumir? Sorry if I butcher that. Thank you. Mag Bubble Nerf? I get it. I mean, his ult got buffed like crazy, so... But yeah, I mean, I kind of play... any support. The only support I for sure don't know really how to play is Jeff. I rarely play Ultron. I can play C&D, but I don't prefer it. Only person that played Genshin that you knew was Mtashed. Oh, you knew him from Destiny. I've been so bad with Mag. My games with him last season weren't very encouraging. Yeah, maybe just meta. Is there a crosshair that helps with Mantis, or do you have any tips on how to hit shots? Okay, Mantis shots are very inconsistent and weird. Mid-range is the best with her. I really just choose Mantis when I choose Mantis with dive, especially dive tank, or against Thing. Primarily just because it's more consistent. I like playing Mantis against Daredevil. It's kind of hard to play her against poke, like long distance poke, but it's really just situational. And I like to play her with when my team is also playing dive. So I think it just kind of depends on... I hate playing Mantis against flyers so bad. But at mid-range, like high PP, close range and mid-range, I really enjoy playing Mantis. And she can shred tanks. Certain tanks. Try playing a Mantis against a Squirrel Girl. Squirrel Girl is so bogus sometimes. Good morning. Did you take a nap, Babby? Did you take a nap? Right, I think it's time.
Absolutely.
All right, let's get started here, Cozy. Group stage, we already got our team Liquid Citadel sitting at match point.
Also,
as
you
somebody
need to
had already
shoot
mentioned.
where they're
Well,
going
Lunex, I feel like they built up
sometimes.
the skeleton, but it's about filling up the pieces.
You need to shoot in the
Maybe
direction
no
that the
Angela, so
person
that way
is
you
going.
have somebody who could try to go
'Cause
in
it's
with you,
not
because
hit
unfortunately,
scan.
that didn't seem like the opportunity
don't drool
that
on
Lunex
me,
was leaning
Babby.
into when Regis was popping off more so
Stop.
in the back line.
Sit back.
Absolutely, with the quick ban over to the Elsa. Yet again,
Elsa
the same
again.
call to victory for Lunex. So they were like, you know what? We're fine with that. We'll adjust a bit. And there's the Mantis ban to follow. So they're going to go with the same song and dance. They came away with the W, right? So why fix it too much if needed? We thought maybe we would have saw a bit of a
Tatsuma,
change
thank you for the
there,
tier
but
1.
either way,
Thank you.
just loving all. You could just tell these players are just ranked demons from all these animated icons. I mean, come on. how many you got in your threshold there. I'm still working on my second. It's gonna take me God knows how long. But
I don't
we've
have
got
any
our
animated
Vanguard
lords.
Deadpool banned yet again from the side of Lunex.
Well, tricked Storm to
We'll see
returning
if it's
considering picking up Mantis.
it here?
That's not a bad
Thanks for reminding me I don't touch grass here, Cozy. But
transition.
maybe here too, because
She doesn't have
the
obviously
Loki's been a
the
problem. You don't want to have that out.
movement
Okay? They've already learned their lesson as Liquid Citadel
that
was
the
able to
others
cycle
do,
through so
but
many Rage and Royal Flushes. And
in certain
no
comps,
Daredevil
she's so
going into
lethal.
Midtown's very smart because we were
And
just
she's
talking
such a
about
good
the
enabler,
backline
too.
here and trying to find different spots that you could get dove on. So that's something
Stop
that Liquid Citadel doesn't
moving.
have to worry about
Stop
from Lunex's side.
moving.
Tico already hovering over that Black Panther though is a nice.
Sit still, you're muting the game. I mean the show.
To see with a big conversation point going into how
Absolutely. The Loki being banned this time around, I think, is probably a bit safer than the, well, obviously with the rope pick being saved, but I just like it better altogether for the team, just to, first for the mental, but also just for the constant source of ults that you're facing there in the Raging Royals. The ban on Daredevil continues to open up the odds, and there's the save once again so that Tones can be on the Merc with the mouth. Last ban going over to the Jeff, so a lot of similarities that we see with the Rogue, which that can open things up
same
here
bans,
for
question mark?
Spark Chief, who's going to flex not only on the icon,
Log.
but flex the animated one on us here, Vic, as they lock in their teams.
It's such a great animated icon. I love the Rogue icon. All right. Getting
Oh yeah,
started
the
now. Liquid
animated
Citadel,
lords,
a
they
little
just
too
gave
close
it
for
to
comfort,
all of the
knowing that
lords.
They're gonna change things up just
Ow.
a bit. The BRB
For
goes
this
crazy,
tourney.
but it's even more important to highlight, Cozy, that Liquid Citadel are starting on the defense. This is
For
why
the
they're able to
vibes.
pick a ban on their side over on the top of the menu, but it's also the triple strategist that you could expect as well as a triple Vanguard.
All right, so we've got the Emma Rogue on the defensive side with Energy, which Energy oftentimes back in his FlyQuest days would flex over to this exact Magneto. So does have this kind of up his sleeve and in the tool belt. Always important to have that flexibility. And, you know, I think this aided a lot of players in the past Ignite because of how strong Triple Vanguard was back then, especially on the defensive front. Now, in the aggression, I mean, the game plan, looking simple. You got Ritas, you've got the Groot, and Tico still trying to find what they want to do here. Flex one now over to the Winter Soldier, our first appearance of the Soldier this Ignite, or at least right here in America. Here we go, Vic. Doors open in 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see what we got.
Little change up here before Ritas looks ahead. Making sure that they got the communication going down right to pinpoint where they're located, because currently Energy's already hanging out on the high ground, being on that mag. Nice isolation with the bubble already from Tones. Look how Koik, I always gotta see it, how Koik Thankful tries to get that ultimate already online, nearing 70%.
Yeah, just about to put that pressure on immediately. And with Logan now over on the Loki, I think this is definitely going to be all about positioning and keeping the eyes on Cooper here early and quick. Nice rotation over here from Liquid Gaming and Cooper himself, trying to get just constant. You always do something, right, Vicky? Whether it's healing or just a quick damage on the back line and the call out. Silent Blaze me up on the top here as two, looking down on their Vanguard, keeping them up and farming that ult up. Notice
Another controller player.
Silent Blaze on the controller here at the pro level. There's the ult coming out though from the Deadpool.
And
Super
finding
fast
them isolated
sense, though,
over to the
wow.
side with Iffy just walking for free, setting up these walls, build a house, he says, and now you can force out the lamps from Logan, who is very close to the God of Mischief, but they've lost out on Ritas, who is a big point here for Lunex. There's that God of Mischief that we just heard from Logan, and it's going to be the invisible boundary, a Venn diagram you can see from Nero unleashing his own,
nice.
but the choke slam down right outside the circle of protection means that it's going to cost another member of Lunex to go down.
Look at that delayed hit there, just to see if we can get the health pop at the end. What an absolute great play and awesome just job of Polly. Showing why Emma is still very well in the Vanguard scene, even though people want to write off Mother herself. Cooper going to go ahead and get a quick punch and melee finish.
Very
there
nice.
with the ult charge to push this team back to that spawn. And they're doing a great job so far. And we're seeing why Spark Chief's Rogue was banned, because it is something to fear.
Not only that, like the fact that they had the Gambit already in that last round, they didn't want that extra damage. Now they get it double time with Magneto and Rogue, and you have 3 ultimates to work with. Nero's getting already to that 50% mark with the invisible boundary, but with the Heartbreaker to start things off, you take away the sustainability from those supports, but he slams down the Meteor M onto nothing. Great protection coming out as Lunix get away from that trouble.
What did that
Looking
hit?
Close to that, got a mission, but look where
Did it
Ritas
hit
is.
Groot?
You're down an alleyway, and Polly's just trying to get them to Psionic Seduction, and they're forced to back away behind the walls.
And just using every bit of this Gambit team up for all of them, whether it's Energy with his, Spark Chief with theirs, and now Paulie just hunting there with the Pulse. We go ahead and try to get some room here. Tones is as he throws down the Q, and there is the Glard drop.
Oh.
Had so much success there on domination. If you're gonna find energy, but just like that, the free life and a big one at that. Speedery bringing back the magnetic hero themselves. Tones gets a pick.
Oh, too late.
Coming down the wire here on point 1.
At least to save
And that was
Emma.
a follow-up off of the slam down onto both of the Vanguards. They only get 1 out of the 3, though. Nero, invisible boundary. As now Polly's going to come right back around with the Doctor Strange portal, trying to prevent Lunix from even getting to that next point. But with even more members falling down, Lunix looking fantastic.
Who needs the
Yeah, I love that
right
skate
now,
on
punching
Loki. He
Energy,
looks so
by the way, in
good.
that backline as the mag. Now Energy gonna go to Wolf. This is an often pick when you portal. Just such a great swap over, especially with that second life. But down, okay, they do find Tico even with the portal, so success is going to be found here at the last moment to hold strong. Spark Chief gonna activate
Ooh,
that
caught in
team
the
up,
trap.
on top of it. Silent Blaze trying to stay alive within the boundary.
Uh-oh.
Is out, no success from it, and with a lap from Hero's gonna find Iffy. It's Liquid coming from the portal like the end game to find success.
And it was like some excellent violence, right?
Ooh,
We saw
very
Sparky
nice
come out of that
movement.
portal and immediately get the grab onto Tico. Had no chance to give Tico the opportunity to get
20
away. With another
seconds.
team fight win, you're down less than 15 seconds.
Same
for Lunix to
hold
get the
as
first checkpoint.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Energy also's got the ult as well, and so look out as Pollock can get the Yagamoto Spark Chief to join in. This is gonna be
The last
everyone
matchup.
putting a piece of the pie
Suddenly I
here.
can't remember the
As
team
Spark
names.
Chief with the take on the thing. Finds that
Oh,
second.
great movement to the health pack.
Are you kidding me? It's 1v5. Mother stayed alive, but down goes Spark Chief finally.
Finally, but coming in from the heavens, and Yagamoto finds 3. Get down, says Blartrox, though, the Apex Predator, to try to back away and clear and bounce off from the club to go to the rest of the team because they're trying to clear up
They're
that
gonna have it
space
here.
for the recontention. As you saw Liquid Citadel able to back away just in time.
Oh!
That's a huge dive, finds 3, but with the Invisible Woman shield, it keeps them alive for now. The Gambit Ultimate just to help them out too.
He
And
popped
Jones
them
sees
all off
everybody, but they need
point.
to get that Gambit Ultimate first. You gotta look at Cooper, who's a little bit behind, and Nero's
And Biz
supposed to have his
Show's
own
going
boundary to stay
crazy right
alive.
now.
But maybe not anymore.
Just trying to get them off the point there, and was almost successful to win in the overtime. Committed from it. The Spark keep falling early. That was their best option. Now Energy can come back, but just like that, they're gonna take the point.
They made
Win
it.
the
Oh my
fight.
goodness.
Really well jobbing. Just goes to show you fall one member early, the rogue, and the dominoes will fall from it.
And Biz Shield is
Kudos,
so
though, I
strong.
gotta say, for Energy, just trying to get the point off there. That was like a 5-piece.
It was huge. He was eating that time. But there was still one more member left to reconnect.
Buff
as well,
Wolf.
and they had the
Ow.
Invisible Woman to protect them and resustain them too. No ultimate needed. It was Tones who had Brenda in the last fight with some change-ups to Energy over to the Star-Lord once again. And Nero at least has the invisible boundary for this fight around after he was focused in the last fight.
Yeah, low-key clones on high ground is really strong. It's
On
like
space right away. They're giving up here on the
it's
second
just hard to look up.
To push in more on here. Invisible boundaries are going to go out from Logan. Silent Blaze can match it. Heroes can match that. A lot of invisible boundaries about to happen on your screen at once. We see the copy happen different. Spark Chief does get Tico down. Just like that, now can push forward the W and try to reign from there. Glartruck still tries to change their mind. Nothing from
Oh
it.
goodness
Comes up hungry.
gracious.
Silent Blaze, though,
This
that
is a
out
lot of
right now,
ults.
it's
This
gonna
is a
step
heavy
back and
ult
forth, and
game.
Regis continues to do and be that difference maker.
Also really like the way that Rita's played around the invisibility of that invisible boundary here from Silent Blaze. Tones takes a quick little selfie, just for cinematic opening here as they were able to clean up 2 more.
Got
Yeah,
him.
when you give all that space on the first
He's
point,
got ult.
typically if you get 3 from this on the hold side, can turn to maybe only a 2 hold. They're able to do so. Tones does have that ult game to find that back.
Yeah,
line
one.
shot. The invisible woman
Oh,
run
this could
here,
be it
run,
for.
all they can wish and pray for it. They're gonna try to find
Oh!
keep them up.
How did he
But just
get
like that,
her?
and point is taken, Vicky. I mean, look how that was one of the easiest point twos you've seen, and I've highlighted why Midtown is their flavor pick. They're just feasting the spawn room.
Oh!
The iframes after iframes, quick little selfie. I mean, you could imagine his camera roll was probably full at this point.
Gosh,
He's gonna
take
get more
pool
memory
is so
because it's gonna
strong.
be a reset here from Spark. He already knew it was a GG there. They wanted to be able to at least push into contest in this next corner because this could be a bloodbath to be staggered in a spot like this.
Yeah, Tones is so fun to watch. Just having a great time out here. Midtown is their hometown. Speedery, Devil out, ready to go. Should favor them in this 3rd point where they swap up the
Minute
comp. They
45.
have that Legend ready to roll. Might pop it early. We'll see what they get out of
A lot of ults
Speedery
coming up.
first. Dude, Lunex, good rotations
In the next
into
like 40
the
seconds or
building
so.
here. Stay alive and not have to use anything too crazy, Vic. That allows their strategists to build back up and get ready for the next fight.
Nero's ready with that invisible boundary here too. Looking at Tico, who could also go in for a reset with the
Oh.
unsung Spark Chief finds another victim this time, but gets caught. Kyrie is backing away. The Glark truck. I like the first was expecting that. That's a big nothing all over again. And with the Heartbreaker, it's going to be the counter immediately afterwards. Venn diagram, invisible boundaries from both sides. And it's Logan who calls out Speedery.
Yeah, good rotations out and energy just
Clean.
on the delayed ult finds Tico staying alive.
Great timing.
This is going to be enough to push back and win this hold in this fight, which was an important one at that. That was their last really important cue that they wanted to use there. And now they have Cooper and Paulie headed to the next one. So this is going to be an interesting trade-off. This is a bit far away as well. Vicky, Lunex has got to be perfect here. 40 seconds left.
Still at 100 beam charge.
Time is of the essence. Cooper has that Rage and Royal Flush, and it's going to be difficult. All eyes on Silent Blaze. The Silent Blaze can manage to double jump invisibility away and not get called out by an anti. And Paulie opens things up with the Silent Seduction, which could stop the double jump alone. If he's the first victim, Tico to follow. 2 ultimates that they will not have online, but they still have 20 seconds to go.
How are they even going to get out of spawn?
Feared strategists in this game.
They've got them completely surrounded.
Lunex trying to get further into point 3 is the goal. They've got 3 ults to do it. Cannot get the stagger early. They find success. Good call on us. Iffy goes down with the ult as well. Inside Inferno crashes down. Finds Chief out of this thing. Just like that. No ults to be said for Liquid Gaming. Nero now up on the board, ready to go. Glartrox, though, is the best thing to
Dang,
find
that was
success
close.
in this invisible boundary, Vicky. It'll come out with something.
Huge back away, though, from Liquid. They knew that they did not have the sustainability. They're trying to get the space. They waited for Nero and the invisible boundary, but now it's up to Iffy to find his mark. Looking around, where is Nero? Protection. Is it going to be able to land on the mark?
He has not been able to land a meatball.
With some help from the Glartrox to really back him up, to do all the extra damage in combination of Tico, and they're going to be
That's crazy. I'm stressed.
Now Nero keeping the team alive with that quick shield at the end to burst the bubble, but either way, it's the duelist getting it done. Logan's got ult ready as well, pushing in. Love the aggression here. Down on the ground, Loki looking for the clone on the damage energy to rotate over 91%. Look for this legendary. Cooper at 71. If they can sustain this fight a little bit longer, Liquid should be able to hold, but Logan's got the invisible bounty wise. Good rotation there from the strategist, keeping up. Speedy finds a big pick, though. Down goes Tico. Invisible boundary up and ready for Logan.
Keep the devil up.
Nice placement.
He goes down. He can't let the devil out. And Silent Blaze behind the other side of the invisible boundary is able to get that snipe.
They lost that.
Silent Blaze does not have the sustainability, and it's up to Energy to clear the rest of the points. But they backed away out of his line of sight. He needs to move up and take advantage of the Rage and Royal Flush.
Look at those clones just taking all of those bullets in the cars, and Peter Quill himself, Speedery and Spark find 1, then 2, and that was kind of the ticket to that last bit of the point.
I thought it was over after
Gambit was, or in this case, Cooper and
Daredevil died.
They just needed that fight to last a little longer. And they got the lethal combination.
I have so much respect for the Gambit.
Available with Gambit can be absolutely disgusting.
Yeah, crazy push.
And also understanding the win condition, right? Like, if you do not find these 2 players, it could be difficult. You're just building up into another round of Strat Ultimate galore. All the invisible boundaries that we saw on our screen at the same time. And you want to be able to try to delay that here. Following up from the Rage Flush into the Galactic Legend. I do have to highlight, though, Lunex's awareness and knowing when to back away. And the help for peeling is chef's kiss.
No, Lunex played the better match there. I mean, I want to go out and say on that specific point, even though they didn't get the full 3 cap, I think that they played
some switch ups are going.
Match. However,
never mind.
Speedery
staying on a bit.
With Liquid coming out hungry here. This is
Mantis. Oh, Mantis Storm. Who was asking about Mantis Storm?
But yeah, Lunex,
there you go.
I'm impressed with the level of
Citadel's
play. So many people looked
pulling
at
it out.
Whether you want to call it tier 2 MRC and say, all right, well, what happens when they're put into these groups? I mean, they're showing out here.
I was excited when I see Speedery go over to Storm and was like, what year is it? Going back to the OG, having some fun. Cooper already getting some information for the rest of the team as he
uses your TP often for repositioning. Yeah, TP
was on earlier.
Something I don't use enough when I play Loki.
On the Wolverine, trying to see if they could fully expect the triple Vanguard, but it's really only Tones here on the other side, and if you're ready for that on thing.
Yeah, interesting pick here on the Wolverine, especially with the Storm. We'll see if this stays. He might rotate out once he saw how the counter plays have been a part of it. But we're going to go ahead and see what Logan does in the background here. Love this positioning if you're Loki main. Take note of exactly where these clones are in his stance as well. Trying to confuse the opponent as much as possible. Energy is going to swap over. Did expect that, right? He saw the thing. He's like, all right, we're going to go over to the hand of Khonshu himself. try to farm that up. But Speedery over on Storm.
Yeah.
allows this a little bit
Daredevil
all over
is
the place.
so much damage.
Different look entirely here too. He's slicing and dicing, and it's
Moon
energy
Knight.
over to the Moon Knight. The moon is haunting
The
them with the fall from
moon.
Polly. One
Okay,
after
never
the other,
mind.
the domino
Storm's
falls,
gone.
and his Lunex is gonna have to be a hard reset as Speedery sends back Rita's last.
And Moon. I remember when Moon Knight was just kind of peeking their way into Ignite, you know, every now and then, Vicky, and now just an absolute could be just scary right out the gate. Always has that option, you know, you take 20% cooldown reduction on ults.
Oh,
really matter for the man who hands up Khonshu's all of the time.
Look at those Loki
Looking out to put up
clones
those
though.
ults
He's
to
just
escape. It's really
appeared.
important for Loki, but that just puts more out for the Crescent darts as energy is just throwing them, gathering ult like crazy. Have to get the finish though, or you get the strategist too much ult charge, and he's finding those as Tones goes down as well.
It was big too to try to harass Logan, but Logan managed
Do they
to
just
stay
double
alive
ult?
around his own clones, and he did use that invisible boundary, but it's the
No, they
damage
didn't.
That's too much. The Rage and Royal Flush to answer that invisible
Oh.
boundary was enough for
Be
Liquid Citadel to
happy.
get
Be
that first checkpoint.
happy.
Yeah,
What?
one of these things that just make Liquid so powerful.
I've never
is
seen
that
that
at
B-hop.
any
That's
point,
beautiful.
Any of the six can
Like
carry.
a skipping
and that is what's
rocks.
so crazy about this team and the
Hi,
duels,
Edward.
especially
Welcome.
on the front of
you
Energy
doing?
and Speedery. Two of the best on their old rosters now combined into one, and they play very, honestly, complementary roles there in the duels position. Cooper pushed all the way up in the W. Q ready to be pressed here from Spark Chief. We'll see if the Heartbreaker comes out early. He wants them to come into this left side here, Vic. We'll see if they do so.
We're trying to wait for, oh my gosh, look at Cooper's health. He was literally one shot for a second. Good awareness here from Nero. The fact that they're going to try to make this work together. At least Nero does have that Mantis ultimate. It's going to be that soul resurgence. And then you got to look at Lunix, who Tico's trying to move up. He's got the Horde of Proteus as well to try to cut off their exit points. But they're playing incredibly split up. Nero waiting for them. Did you
Ooh,
see the
beautiful
hands
tracking
crash
on
down over
Mantis.
their forehead?
Oh, she's
Spark
gonna
Chief
die
gets a
though.
follow-up. Tico does find Nero in the back. This only leaves Cooper up for sustainability. And even though you let the devil out, it may be just enough.
Oh,
but
he
you
had
don't
the
have the sustain
clones.
that
He
you
had the
need.
clones.
Oh,
The
man, it's
lips.
like the Hulk. You don't want to make Team Liquid angry. We've
Oh.
seen it just now as they continue through point number 2. If he is going to get Spark Chief out of this thing. But one thing I want to highlight, we saw it there with Nero on the pick on Tones. Both Nero and Cooper are some of the most lethal strategists out there. Vicky, you saw Tones try to hop out of that Khonshu.
I'm
and Nero
tired.
with a quick headshot to get that down and out. I mean, it's crazy, to be honest, the tracking.
I'm
Yeah, and
taking a
it's also,
break
like,
from
the good
comp.
communication on
I'll
these
probably be
follow-ups,
back.
right? Making sure you're able to track a lot of these players and their different positioning. With the
I'll
way
be
that
back
they're
on
able to
Monday.
back away so well.
But I had a bad
Trying to
day.
do enough of that damage, but no one's looking at energy. You see right behind you, just making sure that he's safe. You saw Iffy said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Taking care of these squids instead.
Love
he's
seeing
close
Moon
to that
Knights
hand
use
of
their
Khonshu. He
powers
doesn't
for
have it
good.
to try to deal with that invisible boundary from the other side, but Liquid Citadel, they do have Cooper and that Rage and Royal Flush waiting to put all together to cut off the exit point that Lunix
Deleting
has.
squids.
Yeah,
No
they're trying to
sustainability.
They were trying to see what they had to use there.
They
to win
made
the point.
it.
Funny enough, as they get the point
Oh
now. 'cause
my
the
gosh, the
rotation
Venom died.
From Lunex. They maybe were trying to hold on to that Gambit. Either way, this is a field day for any Moon Knight out there with the Namor Squids and the
Yeah.
Loki. He will be swapping over to the Star-Lord for this last bit of the point, which is extremely smart. If you're watching this play right now, you always want to look for a duelist at the map and what it best serves you in terms of
Wolverine.
the environment. So like this, you'll be going over to Wolverine, another good pick here in the last minutes.
Especially you have much more open sidelines. I always feel like it's so
Oh,
difficult
Elsa
to get out of this
down.
choke, and that's why you see the portals.
She
now
gonna
from
be able to
Vicky's,
get
like,
a big ol'
it
here
doesn't
if she
prove
wants.
to really help them out because yeah, you have a
They don't
BRB,
need
you have
it.
Logan on a rocket, but you've lost out on your entire team.
We're just showing off now. Everyone's trying to see if they can pad their stats before we review it at the end. And Cart is on full blast here, 3 minutes 33 seconds. Lunex would need a defensive effort of a lifetime. But either way, there are no moral victories. But coming out
Citadels.
strong here in the opening.
It's
match
gonna be
number
really
4
tough
here.
for
Day
Lunex
1
to
the
win
American
this.
Ignite. Spark Chief gonna lead the charge for the team now, diving in, going for the Hulk hello appearance from Tone.
Oh. All right, if he's going to be able to reset because he was actually stuck in the back line here. Doesn't want to stagger from the rest of the
Yawning
team.
so much.
who are struggling.
I'm not
He
bored,
makes
I
the swap
promise.
Now over to the tank pool. Tones, by the way, on hold as a whale comes crashing down and sinking the ship. That is Polly. Nero at least has that invisible boundary, but they're holding strong here as Lunix now take control over this corner.
All 10,000 tons of under the sea right there. Down goes Pauly. Good pickoff there from Tico as well. Now going into full defense mode here. So Tones
Very
on the
nice.
Hulk. You got Tico ready to go, and iffy swapping on over to that Deadpool that they have to take advantage of with it not being
Strange
banned.
TP
So
is
they've got plenty
icky
to
if
go
you have no
another at least
ults.
minute and a half, but
Yeah.
Liquid has every Q ready to pop as well. Not to be a
It
color
is.
explosion, Vicky. I know the ult's been reduced, but
It
here
just
we
you
go.
just walk out and die most
No,
of
I'm
the
almost ready to
time.
dance here, Cozy, when we see the fireworks blow up in front of our eyes. By the way, Silent Blaze getting energy after he just swapped. I like the swap boost, but it's about getting out of this choke that it's a huge problem.
this
Like,
choke
that's
is
what Breedis
such
has in
a
his pocket.
pain.
He's got the Glartrox. You got to be careful here. It's staggering even more time. But Liquid Citadel do have a good amount of time. They still at the 2-minute mark, but time is of the essence.
It's crazy they're getting it done without any of the ults, too. I mean, this is just wasting time, and this is perfect on their battle plan. If they're trying to wait for energy to get up,
Gambit
they're
ult.
just gonna pop it now.
They're gonna have
Super
to.
gonna push
They're
in,
gonna have to focus
see
in
if they can
Viz.
find everyone together. Can they locate the Silent Blaze?
Ooh.
She does find Redis, which is a good pick. Not the one they wanted. And continuing to push up. Not a bad hit. Silent Blaze trying to find life and safety. Tones the back line. Cooper in danger.
Again, ult again.
Somebody help him, 911. Unfortunate here, and after the stun, you could call an Amber Alert after that one, as Spartik is able to find Tico. It's a great up. Speedy unfortunately goes down. You see Toads now activate. Big man Hulky comes
Don't
in.
say
And
that.
he's got the reset. Forces out the Loki clones, though, if you're looking at Liquid Citadel, and Polly comes in with the Silent Seduction. Energy to get a hit, but you don't look behind you. The Glartrox sends everybody against the wall. They're still alive.
HP.
Heroes are thinking as Cooper and Nero were in the back.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Glartrox took the
Clean,
ball too fast
very
for a small kill, and
clean.
They were able to escape. Polly with the finish and the flush, and there it is, 2-0. It happened so fast
a good
before your
win.
eyes. Quick
It was a good
tip of the
retake.
cat to Lunex and make that thing interesting. But it is
Amber
going
alert.
to be Liquid taking the 2-0 on the team, coming from the MRC and qualling in. Wow, what a game.
Who won first
Don't let
round?
the
I don't
2-0
remember.
deceive you. That was the closest series we have had all day long in day number 1 of our America's MRI.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
no
hey,
third.
We highlighted before. It's once again Cooper just farming these MVPs. If we start tracking,
We got one
now,
set of games
by the end
left.
Of the year, the guy could have the most 44,053K burger.
The
on field
ambulance.
of the strategist. Try to find a weak point. It's pretty hard to with this roster.
I forgot about that. That's a good one. Okay, let's look at this. 15 finals from Energy. 18 finals from Speedery? Is that how you say that? Daredevil? Dang. I mean, it looks really even. More offensive supports here, though. Similar damage, though. It's very similar damage, just more finals from Citadel. Another Elsa loss. You kind of love to see it. Namor kind of lacking. 10 finals, 24 KOs, 14 deaths. They just got wiped a lot. Like, they got team wiped a lot. You see less deaths on Loki and Invis, but it's because they can just disappear and regroup. They don't have to die with their team, you know?
And then here comes Speedery and Sparky.
Gambit team
Cozy was
wins.
just talking about
I
it,
know.
how strong they were and being able to get the dive 1-2 together. And even Sparky was able to get some of these grabs outside
Gambit
the
team
invisible
wins,
boundaries
Elsa
that
team
really
loses.
allowed them to not get the same impact that they may have wanted.
Get
with
what you can get, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, like, with their powers combined, it's just so oppressive, right? It's so aggressive, it's so
How did
oppressive,
these
it's really hard to
nuts?
stay alive through that. I was kind
Yay.
of baffled that
don't put my
Liquid
beanie on.
Citadel
Where
in
is
their
it?
banning also just like, no fear. Let them have Elsa again. Deadpool Vanguard, we're not worried about it. That was not their takeaway from map 1, whereas we were pretty much all on the same page here, being like, oh yeah, you obviously need to like counter what we saw, like Lunex doing so well in map 1.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, kind of, again, like we were talking about it like they lost map 1, but I think it was to our surprise in the expectation, right? With expectation can come disappointment, but I think they did
It's a
really
Gambit
show
Clash
why
of
this is a team
Titans.
that is going to be very tough to beat in Group B. But also, Lunex, in my opinion, did the same with their performance right there. I think they showed the other teams in their group, like, hey, we're here and we're here to show what we can do as well. But yeah, you know, shout out to Paulie as well, just adjusting constantly to having that cap ban. it's kind of like Kurova and Adam. You know, if you waste a ban on Cap, you know, you're not able to ban another meta option, which then opens up what they were able to use, and that is the Gambit and Co. And that's obviously just, you know,
I would love to see
nearly as
Elsa
good.
banned on both teams.
If you're one of the other teams watching now, I mean, obviously everyone had their eyes on
know?
Liquid Citadel. They wanted to know what they're rolling out of the gate with.
Hi,
What
Toe
is
Fungus.
this super team going to
What's
look
up,
like?
buddy?
What's going to be their identity? Vicky, what will be the takeaway from the opposition?
They're mortal.
I'm
They
ready.
can bleed. It's possible. And if anything, you know, that's something to keep note of is the way that the pick and ban phase went out too. And even if you're on the other side and you're dealing with Lunix, don't sleep because obviously Elsa still remains to be a problem. It's also like what you were saying, Zoe.
Delana is just
the
crazy
confidence that
on
Liquid Citadel
Elsa
have
too.
To pinpoint that Ritas was a problem, but not a problem enough to
Elsa
waste a
cute.
ban onto Elsa is high level, right? Like they know what the issue is instead. And also to pair it what Cozy was saying, probably being able to make those adjustments, whether it be, okay, I'm struggling a little bit, maybe in that first round with Mag, kind of wake up a bit, and then making that swap over the triple Vanguard that we saw to enable Spark to do what he wanted into what they saw would really work out. And in that case, it was the Emma.
Yeah, it's actually so incredible impressive, right? Like if you identify something like that, most teams would just go for an Elsa ban, but instead adjusting the way you play and your focus fire and the way you apply pressure, like that's some high level play.
Yeah, I mean, even
What did
Goths
Delana
to
play
bleed,
before
right? I mean,
Elsa?
That's what they say. But looking at them, I think it's looking at their flexibility. What were their comfort picks? What did they go to in times of their backs against the wall? Like if this was a clean 2-0, I don't think you would have learned nearly as much about them. And so for these other teams, they can look at kind of what were the adjustments being made from them and what they put together on display. For me, though, I think typically it starts from the top to the bottom with these teams. For me, though, Cooper and Nero, it's kind of like the strategist backline to
Hella Phoenix.
where the worry happens. It's
Star-Lord
like, man, that is,
inside.
to me, that is by far the
So
strongest
mostly hit
backline,
scan.
probably, I would say, in this whole Ignite series.
Adam.
I mean, they are a super team for a reason. I think you can make a really strong argument for each and every single player to be one, if not the best, in their respective roles. So it's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough to like ban out their strong points. It's gonna be tough to like just take them out, like from a strategic standpoint. There's a good reason why almost everyone had them as a #1 in their group, Vicky.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just thinking, you know, I want to really dig into the mind of Spark if we get to have him on here as our player interview, because after coming out of that, you talk about like the pressure from the Titans that are supposed to hail within that group respectively, and you wonder, okay, well, for a team that a lot of people had in their predictions all the way and less, even though it was a 2-0 for Team Liquid, how comfortable are you? Like, where do you think you need to iron things out? Because if they do prove that they could bleed, this could be a problem moving forward for the other team to take note of this VOD review.
This is a team that is full of people with high expectation, right? If you looked across the board in the FlyQuest and Energy and Spark Chief, right? And people had high expectations of that team. Then you go to Citadel with Pauly, right? The expectations for Citadel. Envy, I mean, come on, we don't even need to rehash that story of what happened with Envy, but they thought that they were going to be at the top of the throne, right? And then obviously that didn't go their way either. So it's like all these players that were so close to what I think was their expectations. So when you put them all on one team, that's a recipe, not for disaster, but for, for something scary.
Yeah, especially when you have like those individuals, which initially in 2025, they were like, oh, this is like the best duelist, right? But then the team fell off towards later stages, so then naturally the players are kind of tend to be underrated heading into the next season, just because the team as a whole did not perform.
All right.
Yeah, absolutely here. And
one more matchup.
I am excited to get
3
our
more
interview
rounds.
ready to go because, listen, this is a player with a lot of emotion. We've seen them all the way back to stage 1, and I think their mom came into the room with like a camera angle that was awkward.
like that
I will
emote?
never forget it. And then we go into stage 2, and just the
It's a
constant,
baby
all
kitten.
of the team behind
My
him.
baby kitten.
Spark Chief is definitely a fun one to have.
She's big now, but still
and
pretty
excited
small.
to have him here in just a moment, Zoe.
Yeah, the interview is ready. Spark Chief is joining us, so welcome to the show. Congratulations on the first dub.
What's up, guys?
How are you feeling right now? That was a lot closer than we expected.
Yeah, I mean, we're still figuring it out. We're like figuring it out, don't worry. It's like early. We just got to Canada, filling things out, getting used to the setups. Like, it's all good.
Spark Chief, first of all, good to have you back, man. Excited. I got two for you. Okay, so first off, my first question is, how do you keep yourself grounded, right? This is a team with a lot of talent, a lot of expectation, right? So when you look at your team and who you're going against in the group you're in, how do you keep yourself focused and full
So
on in? And kind of what is this
guys.
team's identity? And my second question is on the trailer for your team. They put the montage of you twice. What do you have to say about that, my friend? I mean, come on. You know, that's like, I was cracking up at it, Spark Chief. But anyway.
I mean, to answer both questions, like, I don't really care, right? Like, I don't care about names anymore. I don't care about who we're against. I don't care, like, it's like a bad team, a good team, like, if whatever, like, if I should be losing, winning. I don't really care. I'm just doing my job. And then the montage stuff, like, I don't mind it either. Like, it's in the past, it's cool. I got some clout from it, so, like, it's whatever. But it's raw, right? Like, it's just raw. So, like, I don't mind.
Love it, man.
It's just me, you know? So I don't really care. Like, it's me
Hell
crying,
yeah.
alright, whatever. Like, my mom saw me already cry. Like, why would I care if anyone else saw me cry? You know, like I don't really care. I don't have much. To do,
That's
but,
it. That's the
yeah.
take.
That's it.
I mean, if anything, that shows how much you care, right? You're passionate. You're serious about this. You're locked in. You guys
Yeah,
look
I
great.
mean,
I
that's
mean,
what-
you
that's
guys
what
are
I'm
figuring
saying.
things out, especially when you guys are together.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah,
I'm
man.
saying.
And you know,
why
honestly, I
would-
just
why
wanted to
care?
ask you guys too, like.
He don't
that's
care,
our-
he-
you know, I like that
he
mindset
chill,
as
he
well
chill,
because it
whatever.
also just makes sure that not only do you highlight that you care about your performance and what you could do for your team, but your passion, right? Other players at home right now are watching you guys compete from the in-game client. They're saying, man, like, look how flexible this guy could be. We saw you guys struggle a little bit in that first map. Specifically, I was talking about you. I'm like, okay, this isn't the Spark Chief that we're used to seeing. He keeps getting, like, contested every time he keeps trying to dive that backline. You pull out with Rogue because they don't ban Gambit, and that we've been seeing that happen a lot. A lot of teams
He don't care,
also
but
opting to
also
not ban the Elsa
he
like
do.
what you guys did against
He
Ritas.
don't,
There's
but
only
he
so
kinda
much
do.
that one player could do. I mean, how are you guys feeling going into your next series? I believe it's a Space Station tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I don't really know who we're. I'm not gonna lie, my mind's elsewhere. But, I mean, yeah, I think like the Elsa ban versus the Gambit ban is like, it's really just like whatever you want to do. It's just like it's a whole different game, right? Like, it's gotten to a point where like both things are beatable, I think. So like, it's not really like a big deal. But I mean, yeah, we were struggling a little bit in map 1 because we were like all over the place. Speed wanted to do something, I wanted to do another thing. I was like, oh, we have Loki Gambit, let's just kill the tanks. Like, we have Loki. I'm just gonna sit on Brewer and shoot tanks. But like, he wanted to just go on backline, but it's fine. We fixed it. We ended up going fully on one thing. Like, doesn't really matter. And yeah, I mean, they pulled out some cornball strap from like console. I know what they play over there. So yeah, I know where they got that from. But it's all good. It's corny. It's whatever.
This guy.
I respect it. Trying to throw some
Cornball.
curveballs,
Is
it's
this
all
in
good.
cornball strat from console?
Yeah, I mean,
Spark.
it's getting better.
Hey, I want to just say, buddy, keep being you, keep having that emotion. And for me, man, you've been one of my
He's trying to
favorite
be
players
like
to
really
watch ball
nonchalant,
over
but
this
he's not
entire thing. It's
nonchalant.
been really fun. I was
Thank
calling it
you.
out before the interview. You know, I remember the first one,
Yeah.
buddy, with the camera up, mom coming in
He was
the room.
talking trash
my
last
mom-
year.
Have it any other way.
Yeah,
Is
my
that
mom
no,
was-
just super chill or
I was
whatever.
She was like, she didn't
No.
know I was playing. She was like, hi, I'm sorry. And like, it's all good.
Excited for you, buddy.
Yeah.
Mom's the real MVP. Spark Chief.
He's like,
it's
whatever,
exciting to
whatever,
see you guys
whatever.
get that first up. We can't wait to see how the team is going to continue to mesh together and take.
Gamers not media trained. Yeah, they're doing their best.
Yeah,
A lot of them
don't
are so
wanna do
young,
this
too.
and hates content, so I'll just be here forever for the rest of
That's
the year. I
fair.
think, so
That's why we got you.
all good. Yeah, that's why they got me. Yeah, you're
But
smart.
perfect. So we get a lot more opportunities to chat to you.
What's up, Paulie?
Yeah.
We ain't complaining. We ain't complaining.
Yeah, a lot of them are
Always
like
a pleasure. Thank you so
20,
much, Spark
like
Chief.
low,
No one else wants to do it. Yeah, why do
early
people like
20s.
content so much? I don't know. It's a weird thing. But yeah, I love people who are just real. You know, like you can clearly see that he cares. Like he cares deeply, and yeah, like they also like the fact that he just shared it. They're treating every team as just like it's a team, right? Are
Yeah,
they ranked
that
high
they
or
should
not?
do that. It's smart.
But the community perception is that doesn't really matter because each
Mm-hmm.
and every game day you should give your best.
Yeah.
That was like the perfect answer that I wasn't expecting from him, at least when he's like, I don't care about both. And I think that's exactly what you need to have in these opponents to not get caught up in names for yourself or
Yeah,
for them.
smart.
And I'm going to say it. We need more people like, I think Spark Chief brings to the scene. I love the raw emotion. I love it both on the highs and the lows, right? Like, yeah, if you talk a lot, you're going to have to back it up. But if not, there's also that raw, I want this. And I think we need more of that, especially in this early esport as a, you're doing hosts at the lands for them. You know, it's something I love to see is the passion there. And so, more of that for sure.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, you see that a lot, right, in the FGC. It's all about showing how much you care, how much you're super serious, and he was able to do that. So I'm excited to see way more of Team Liquid Citadel in the future, Zoe.
It's
Yeah,
never
and,
cringe to
coming in with
care.
confidence, obviously, but also keeping it real. You know, saying like, we're still kind of figuring it out.
There's
A lot
nothing
of different
cool about
pieces that
not
they have
caring,
to put
you know,
together for this super team
about
to
what you're
work.
doing and
For
what you're
now,
trying to
it's the first
accomplish.
up in the back. Let's see if there will be more to follow. Speaking of more to follow, we have one more match for you, and it ought to be a good one. 100 Thieves taking on Energy Shock after a quick break.
Is there land for Ignite? No. I don't know exactly how they're doing it because some of the teams are playing together. Some of the teams are in the same place and some of them are not. I know Vest was just at home. Caring shows passion. Yeah. It's also like a lot of people are afraid. Oh, not a lot of people. A lot of times we're scared to care about something because the caring and failing seems worse than not caring and failing. But it's not real, you know. It's not real to pretend like you are not passionate about the things you're passionate about, and risk is part of it, you know. There's nothing like empowering about being nonchalant. That's hard to actually do. That's something that I had to learn a lot with especially playing Rivals. Like this is such even just in general, like in my life, this is such new territory for me, even though I've been doing it for a year. Playing a competitive game for the first time and deciding that I do in fact care and I'm not afraid getting past like my fear of failure and caring and failing, that was a big hurdle for me. And you know, it's still hard, but like it still sucks when I go on a lose streak or I, you know, go negative on a game or something. But I'm not going to pretend to not care. There's no virtue in that. It's just like a protecting your pride thing. Caring and failing is better in my opinion. At least I gave it my best and failed. Otherwise, I feel like I didn't even try and that feels worse. Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it too. Yeah, I talked about it in my first Rivals video called Marvel Rivals Happened to Me. And I talked about how I played volleyball in high school. And a lot of the times I was so scared of trying and failing that I just would prefer to sit on the bench. And I probably in my high school brain thought that didn't affect how I played. But if you play scared, if you do what you want to do scared and like so afraid of failing and being perceived as a failure, even if it's temporary, that will make you mess up because you're so fixated on yourself. And it's, you know, volleyball is a team sport. Rivals is a team game. And, you know, you won't really put your heart into something if you can't come to terms with like the possibility of failing in front of other people. And life is a team sport. That's true. I agree with that perspective. It's really hard when society places so much moral value on your ability or inability to do something. Everyone sucks at something, and I will never understand the mentality of kicking someone while they're already down. Yeah, well, part of it that could help with that is just knowing that, like, when people punch down or jump at the opportunity to speak badly about someone, even if it's justified, a lot of times it's just to, like, make themselves feel better about themselves. And I'm including myself in that, mind you. because the temptation is there for everyone. We're way more focused on ourselves than we are focused on anybody else. And a lot of times when we do fixate on someone else, it's in relation to ourselves. Like how we feel about ourselves and the amount of like pride and I mean pride in the negative way, like ego that we have, that affects how we interact with people all the time.
Welcome back, one and all. Last match of the
Thank
day
you,
to
Toe.
close out a very, very,
Well,
very
I'm 30 now, so hopefully I've learned a thing or two.
Preseason even. I think what we've seen today should get everyone so very hyped for what's to come this year.
Okay.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, talk about good things come to those that wait. We've waited 5 hours for what could be right up there for the match of the day as well. And I'm extremely excited that we get to end on such a fun note. But
that's why I take rivals seriously.
Some 2-0s going on, but it's been a very interesting.
That's why my videos are very narrative, because I'm not the only one who feels the way that I feel about the game and about the experience. So I want to put it into words, 'cause, you know, it matters.
Anything, I think this last series is going to be a banger, because you take a look at what everyone's been talking about between 100 Thieves and a new look of a team, NRG making their waves in the Marvel Rivals competitive scene.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. I mean, 100 Thieves obviously had an extremely dominant run in 2025. Like, what was it? The second
Too busy
in stage
to only
one,
think
third for
inward,
the
too much to
finals,
do.
Then they came first in stage 2.
Amen.
And then fourth at the grand final. So they're coming in.
You can't
as,
accomplish
like,
much when you're only thinking
like
about,
a heavy hitter, right? People
you know, when you're
have high
staring at your own
expectations,
reflection, you
but
know.
the massive caveat here is the star player, Terra, is not making a return for them. Joined Navi for the season, so it's going to be a very different look.
Ooh, it's going to be such an exciting matchup.
For sure. Like I said early on with the predictions, I think some people thought they could figure out the front and the bottom, and like 100 Thieves and Liquid were the two teams people had the most common there at the top. Because 100 Thieves has been this team of consistency, going back all the way to when this team outside of Terra now
What will
was
Delana
Mutants
play?
that was playing in Alpha and Beta, and it was kind of them versus what was old Sentinels, and that was kind of the main storyline of what we got to see from year 1. Now going into year 2,
they might pro Elsa first.
yeah, Terra's not here now, and you know what? In some ways, obviously that's a massive loss, but when you have a superstar like Terra was on that team, it also can cloud some of the things around it.
It's so great to hear,
interested
Mindy.
see now, when you
Congrats.
get this roster
But
together,
also give yourself some
very
credit,
talented
too,
players, and the
'cause you
most
did that.
intact after Roster Mania, which is why I think so many people love this team. As we take a look at the entire roster here, I mean, the easiest one to highlight has got to be the man, the myth, the legend, TTK. Any team this man is a part of, he is an absolute demon.
Literally go. He is crazy. The best tank player you could probably say right now in contention of how he could pop off and how he enables the entirety of his team, right? Because he's something you and I were talking about all the time is don't give TTK the ability to run wild on Yggdrasil. And so we got to see if teams are like
Controller.
from last season. And
Self
so
is a dive
Self being
demon
that
on any
inclusion to
hero.
what you were just talking
I
about,
read that
Terra,
completely
right?
out of
We've
order.
seen Self go crazy. When we
still.
first saw Self on the stream, we're like, okay, this guy is like just Black Panther himself. Like he is just crazy, and now we
He's a
have guys that
substitute.
got buffed in the meta right now. I'm not expecting that too much with a lot of teams having that introduction of what they could expect from this team. But Cozy, I want to hear your thoughts specifically from NRG.
They got 8.
I mean, listen, I think
2
Self was a
subs.
perfect replacement, and when we saw them on Ego Death back then, we were like, this man will be signed, and he was signed by one of the tops in 100 Thieves here. Taking a look at this team, this is another, just for me, like FlyQuest, where I saw like all this talent put together, right? And you could say the same as some of the other teams we've looked at. It's like, wow, lots of talent on this team, put together from different teams. How do they sing all together in harmony? I think it's awesome to have the backline, what they have with Velocity and Rinko over there. But man, do not underrate people like Stinkers, who it comes from Dreamland, great on really the anchor of that team and what they did performance-wise. And then it's the last member of Envy that we haven't seen today, which, fun fact, outside of Cal, all the Envy members are eating today. They're all doing well outside of their own team, right? So Window, that Vanguard, coming to Energy Shock. This is a team of talent.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see this team in action. Of course, Energy Shock acquired the roster of Dreamland, so that was Chime's team. I think Chime was the team owner of that actually. So this is also like their first foray into
Devil
Marvel
himself
Rivals.
on
Let's see what
Siloc.
they can bring to the table.
Stinkers.
Chime themselves
Energy
have
crazy
like
stacked. Oh, it's
so
gonna be such
much
an exciting game.
competitive experience. Fun fact, in a different game,
I don't think
Chime
this is gonna be
actually
a
played on
wipe,
Call of Duty
but it
Dreamland,
depends on the
and
bans,
they had
I
an
think.
insane upset against Energy Shock, thanks to Chime and his insane aim and versatility. Like I remember it like it was yesterday, but it was in fact in 2024 in October. Like I can probably pinpoint the date. That's how good the performance was. So to now see Chime in an Energy Shock jersey, kind of made me smile. I do love that for
Sitting
myself.
too long.
Listen, I think one person I want to highlight, if I'm going to look at Energy Shock, because we do know 100 Thieves so well, is Velocity. You know, you're going to see that captain's flag next to them. They are the shot caller. They were there for Dark Zero and a great player, good personality. One of the few players that we had come up on the desk here in LAN because the personality definitely shows there. And just a young stud there as the Loki. And so interested to see how he leads the charge here a little bit for this team and how that direction is taken from them. And obviously as Madara as well, that was a teammate on that Dark Zero team that did end up qualing. Krakoa is going to be our first map, y'all. And 100 Thieves, what do you think that they are going to bring in this new kind of meta? Is it full dive? Millennia, I mean, he's crazy on Jeff. I expect to see
So much dive.
I feel like this is going to be a different look of 100 Thieves where we're seeing a lot more flexibility. I think it was also really important to highlight with Terra being out of the fray. There's going to be a lot more focus to the star players that we already knew have made up this team, but now you're slotting in, you know, two new players that are still finding their footing. Has Self been able to open up that hero pool? I'm expecting yes. Self specifically could run a lot of these diving duelists. It's about enabling Self too, and like you mentioned, we have seen the Jeff come out
I would
as
love to
well
see
if
some
they
White
need the
Fox
triple
gaming
strategist
too.
Lineup too. So now going back to the fact that we just saw that we're opening up on Krakoa, how do you find the advantage
Krakoa.
first onto the point where
Yeah, if
domination
you got 100
is
Thieves
such a
merch,
volatile game mode, let's be honest. That's
pop
what we
it
always
on
talk
one.
about, how these first fights go and how long they stall out for, and how you get to kite away from a bad situation.
Yeah, I'm expecting a lot of strategic depth coming in here from 100 Thieves. So, like, we know that the individual players, they have deep hero pools, they have flexibility, but then you also have players like Millennia or Delina. They all have coaching experience now as well, right? So I think there's a lot of big brains at play, which hopefully doesn't make it muddy. I think they should all be on the same page and be able to dig really deep, no matter what is coming their way.
Yeah, Delina, I mean, listen, we always talked about Terra, so we just kind of didn't get to talk about Delina. This guy is flexible. He used to be the Hella guy, and then all of a sudden it was like the Adam guy. Then just in general, he is the duelist for this team of 100 Thieves to really set the standard of what this org expects. And Millennia was doing really well as Jeff. He was a sub-in back in the mid-season, right? And then all of a sudden, it blew up from there, and it was a fantastic effort at what he was able to do to adapt to that strategist role.
It's time. Okay.
We see here.
Who
with the 100 Thieves
will
in
Delana be
NRG,
playing?
Our last match of today.
Yeah, 100 Thieves versus Energy Shock. This ought to be a good one to close it out on day one. Please, guys, take it away.
All right.
All right. Let's do it, Cozy. We're here, back together again with 100 Thieves, back together as well. Because when you talk about that
They got
Vanguard
3
lineup,
White Fox
that's a
Lords
Vanguard lineup
on their
that has
team.
a lot of experience playing
Energy.
together between TTK and Vinny. And I like to see if TTK
Energy
is also
Prot.
able to be flexible, because I'm already looking at him going over to the thing. It's a
Elsa.
double gambit ban on both sides, but it's NRG who do manage to get the Elsa Protect first.
Yeah, excited to see these two teams
Mantis
clash, Vic. I mean,
ban.
there are players that I'm just close to, and I remember giving hugs all around at LAN, at Atlanta.
Our Lord
telling
is
100 Thieves
very
that there's
cool.
always next year, but then same goes with a lot of these players down here on NRG.
Prot Elsa, I think.
Being banned. Elsa save first. We already know that is going to give
It's gotta be Elsa.
NRG a different look as they approach this first bit of the point. Mantis being banned out. We've kind of seen how triple strat
Yeah,
has gone
okay.
today.
Double
I haven't
Elsa
loved it, so
game?
that
Okay, at
Mantis
least
ban
it's
early is
balanced.
obviously something they want to do to slow
Thank
down
goodness.
what velocity has cooked up for the
They might
team.
ban Tank
But
Pool. Yeah.
for the first time today, Vic, we have 2 Elsas.
Okay, all right. So it's gonna be the Elsa v Elsa duel, and I like.
No, they
this
do have
because
lords.
It's usually like, okay, is it gonna be really like the server admin?
Or do they
Elsa,
not?
Since we are playing on the
I think
patch
it's just
that
the
did not
animated
come out
that's
yesterday,
added.
The previous patch right before that, just for anybody tuning in, making sure you're wondering, oh, why does Elsa still have that extra HP? Well,
Mantis
that's why,
ban
as the
and
Mantis ban comes out
Bizban.
next, and that kind of forces things out, right? Because they see the Elsa protect,
Okay,
and they
don't
don't want a
see
damage
Elsa.
boosted Elsa to get away
Me
with everything.
neither.
This is
We
such
never
a
see her in
cerebro
regular
level,
play.
A big brain picking bands, and probably some of my favorite out of what we've seen today with both 100 Thieves, iRemix, shout out to the GOAT over there, and what Velocity and Co-op cooked up as well. But
DD.
looking at it, so the Mantis double
Please ban
ban
DD.
is
I don't
kind
want
of
to see it anymore.
closing to be similar things. You know, funny enough, when Angela was nerfed in the recent patch, I even called out TTK, and I'm like, I wonder how TTK
Yeah,
is
Angela
gonna adjust
Protect is
to what
interesting.
was, you know, a lot of Angela play lately. Well, there's a little bit of an
Who
answer
will
with
play?
the save going on
Angela.
to Angela, the one-wing angel. Last save ready to go, Vic. Who do you think we see? Okay.
Oh, I mean, yeah, it's gonna be the
Very
tank pool. Looks
nice.
like here from NRG, because I was
It's a
gonna
good
say,
leg up.
another lineup to look at is how the duelists are gonna fare against each other. We talked a lot about Self. We talk about the flexibility that we've seen from Delena too. And as the final band comes out,
Okay.
it looks like
I
the
like these
double
bands.
Elsa, Angela, and the tank pool.
We do
are
have
saved
DD
up.
though
A lot of
on one
focus
side.
on the strategist for NRG Shock though, so it's gonna be a little difficult here. Hopefully that backline will be able to stay up.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And see what they are going to end up adjusting to. Right now, they're just aura flexing. You can see everybody just wanting to rep their favorite animated icon. Legitimately, would not expect anything less from some of those players down there from NRG. Then you have Window just chilling on the Vanguard Deadpool.
Look
Showing
at all
his
my
gun.
lords.
But Stinkers locking in the Elsa. That's what I expected there with the save that
Need
they
my
had
water.
on early. Everybody to follow suit. Wrinkle might show a bit of the white paw. And there's, okay, we do have a little bit of swaps going on. So I'm going to go and take over that Elsa instead. And on the 100 Thieves side, we got the Self on Wolf, which, Vicky, you know, I mean, Self can play a crazy Hawkeye, a crazy, obviously, Panther, as we said. But Wolverine was in that rotation.
Yes, he was, and that's why I was talking about, like, just Self also leaning into those strengths. When I was taking a look at the meta and how these teams are going to play it out, and especially finding out that they weren't going to be playing out on that most recent patch, I knew that Self, it's not the VP, he doesn't even have to roll out with it, right? It's no target ban here because he's got an insane Wolverine, and you can expect that when you see Window being able to have that tank
it's gonna be
available for him, as
exciting.
well as Madara, who usually we've seen
Yay,
on
more.
the Emma taking some hits herself, going over to the Venom.
What
Map
a wink
promo.
to Terra as well, because that was his best hero. It's like Self
I got an
filling the
orange.
shoes, having the wolf. Come on now. This is still the same old 100 Thieves. Stinkers is ready as the lawyer looking in this back line early. Going to go ahead and hunt, go way back behind the fort here and see what they can find. I'm going to get some early poke damage as TTK is up in the sky early as that one-wing angel was called out before. Vinny has added Venom to his plethora of Vanguard.
Snapping is amazing.
Success, but right now, caught in a pickle, doesn't find any exit and quickly finds elimination. Now, 100 Thieves down too early.
Oh!
Where was he supposed to go? He was stuck in
Yeah,
the
he was.
Beyblade and spinning around before he could try to get away, and they find that as that first pick, although they do trade that off, but look who found them. Energy are going to be able to take that point first, it looks like, before Window takes that
Okay,
quick
Energy
selfie, but it's a
takes
reset
first
for 100
point.
Thieves in a great dominating way
Well,
for
takes
Energy
point
to make a
first.
statement.
Yeah, what an opening right there, and especially Window getting close to that ult yet again. TTK and Vinny got
Yeah,
a
a lot
lot
of
in here to be in
Venoms.
one step. 100 Thieves, so we've pointed this out before. I was actually talking with Shiv about this, is they're a little slow out the gates. And we've seen that not only in matches, but also like in complete preseason sometimes. And then they kind of come into form later when they need to clutch up. But we'll see if that continues with this new Thieves team now. And there's the quick ult Window going to throw on the back line. 2 White Fox involved if you're a fan of the new strategist. TTK goes down yet again there. Struggling in the Vanguard line, but Self and Vinny find success. Now it's going to be 5v4. See if they can capitalize on it. Not really rotating into point pressure-wise. Maybe to see if TTK can get back to help. They got the Glorprox ready, though, Vic. Oh.
And they released it already, looking at the point before bouncing over to the side
Didn't
of the
get
wall.
anybody.
It makes you wonder, for 100 Thieves, was this Angela safe worth it? Because TTK is having a bad time. That's the back-to-back 3 KO onto TTK alone. They focus down on him. Delena at least tries to answer back, finds Chime, but Energy already reaching that 50% mark before 100 Thieves were able to finally flip it back in their favor just 10% ago. Vinny survived with like 1 HP before popping the armor, and no one's looking at Winnie just yet. Beast of the Abyss is now going to target this back line. They tried to delete him beforehand. A kidnap to make sure that there's Beal for
Help
the back
pack,
line.
help
Welcome
pack.
to the sub over to the side room, and Renko answers back to find Millennia in the trade-off.
What game are we watching? I just saw 2 monsters up at once. Ninetale beat Ninetale. That was perfect timing as now diving in. Vinny finds success in the back line. And this is just like what we saw in the Lunex game, that they were able to get the point early, so this fight was helping them a bit more with 34% in climbing, 54 back on over to NRG. And boys, it's fun to see Delena back in action. Him and Vinny picking up right where they left off last year with yet another pick in a quick melee there, trying to get out that self-sustain. Speaking of self, is the one that does the period. On
Two
the
baby
end of that
orange
sentence.
slices in my orange.
40% up. 100 Thieves
In
now
my
back
big orange.
in the point and in control. They have 2 ults to go. To match
TTK,
up a
lock
few
in,
similar
brother.
ones. Just be
Lock
interesting.
in.
Trying to see if they can get a one combo with Delena already, getting close to another Apex Predator, shining on this roll.
boy.
See another kidnap. Where can you go? Absolutely nowhere. TTK was also right there as the insurance policy. Just
Delena
in
with
case,
ult
lets another one
again?
out for NRG. They're scattered a bit before trying to back away, and I don't think they really have anywhere to go. A nice freeze off the base, but guess what? Delena is set up for shop uncontested.
Oh, and that is really just setting them up perfect to T-ball and home run this ball, because now they're going to be able to build up the rest of these ults. You got the Lino with the Glartrox. They're kind of matching a bit of what NRG has, if being fair. Both Winnie and Rinko right on top on the Ninetales there in the ult charge department. In fact, if you look across the board, very close either way. We'll see what Window does here. Keep eyes on Window, because they can get early pressure to make it tough for 100 Thieves to win this kind of fair fight.
Well, the Heavens with the reach, and you want to get these follow-ups, though. Delays it just a little bit because the Glartrox is out, and he is hungry.
Oh!
You try to survive.
Luna couldn't keep
but
up.
There's not much you could do. With Franco going down, you let the devil out. You try to even this out here, too. You close in the gap. The Millennials right there with the dance-off to keep everybody from 100 Thieves alive. Woo.
Yeah, finishes, it has both shows going at the same time, but this is what I was saying with the setup and the home run before. Just the way the rotations happen, winning that neutral fight early benefited so much. Delena with a demon on the Hella, and back now
Holy,
in front of the
so
Monster Hunter
dominant.
in Elsa, showing what they can do. Portal coming out, body blocks ready. They do touch, which is huge as Delena takes down the Venom. Now staggering in for survival. Vicky is coming down the last minute.
It's just so precise.
Taking out the point, but still on. Winnie gets a big Vicky. This is coming down to the seconds.
Look at Delena! Somebody look at Delena, who is just getting away with mowing down NRG. Like, the moment Delena was able to set up, that was it. Like, that was a nail in the coffin, because if you tell me that you're dealing with Delena, who gets Elsa for free, no Elsa ban, I mean, you're just gonna have to deal with the onslaught of damage from the other side.
And that was fun. I mean, we got to see what we wanted to see out of the newcomers,
Insane.
myself and Winnie, right, on this team, but then also the core 4 of this 100 Thieves that we've just known and appreciated here in Ignite early and often. Energy Shock, though, we told you they'd have a lot of talent altogether.
I did try to get on
Seeing what
Thieves
they've got,
back in the
you
day.
know, I think right now,
Just as a-
their opening fight was extremely well done. But 100 Thieves is on the ready for the Glartrox. Both times able to burn down very quickly. NRG
Just like a content creator.
Good awareness and following up too from Vinny. Clutch moments on getting those antes as well. See the Deadpool just being a potty mouth. I just love this character inclusion in this game. He's so accurate to what he is, but it always cracks me up. I'm never over it. As we come out of the gates, will it be enough though going into this if we see some of these changes here, Cozy?
Yeah, I think Self and the Kidnaps have been absolutely huge for the team as well, and been able to really benefit off that, just to separate a lot of the aggression early. TTK up in the skies. We've seen a lot of Angel play today, but not exactly to huge success. But if one man can show it, it is the TTK himself.
Let's see it,
And
bro.
here in the backline as the Luna. People might be shocked at the Luna play, but not a ton of options here to play in the strategist department. Either way, Delena going to go ahead and pop up. Get that early poke pressure. Glartrox is moments away. There's a quick teleport to keep them alive and healthy. They continue to farm up. Now they're ready, Vic.
Look how sneaky Self was trying to be, but they call out on the
Oh,
land,
oh, oh,
the hands of velocity. That's a big pick, but Winnie's right there. So what you mentioned, and Delena is feasting like it is a buffet, unstoppable to help back and help heal for the backline too, while dealing so much damage.
I gotta catch them all. I mean,
Freaking ult, bro.
All 4 right there quickly.
His accuracy
And
is
Delena
just
showing
unreal.
why he can easily be the anchor in this duelist that he's been for 100 Thieves. Looking back up, Energy Shock has 3 ults that they can make a difference with, and I actually like what they've got available. Keep your eyes out on Shime and his positioning, where they can go with it now. Window continuing to farm where they got. Vic, you're right. I mean, what would be the difference that Energy's got to do to try to get something rolling for this team?
Harass Delena right now, and I think that's exactly why they're doing this swap up, because they go over to the Daredevil, and guess who's the first person Sneakers is looking at? It's Delena. And then you follow up with Velocity saying that they have had enough. They find 2 onto 100 Thieves. They really only have
2 ults for that, though.
Millennia, unfortunately,
Or no.
does not have
Yes,
that
2.
Dance Dance Revolution, and Chime now follows up to find Vinny, so with no sustainability, Millennia comes right back around because Energy haven't been able to flip it. Beautiful stall now coming in from 100 Thieves. This is huge.
Yeah, I was going to say, wow, what an aggressive approach, but if they didn't cap, you might as well. They are backing out here, and they do end up finishing, but you know what? Every tick matters. Obviously,
55%.
Back. Was it worth the extra 4%? Not sure. But either way, do love the approach. And this is what 100 Thieves is. They are a very aggressive team by nature. Still up and ready, though. They've got
That orange was so
the
good.
feast there. And they've got the window.
The horn against
so
peak.
both Vanguards up and ready.
The skin is
They can
peak.
Take down the stretches early with this pressure and keep this point up to 50. They got
I think I'd like Daredevil.
See where this Banhammer is going to be landing on, trying to isolate one of the backlights, but it's going to be hard when you still have Self, who is waiting to dive together with TTK. Delena has the Apex Predator available. Okay, Millennia immediately freezing window, by the way. We were talking about window wanting to try to isolate
It's a big
one
kill.
of the strats. This forces Energy to play extremely split up, and they lose out on Madara.
Winnie's showing the new White Fox and what he can do as the newest strategist. Absolutely lethal. Rinko they're going to take down. And this is exactly what we want to see. If Window can get the opportunity from the ult to shut down and let the dominoes fall as they may. Now going to match the ult point for point. And 100 Thieves is pretty far from much. They've got the self-ult they can use, but it's going to take another neutral battle where NRG's got the upper hand. And so expect this to at least go to 99.
Excuse me, I burped.
Shock. They can hold on.
Especially if you get to see how this last stand from Self is gonna fare. Just trying to maybe find an isolation pick. Madara's waiting though. He's got the piece of the abyss as he's hungry to dive here into the back.
Oh, loss.
No way! Madara gets swatted away, and they slapped him back as 100 Thieves now back to the drawing board as they're going to be able to try to control more of this space through this choke to try to take this point.
I want to see that replay. Oh, he's
that
pissed.
90% point, a nice stun from Winning, who is showcasing what this White Fox can do.
The Agent of Atlas and that charm is just coming in clutch, being able to stop so many ults, and there goes the Glartrox, but quickly with a slice and dice, Time gets one, but Self is feasting, and that was absolute perfection in case of 100
It's a great
Thieves.
freeze
Now
from
they're gonna
Luna.
be forced to try to tuck where they can, sustain as much as possible, point taken back, 57%, but wow, Winnie putting on a show, big.
I also really like how Self didn't get overzealous, right? Waited for the opportunity to get the last stand dive down, and then the follow-ups came right afterwards for 100 Thieves.
No, yeah, great point, honestly. Self has been showing extreme patience from the first map to now.
Oh, Delena's low.
Almost got a quick pick off there. Just barely finding cover and get a quick living bullet there, trying to get more pressure on him. See where they take this approach. Chime just getting that extra poke. You're going to be fueling up their strategist now as Millennia does have ult. We'll see if they use this aggressive. I might here, especially given the ult tracking on energy side.
Ooh.
Oscar is waiting, having to be careful.
There it is.
As with both worlds, before you have the Feast of the Abyss to follow up
Right
afterwards
off
from Vinny. Delena unleashes a Glartrox here, and Millennia's gonna
Oh,
have
they
to
got
back their hands
out.
up with velocity side by side. But all eyes too on Renko on how they're gonna be able to use the Kumiko Unleash as overtime.
Might need
is
a big
ticking away.
Elsa ult
Energy
here.
are able to try to flip this,
I mean,
but
not
100 Thieves
Elsa.
get right back onto it. There's a sustainability as Winning wins the 1v1 versus Chime.
Man, Winnie is getting clutch picks there with the White Fox. Again, this is pre-pass. Pre-Fox getting the Giga buff as Velocity now playing down low. Trying to make sure that this point can be taken if anyone steps off. Keep your eyes on the prize. Window and Madara gets through TTK trades. Gets another. Hold on, folks. Stinkers is going to make this interesting as time is ticking to tie this thing up. Window down TTK. Desperation from 100 Thieves will not come because it is now.
Wow. Exciting.
The tank pool? I mean, talk about literally whiplash for that final fight, too. Coming in clutch, making sure that that swap up with Daredevil.
I feel like
also
they need
got
a
the impact that it
switch
needed.
off
That's even with, by the
Angela.
way, Winnie being able to find that pick onto Chime.
I don't know though. I haven't seen a lot of
because they knew
TTK's
Millennia had ult,
gameplay.
So they were like having Chime just use the poke, right? From afar. Because you're not gonna
This is a
when
juicy
you're poking
round.
From afar,
Salty, thank you. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Really appreciate it. Yeah, energy was great. Great hold. They'd be in a better spot if DD had held his ult, though. I don't think
gotta
they
shout out
needed
Winnie
it.
as well. Winnie's been playing a terrific game as this new addition.
I would love to see
on the
some of
Fox,
his
but altogether,
TTK's
looking at it,
gameplay,
looking at the
because
old
I would like
Vicky,
to
what do you see
understand
to
what
set
he's
us up for the
doing.
next stuff? Like,
Well, if anything, the highlight to the fact that Energy had more of that sustainability to work with because they rotated through Velocity and Rank results very nicely, desyncing them together. It's very similar to what we're going to see for this first fight from 100 Thieves because they want to rely on Winnie and that Camille Unleash to help them create the space that they need.
Holy
and maybe follow up together with
B-Hob.
Absolutely. Great breakdown.
Sh
21
moving.
seconds till point opens. This one typically takes some time, folks, to get the first cap. We'll see
Yeah.
if anyone can get a cheeky pick off. Self 97% up. Look for him to hold on to it for a moment there. And Chime's got the Glartrox already. We'll see who's first to press the Q. Running in the back lines here, like the approach. We got Vinny just hanging out on the walls as he finds himself a quick hit there. Delina, quick pokes up early in the sky. Going to try to get himself something aggressive-wise. Playing somewhat passively, though, both teams now. And again, this point just takes some time to get, Vic.
And this is like the neutral, right? It's very hard to find your opportunity.
Oh,
But
97.
when you do, you have to capitalize. He manages to swing away. Sneakers gets stunned temporarily. He falls incredibly low, and Self comes out on top of that 1v1. Now you follow up between Delena and Chime. And everyone is trying to eat, but it is Delena and their Glartrox that comes out on top. And then you completely go in with the dive down from Self, and it's Velocity who's the last victim.
What a great use
He went
of the
from
map
91
environment
to
there. Perfectly having the
97
Glartrox
in
fall
less
into
than
the
1
underbelly
second.
there and kind of force the arena
He
down
got a
low.
final!
Absolutely pro play at its finest. And we still got the Luna ult Vinny and Winnie on their side. Love the Vinny and Winnie. That's going to be a new thing here. But either way,
Vinny and
Velocity
Winnie.
Madara can match. So kind of equal footing. See now as both teams.
It's gonna be
charge
tough
up
on
and they
comms.
attack. 20%.
Winnie,
and this
Vinny.
early point take is massive here on this third crucial last point.
Yeah, very similar to like the Delena and Millennia. I've always had that in mind.
I
as
want to grow
well.
my hair
Looking
out
at
so I could
100
wear that
Thieves. Now
hairstyle.
we get to add Winnie
Loose
into
braids.
the fray, who's been doing great. Delena's trying to look here at the Venom, who's trying to delay the anti.
No.
Wow, Millennia's avoiding getting hit with an anti as they have that dance off from both sides. This time though, Vinny answers back even harder.
My
By
eyes.
3, maybe 4 here before the Heaven's Retribution sends everybody together.
Absolutely perfect counterplay there, trying to get the damage boost into the healing, and both teams able
Chime
mainly
is
to
one
stay
down,
up through
though.
that. And shout out to the spectators doing the color explosion to see the
Yes.
top in view of the chaos here as Delena
63% already.
one by
It's
one,
ult.
slowly getting that Glartrox, hungry again for more, and here comes the Ninetales. This is going to allow the dive to happen with it. Keep your eyes on window, 82%, 92, and climbing. Self though, slashing and dashing. That front line, Stinker finds some success, Vicky. Now window's got the ult, they should be able to collapse on this.
And Seekers though finding 2, that's the strategists that are out for 100 Thieves. No sustainability that they would like, and with Vinny already popping the armor, it's just a matter of time before he needs them back in the
Goodness.
spawn. And Energy are able to clear this point for their own good.
And keep in mind, just like we said before, this Deadpool only getting more lethal as we get
Goodness.
to point number 3. It's fully loaded with the golden deagles and katanas, right?
Yep.
Window ready to go with this ult. They did not have to commit it as well as Stinker. So
Visual
favor,
mush.
even though 81%. But the next fight is for NRG. We'll see how much they have to use though to earn this W, but they've got plenty in the arsenal.
That's a very good call out, Cozy. It's very important to highlight just the build-up that Deadpool has overall. Especially when he gets to level up and he's got the ultimate and he's isolated back himself. Says, don't worry, I got you. And they get the double whammy. Does he actually make it back from that? Bouncing over to the ledge side. He looks like he did. And now Seekers comes in. He lets the devil out. Chime's alive and they find Winnie after they were being harassed. What a beautiful play as Window stayed up there.
Wow.
WTF, man, they've committed a lot to get Window out of that fight. So it's like, I got him. The is like, no, me, and uses the Glartrox to didn't even get the off the map. The Window taking so much pressure and staying alive through it. That would have been a lot to commit, what we just said, Vicky, for one elimination, but didn't even find it in that. So now Energy Shock side.
I wonder why
they've got
Delena uses
Shine
ult there.
combined with the Venom, but they're going to look to combine Luna with Venom here.
I guess
Once
it's crunch
again,
time.
The response is going to be there if Millennia can get their ult just in time as well. This is going to be exactly kind of similar to the fight that you just saw.
Get a little bit of that damage boost going too. Really take advantage of the anti-heal that comes out from the Feast of the Abyss. Same game though from Moderate. They don't have that advantage. And definitely won't have that sustain now with Delena finding Renko. Energy still has control of the point for right now. The anti-heal comes out and Millennia is going to be able to follow up. Vinny may want to try to capitalize, but it is TTK who've already taken care of the strategist now. Is Velocity going down too. Window finally gets shish kebab.
the White Fox got deleted.
At this point just yet. Still stalling out as Honor Thieves finally flip it back.
Yeah, this is
quick
live.
out to Millennia, who's just always had the perfect counter to what is the
With a
plan of
little
attack
delay.
there from what is going to be the lethal
Fairness.
Venom and Symbiote from down below. TTK has the Heaven Retribution, which is
The
huge
TP
in moments
location is
just
gonna have to
like
be
this.
really
Watch
good.
out as Energy Shock has Madara summoning up the portal. The Sorcerer Supreme is ready. They're going to take the
Oh!
off the level itself, though. TTK was expecting it, waiting there from the One-Wing Angel. Ready to go. Throws it down from up above. Chime throws the Glartrox out. It's match for match, Q for Q. TTK down, Vicky.
The Glartrox have clipped TTK's wings before they come in to recontest. Huge stun as Self dives in, but he doesn't have the sustain from Winnie, despite having the Queen Hole unleashed. Now it's going to be their turn
Oh,
to try to see if
no.
they can pour in instead, as Madara had swapped over to allow everybody from Energy to come back.
And they have just enough time here as it's ticking up and up, closer and closer to the first map. It's as close as we've been today, folks. Great use as Madara used the damage up from Velocity. They get the pick on
He
Vicky
didn't get the
early. 99
OT.
fully open, just barely touching, allowing things to happen and continue to pull. But this is where one goes down by one. Loki lanterns out to let them at least have some part of the point, Vicky.
Oh, gosh.
Vinny opens up, it's feasting time,
Oh.
finds nothing. It's NRG Shock, shocking this first match.
But Winnie has the passive already used up, but you made the swap over to the Adam Warlock, expecting, you know, can you even get that ultimate in time with the openers and with the Iron of Agamotto? That is Madara highlighting what Energy just did for this first map.
Wow.
Only one team right now is stealing a win,
Dang,
and it is not the Thieves. It is NRG Shock getting the first dub on domination. And we knew this team had the play callers, the talent,
Energy
the
first.
execution available.
First win
and way
here.
to come back and snag those two. Sean, get the
That was so
MVP
fun, though.
outfitting with our pre-lineup and discussion of this match. Vicky, I mean, take a look at the scoreboard.
I think they mistimed the OT touch.
I mean, aside from the obvious of Chime coming out with those 13 finals, seeing him pop off in his own regard, I think the swap-ups, right? Stinkers being over onto
Delana's,
the
like,
Daredevil,
hard.
was trying
At
to
least
get
on
them all
finals, he's,
together
like,
with
hard
Window,
carry.
who was huge on the tank pool. I mean, I don't even know if we're going to see tank pool in the pick and ban phase. If you're 100 Thieves, you want to get that out of there, because I feel like that just costs so much attention and time away from 100 Thieves, even if they was peeling there for the backline that Self was trying really hard to protect them from, because then you also have to worry about the Venom, right? Together with that, you're looking in two different directions. You look like a chameleon looking to the back, but then looking to the front at the same time. But also, Renko and Velocity, the way that they were able to hold their own, Millennia did a lot of sustain. I mean, 45k, but up to the 21 final hits from Delana, there's only so much you could do when your backline was getting oppressed. Maybe Self thinking about, was the Wolverine worth it at this point when you couldn't really get as many kidnaps as you may have wanted?
Yeah, I mean, shout out to
Not a ton of picks
the
either.
7th and the Glartrox as well, because the fact that the 100 Thieves were able to have their defensive approach there, and even TTK knew where they were coming from, right? Like they were
Some
already,
really amazing plays. Like, it was
didn't matter.
close.
They were able to break through that.
Anybody's game.
Shout out to Window as well. This is a player that I've continued to highlight that is just shown to be a star
Oof,
in
that's
the
a
most
great
clutch moments.
kill.
Vic, you'll never forget when we saw that, what was it, 20-minute overtime. The Window kept on that sustain in, Envy back in the day, and continues to show it for this new team in Energy Shock. A team absolutely stacked. 100 Thieves is the only team shocked right now, alongside all those that predicted them to clean this 2-0. Folks, we could have our first, I keep saying it, 1-1. Zoe,
100% accuracy. It's because they switched at the last second, I
this
think.
is exactly what we wanted to see. We were praying for a close match literally all day long. And granted, the score lines don't really tell the story in our previous matches. I think a lot of them could have gone the distance. But this one could really be it. I love how close they played it. I also just love that we
Okay,
immediately
I need to put
saw
eye
from
drops in
both
my eyes.
teams that they have a distinct style, that they do have an identity already in this new meta.
Yeah, certified banger. We knew this was going to be one for sure. And, how this next match kind of folds out. Got to give quick W's to the White Foxes out there, because that was just awesome play early, especially in such an adapting scene and meta to bring that hero out and really highlight the gameplay. And it wasn't just, one of the members. I think there's a lot of highlighted moments there from White Fox on both sides, Winnie, as well as the Rinko. So it was a fun match overall, Vicky, and I think this next one's gonna be a good one. 100 Thieves, they always used to take to Yggdrasil. Do they continue the old ways?
We're gonna have to see. You know what's crazy is that White Fox is only gonna get better for next weekend. That's a little bit highlight for some people to look forward to. I feel like a change though is question mark over the Angela save onto TTK. Because we saw some signs of life, right? But was it worth it? Is the question, especially if you do want to go to one of TTK.
I walk away for 2 seconds. Slow flow, holy Oiler. so much. Who won? Energy. Energy won the first round. Serpent, thank you for the Prime sub. I just saw that 4 minutes ago. Thank you. Slow Flow, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Holy moly. It's made a very nice viewing experience for 50 people in here. Thank you so much. Gosh. That is wild. I can't say how much I appreciate your generosity. Seriously. Seriously. Okay, let me spin the wheel. Um financially, I don't know that I can do that. How much does 50 gifted subs cost? Swipe that card. Okay. so so hold on a minute. It is a 5 gift sub wheel. So I don't know. I have some stuff coming up I gotta pay for. I don't know that I can match 50 gifted subs, but I think I can match. I can match some. Peep, can you please get your butt out of my face? Okay, I can match. Oh, there is a sale going on though. So maybe I can. How much is 50? $194. Hey, that's a pretty juicy discount. Bills can't be that important. Right. Here, I will match. Oh my gosh, Peep. Ew, stop drooling. Gross. Peep, can you move? This is a very important decision I'm making. Please move, please. Okay, I can gift. I can do 20. I can match half of it. I can give 25. Thank you, Twitch discount, for making this possible. There we go. There goes the skins we could have had this month. Yay. Okay. I can match half. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. Slow flow.
To have that pop-off moment.
And no, you don't need to match it.
Angela here. I mean, we
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Verticality and a lot of space to control. But I feel like a lot of focus on like the fact that Self couldn't play the
50
Daredevil,
is
like we saw from
more than
was
enough.
a big focus point. So go
peep.
Back to the drawing board and looking at that pick and ban phase, figure out what you want to prioritize, because were they expecting the Angela ban in the first place? Could they have protected maybe something else if they had
500 subs? Actually?
Listen, this was the map that displayed. This is the map that displayed Deadpool here.
Thank you. That's really cool.
Does he make it through? That's gonna be the question.
Yeah, I mean,
The Invis skin is fading. I mean, I'll get some of it back, obviously. But it's not until, you know, next month.
Let's see what they have in store for us. It's match point for Energy Shock. Can 100 Thieves tie it up?
All right, Vicky. Will we have our first 1-1
All right, here we go.
Today will 100 Thieves
500
0-2 and shock the world. NRG is looking to do. Here we go. Gambit first up on the line. What do we expect to do with the first save? Is it just going to be right to the Elsa again?
Let's see. 100 Thieves. Try to pry with that. I mean, if you are with
more Elsa.
Minutes, you absolutely
I don't want to watch any more Elsa.
Will continuously pop off when you have these open sight lines. Imagine what the Glartrox could do here for the first time as we look at the Museum of Contemplation. One of my new favorite maps, by the way. Could be brutal. if you're the one coming out of the attack side, but Energy Shock stick
I
to
think
their
we've had
guns on this
105
Daredevil
gifted
ban,
subs
and I
today.
like this too. And they're also going to be able to keep enabling Chime, who will have that Elsa
Slow
v
flow.
Elsa battle out.
I don't know what's possessing you to be so generous here,
they're not gonna say they are not.
but I'm
scared
so
of the
grateful.
opposition. Dilemma's
Seriously,
like,
I'm so
give me
grateful.
the Elsa, Chime saying the same. They're
Dare
gonna
I spin the wheel
continue to
again?
ring on. Mantis can be banned with the Daredevil on top. They've got last Rose to ban up top before a quick save. So this is an important
No,
one from
no,
both these
no,
fans.
no, no.
And looking at it, I mean, the Deadpool Vanguard was where we thought they might go, and that's where the top is with the
No,
top. It's gonna be in this. So they're gonna do kind of the same,
do that.
you know, attack the strategist in the back.
I can't
and not
time
change the
someone
game plan
out
too much.
for that.
Interesting. Okay, but was Shock also banging out the tank? This is
I
some awareness
can't do
they're
that.
gonna be
I'm
able to
spinning
play
again.
into that. Another
I'm
one of
spinning
these
again.
trends that we highlighted from Window will be able to get away with that. But the 100 Thieves still lingering on a very similar pick and ban phase that I understand here. They want to try
Much
to
better.
take away the triple strat.
1 hour of
and
fishing.
They ban out the Jeff, so it looks like not much has changed. This is the same exact ban that we saw 100 Thieves roll out with.
Much
just in the
better.
last
Much
game.
better.
Yeah, again, you know, it was down to the
Okay,
wire
so we got
and
tank
different
pool
game mode. So don't
banned
need
and
to change
pro.
too much if you are confident
Let's
in the game
go
plan.
fishing!
A Mantis save, especially, could open up some new opportunities.
Pete,
See if now who is
please,
gonna
you're
rotate into that. Millennia might be the one that we see make that adjustment. I think I like the Jeff ban here a bit better if you're gonna be NRG, but they're looking at Loki. Not, you know, obviously not bad either. Can have either option.
So all you have to do
Now
to
that
fish
also
is to
gives,
type
you know, the
exclamation
teams
point fish
some different decisions to make in the
in
back
chat.
Damage boosted Elsa. We talked about this before. You don't want that because by the time you turn a corner, you're absolutely obliterated into pixels. So we get to see how this
There you go.
plays out, at least for the side of 100 Thieves. And I'm wondering, like, who is going to be
Okay.
able to go onto that
Mantis
Millennia hovering over that
protects.
Invisible Woman. TTK, don't tease us because we know what that. Oh, Emma TTK is out, Cozy, and we're ready to see how this plays out. It looks
Okay, we're
like
not
they're
doing
feeling the pressure.
Angela
A team
here.
that has been considered
It'll
one
put
of
you in the
best
queue to
teams
fish.
in America is sitting at the very top.
Pressures make diamonds, right? I mean, that is what Emma for us is all about, and I knew it. I just had a feeling.
Best map
she
music.
was going to go back home. Was going to go back to mother. Emma Frost coming out. No, just
Thank
kidding,
you again,
just kidding, by the
Slowfo.
way.
I really
That was all
can't
just fun for the
repay.
fans.
No, but you know what? Mara got us.
What you're
Mara got
doing.
us. He was the other OG that
like, you know
always
what?
popped off on the Emma.
Very true.
But
TTK, dang you,
we
my
appreciate
friend.
it
But look at that,
so
what they're
much.
going to be locking in here. Vinny did very well in cap towards the end of stage 2 as well, so definitely have that at the arsenal. You know, Vinny used to only be the group guy way back when, and then it's just added
Oh,
everyone. As they
Christmas
say group, he
Nugget.
comes out with that, and they're really just, you know, forming this comp right before the gates open. Defense is up and ready, sticking to things pretty similar as the first, but as your point said, Madara are going to be on the Queen as they try to escort the school bus.
And for those of you wondering, oh, I thought it was Chime time, you know, Chime popping off on the Elsa. They're on the defense, right? So they want to try to lean into this triple strategist. Very important to note, especially for this point. It could be very brutal, especially if it's one-sided. Self-sticking to the Wolverine has been interesting. He manages to get away in time. Delena's able to control a lot of this neutral, and they're trying to get more of these follow-ups into that terror
nice
kick
pick.
as Vinny jumps up and bops Madara in the head.
Yeah, I think you're going to need a quick swap
Oh.
from Energy Shock here. I don't love it is on defense, but I don't love what they've got, especially matched up to 100 Thieves. And when your defense is too late, right, to swap up, so you can make these adjustments now. We'll see if they continue to do so. But also getting closer to the ult charges might change that fact. Velocity ready to go here on the Loki, as we know what he does best. And quickly, Madara going to summon that portal off of the White Queen, brings the Sorcerer Supreme into action. Now quickly it's going to be Window throwing on the ult. This is the aggression early. We'll see if they can make the opportunity from it.
Talk about how quickly Winnie was able to dismiss just with the awareness, making sure that they do not get caught out of position from a portal that would just spawn right there behind them at the hands of Madara, who made that swap over to Doctor Strange.
Very
before
nice.
TTK, who hovered over the Emma just for a little bit.
Very
came right back around and has been
nice.
putting in a hell of damage here. As you see TTK follow
Sneaky,
up to fight Window,
quick
and Velocity is the
damage.
next victim.
Yeah, look no further if you are an Emma Frost fan.
Very well
than
done.
TTK as just the absolute master class in the hero. Obviously, Emma's not the absolute S tier pick right now in terms of the meta, but TTK will always find ways to make Mother work best, as I like to say. When he has the internal bond ready to take the path to victory, Stinkers can match
My
that
controller
somewhat here
goat.
with quick Galartrox. But yeah, I do like some of these adjustments here from Energy Shock. the way they approach about it. Velocity ready to go with the copy, and it's going to be the Eternal Bond. What a beautiful rotation.
Oh, I'm a little scared here, though. Velocity Sports to go back because they know that the Sun Seduction can try to catch them, but a beautiful dismiss means that they stay alive.
That was
and
a
they
great
stay on
dismiss.
The Glartrox going out from left field, by the way, trying to catch him on the right side. 100 Thieves were able to just navigate away.
They were able to
Great
delete
timing, too,
Delina's
because
ult.
This gets to keep TTK's damage output with the beam.
It's big.
Yeah, but that was insane dodging from the Glartrox on shock side. Like, that was like the perfect counter
Beautiful.
to it. Glartrox, yeah, finding nothing there. TTK is going to find Madara, but there's going to be the Glartrox in return. Going to hear that a lot. The release of the Glartrox, the Apex Predator, finds something, but nothing to come from it. Left hungry. Delina going to get the pick on Rinko, going to allow them to continue to push through this point. Very tough choke point here.
Wow,
TTK
I didn't
finds
think they were
another.
going to win that
Vicky right now,
fight.
100 Thieves really dominating and showing why this is a new.
I'm gonna release the Glartrox
And
at
I
this
like
point.
the awareness from Energy to back away because how long has TTK been
Ooh,
like
very
80+%
nice.
on terms of the damage output from that beam? It's been very
Got ulti
consistent.
here,
You know,
big
with these
ulti.
nerfs, it goes down a lot quicker now, but look at this. The setup with the wall self is waiting
Big ulti,
like
big
an Apex
ulti.
Predator to find somebody.
The animal stalks his prey, right? And there's the kid now trying to find the best from it. Unable to come up with his prey with it. And there's going to be a
Oh,
quick
no.
pick, though, over Stinkers gets Delina out at a crucial point with just ticks left here. Vicky going to force to pop the show early. Delina going to match that. Self has a massive ult that he can get himself the space needed. Gets the kidnap. He's going to try to find the ult. There it is, a big one. Slam down.
Oh, bubble. The
Big
mag
Boy is trying to
bubble.
protect them. The Magneto bubble coming in over to the other side too from Madara's hands, and that actually helps Velocity. Yes, he gets a copy, but he gets it from just slightly delaying things before coming right back around as Renko at least finds TTK. That's 2 members out from 100 Thieves. No Vanguard to hold the front.
Kind of wanted to hold that one back from Stinkers. I don't know if you needed that exact Glartrox at that moment, especially given the time left.
Yeah.
Either way, I mean, crazy because Self had 4. They still had 1 on the point, though, and you got to get them all. If they would have had all 5 there, that would have been it.
So intense.
6 was already out. But Velocity now going to set up. This is a bit better for their defensive comp that they're going to try to have. Chime close to the 9 tails and ready for the Kuma hole. And Madara to follow.
And make sure
The
you try
pro
to seal
player
it to
movement is
2-3
just
though, before
unreal.
he unleashes the Glartrox, looking at Delena specifically, who sees
Oh!
the wall. The follow-up. It catches Stinkers.
Pretty
but
good,
it doesn't
pretty
catch
good.
the Bucks necessarily. Trying to resustain isn't enough, and that is Energy Shock with a use of Strout ult, not helping them out on top of Window, who also pulled the trigger on the
Yeah,
Vanguard.
lost the support out there.
There's no way Vinny had that wall up, broke the wall, Glartrox goes out. Like was that just the most like absolutely animal
crazy.
lying in the grass that you could possibly have in the setup?
I wish I knew how to
Insanity.
be
But
hop.
either way, yeah,
How
that
do
was
people do that?
great done. And why I think Stinkers would have definitely wanted to save onto that ult, right? Madara also had the counter into Winnie's Eternal Bond, but just the way everyone was set up, no chance to do so.
And backing away now. This is going to be that open lane opportunity to fight in the neutral. Chime is going to be able to get enabled this time around after making that swap up themselves. More triple strat that we were seeing before. Madara does have that Meteor M. It's going to be crucial to see if they can catch Millennia, who has the invisible boundary.
Yeah, good call out there. As right now, just giving them a little bit of a space.
Oh, good
They're
pick.
going to find Self in the back. Nice little pick there to give
Great
them plenty of
tracking.
opportunity now to take this point right back over. 2 minutes, 24 seconds, which is a good amount. Now keep your eyes on the Doctor Strange ducky. It's hard to not look at it. Being honest, and the way that you have to kind of approach this point differently than others. As you guys know, with Madara's changes and Magneto's changes, in fact, making him a bit more of a selfish hero, his bubble becoming that much easier, allowing him to be a bit more aggressive. Window finding TTK right out of this thing, and got a little bit of a stagger thing going on in terms of 100 Thieves. Might have to reset even with that self-pick, Vic.
Yeah, and the used up invisible boundary misposition did not help out TTK, and that's a use of strat that is gone. Delena, though, still here on this point and has a Glartrox ready before
Let's have
TTK comes right
or
back around to boost up that damage.
C&D
Nice
though.
air cape, though, from the other side is going to be a copy of the God of Mischief in the form of the Cloak and Dagger to paint the floor.
And look at Winnie, so close to match it now. And there's the quick, wow, Delina's going to go in and get a quick
Good
hit
fade.
there. Comes out, but doesn't find anything from it. That's yet another one coming up empty. Forming a little bit too late there as Chime taking over the duties of Elsa. Self finds another success. And
Nice.
Vicky, that was as perfect as you could get if you're a 100 Thieves fan, because
Wish
look
I
at
could
what
aim
they
F
have.
as well,
The Drew
honestly.
Hog ready to go. The
Me
Glartrox
too.
off that, the edge to throw the monster off for victory, or they can paint it with the Eternal Bond. This is 100 Thieves to lose.
And this is perfect that you talked about like the lack of Glartrox's impact too, because now we have flipped the script. It's this time it's really Chime that's kind of struggling to fall behind. Rezilena's really holding on to that button. Vinny gets kidnapped though, avoids it from Stinkers, who does have that reset with the last stand. This time it's Delena's time to try to get more of that impact, but with the floor painted purple, Curly C Winnie just trying to keep everybody alive for 100 Thieves. We are Groot.
Wow.
Vinny clears out the spawn point choke.
You feel bad for Stinkers, who took them all on a ride with the ult there as Wolverine, but ends up paying the ult right there as Vinny throws down the ult. Here comes everybody from the portal, and just like we just saw before, the portal goes one by one. TTK gets Madara, now sticking closer and closer to this finish, finding their prey as the Apex Predators not even needed this time around as the invisible boundary goes up. Gives life more to 100 Thieves to continue to steal this point, but time is ticking, 19 seconds down. Every second that they can keep this thing on gives them more to fight back when they are on offense.
Well done.
Up, though,
well
that's
done.
why Museum was picked there, Vic.
Yeah, and you know what's really crazy too?
Portal.
It's very rare to tell everybody here watching for a moment. It's really hard
Where
to
was
really
it?
complete that map
It's on the side
attack.
of the point?
It's difficult, especially at this level of Marvel Rivals.
Back
and
on
they did it. Yes, they don't have a lot
Angela.
of time
Okay,
to
we're
work
giving
with. They'll
Angela
reset
another
over to a
try.
minute if it flips to the other side, but that was insane resets that we saw coming in for 100 Thieves. And by the way, that portal, that energy shock put down, was a doom trap, because not only do you have to worry about the trap on the
Metal
other
Pipes
side,
dot
I see
MP3.
TTK, like choke slamming somebody at the same time. They're trying to body block, so they're just staggered through, forcibly staggered.
Yeah, they're not
if
using
you were shocked
Mantis.
trying to recontest.
You know, Vic, I've been put my head together.
Did
like,
they
man,
use
how
it at
are
all?
these
Oh, here we go.
animated?
Now we got
This is where I'm
Self on
scratching my head.
Mantis.
This is a separate server, right? I'm pretty sure that these are all just unlocked for them at this point. I don't know. I'm just calling it. There's an Atom. Maybe Delena's got the Atom, actually. It makes sense. Either way, I love all the flexing of aura these two teams have. Plenty of talent and confidence behind them. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be really a statement for NRG Shock to show kind of what you can do with your backs against the walls and how they're going to approach this offensive approach.
A little different look here. Self noting, okay, now that we're here on the defense, it's going to be something very similar to what
I've
we
seen
saw
a lot of
NRG Shock
skins
roll out with
today.
too. That's why Chime is starting things off on the Elsa, while Self is going to be able to get the damage boost necessary onto Delena.
Absolutely. Gates open up, and here we go, folks. Can they match the three right off the bat? Rinko back on over to the Fox. Delena up and healthy. That's why that Mantis pick was huge.
Renko's pointing at the ground, not at the
In
person.
days past, but the future is here, and Self, the 100 Thieves on the chest. Push forward. TTK now showing Mother knows best and continues to put the pressure on them, giving them the space early into this hall, which I think favors 100 Thieves.
There's so much damage output when you have TTK boosting up that damage and not getting focused. You're just letting this beam build up. But I also like the way that they back away in this time, right? They see the
that's
opportunity
direct
where
hit.
now Energy are playing a little bit split up. They're looking down that lane, but they don't want to try to overextend because they know that there's two members in the back line that could harass their own back line. They're trying to get some trouble, and it comes out on top. Window with the jump scare here together with Chime.
Yeah, we always used to say, right, window opens up the window for the team to move forward. And, I mean, this is how they're going to win this map right here, right now. Stinkers over on the Devil, looking to scout ahead, see what he can find. Chime close to that Glartrox, and now
Are they going to TP?
window of opportunity to nail that ult a bit better. Chime breaking kind of
they
the
don't
map's
have to.
gimmick, right? These force fields. My favorite part.
Well, they
of
are
this map. Here
TPing.
comes the quick portal. Vinny getting the team into it right away.
Ooh, gets a trap though before Chime gets to reposition. I like this recontention that we're currently seeing, taking this slow, and Velocity finds Self. That's a big first pick here as they unleash the Apex Predator, and Vinny's on the other side, unfortunately falling victim. Look, nice little stall before the portal closes right before their eyes.
All right, now they're really coming to form here. We thought 100 Thieves had a great first push, but that
Yeah.
was record time. 4 minutes, 40 seconds
That was
on the
so
clock.
fast.
And still plenty to go as two strategists have the ults ready for this
They're gonna
next
have to
push.
play
100
slow.
Thieves have to
Be
try to
careful
slow
here.
this thing down. They can't play too aggressive here because they're definitely down on advantage. Pushing forward. TTK now on over to the Angela.
Come
Delena
on,
close
guys. Come
for lunchtime.
on. Make us
See how they choose
proud.
to approach this bit here. Now TTK trying to just get a little pressure on the top, Vic. Can't play too unsafe.
And if you want to get a follow-up, at the very least, Vinny's close to the Eye of Agamotto, and Delena could just unleash the Glartrox if they're in a good spot, that is. But Madara, Beast of the Abyss, gets a tether first before getting the follow-up, the victim being the Invisible Woman, unfortunately, and even with the
So
Glartrox
much
getting
HP,
sent
though.
out, may not find the impact that they have wanted because Self is right back over onto the Wolverine. They're staggering through just a little bit, but no one's really stopped energy. Look at this. They have 3 minutes, less than 4 minutes entirely, and they're still getting so much space.
This bus is zooming. I mean,
Dang, they're
absolutely
doing
pushing through
well
the second
here.
corner already. Every Q ready to go for Shock as well. 100 Thieves have to kind of use 2, maybe 3 here. Nothing too crazy. Quick Diablo appearance there on window, getting a quick trap, and there it is. Gonna go and try to combine it all right here. If you NRG, send it now as Vinny gets 2. Chime gonna be one of them. Gotta get Chime out of there, but the ult's gonna keep them up healthy. Rinko keeping the team alive, but it's Delina and Self, the duelist, 100 Thieves, take 1 down now, 3,
Nice.
finally getting the stop they need.
They put Renko in the microwave. That Kumiho Unleashed lasted
I
for
have no
maybe
ult
2
for this
minutes,
next fight,
2
though.
seconds or so. That was unfortunate, but that was the one thing that allowed Renko to help
Wow.
with the sustain. Too.
Energy
So
doesn't
that's
really
one
have
strat
ult
off
either.
the table for 100 Thieves try to go
Which
in
one?
and control this next corner here.
Yeah, the one thing that's so tough about this map, Vicky, is there's so many corridors and so many things you have to kind of keep track of as a defense, right? And so you're just trying your best to keep track of all the dive and the teams together at once on top of everything else you're trying to do,
Yeah,
right?
Energy's been really
Chime's got that
coordinated.
guard trucks already. Thieves used a lot for that first stop, 2 minutes 44 seconds. Now, Thieves favor if they can just kind of keep this thing slowed down a bit, but obviously anything but that, as Madara is going to be on the Venom looking for their first dive.
Changing things up before Vinny. Taking a good chunk of that damage.
Come
Has
on,
some help
guys,
between Winnie
come
and Millennia. But looking at Self right now, what he
I
can do is tell us he has
believe.
the ultimate, but 911, you could call the Amber Alert before maybe the Venom could get away as he does swing away. But it's just a trade-off in the neutral. It's Chime that could make a big play. He's kind of hungry. He sees the Venom here, and he catches everybody grouped up together. 2 KO now coming out in favor for Chime. Can we see a 3 before the Wolverine tries to get away? Literally one shot. They find him out, and they clear out this point to get the second checkpoint.
Yeah,
Okay,
Portal was
they
already
used a lot of
used,
time,
I
but
believe, so they're gonna have
still.
to just let this thing tick on over. Vinny's going over to the Strange, though. They're
3
already
and
on
a
it
half
for that matter.
minutes.
So 3 minutes.
It's probably gonna go to
18
OT.
seconds. This is where, at least on the defense approach, it gets a little easier than
Also-
from inside, Vic. But again, that's why
We
every
are
second
cooked.
matters on your offensive push.
No.
Seeing what NRG has, window, Madara. That's kind of all.
I
they
believe,
need.
I
Hold on,
believe.
Portal opening up
Come
on
on,
the back.
guys.
I heard it from. Seems like downtown. Vinny gonna get pressure on early.
They flipped sides. They saw the opportunity because Energy Shock are so moved up right now.
Oh.
Here we go. The Vans Ball
The
specials,
port
we're gonna be
straight
able to
on the
see him
point.
Beat out the Wolverine, or maybe get him back over to the spawn because Chime had his
Best
way.
spawn special, dude.
No,
Oh, man.
you got to strike real quick.
We're keeping that one. Yeah, we're definitely going to be using that in the future. That was definitely an interesting
Oh,
strat. I mean, yeah, they were
no.
pushed up a lot, so why not just go in and port onto the back? Now, that could come back to haunt them.
no.
Really, the portal's going to be tough to use here anyway because you're so
Wiped
close to set
and
point.
used
Vinny's
an ult.
swapping on over to the Strange because of that. Self being close.
They're
man,
down a
NRG
support
just
ult.
keeps momentum.
Oh,
Windows still
gosh.
has the ult ready too. Vic, I mean, they can get this thing with a minute left.
Yeah, they can, and TTK had made already that swap over to the Emma, right? Like,
The
you're
best I
trying to
could hope for
force
right
out
now
the
is
Angela,
just
trying
get them
be
to
the help
OT.
fuel for your backline too. Renko's got claws, by the way. Will take on the Venom if they have to. Need some help. Forced out the Kumiho Unleashed at the same time before backing out at the very end of the Cloak and Dagger Eternal Bond.
Okay, that's two ults
Right now,
both
but there it is.
used.
Yet again, the guard truck's getting
They
those
gotta
flanks.
make it
At least
count.
the one in Winnie. 2 gonna go now. Both strategists
Yeah, they did.
now out of this thing. That's 4. Minute 30. So this is the last fight and chance. No portal, obviously, gonna be able to be used. Now,
Oh,
if you are
gosh.
you have plenty to go. Great stagger too.
Yeah,
Wolf.
they
So they're gonna
staggered
be a
him
little bit
too.
unorthodox.
Heck.
Still time though to get together for one last fight, and they should be able to actually make this
Come on,
down to the
guys.
wire, Vic.
Cozy. They got a little bit more time, but remember, the Energy are sitting at match point in our best 2 out of 3, and they see victory in sight. They're hungry, and Seeker's just letting the devil out before diving on to the victim.
Oh
Unfortunate for
my
Millennium, but that's why Vinny
gosh.
goes over to the rocket. The BRB is there. You dive down, and this is the turnaround that they need with the side of seduction, and they get onto the point.
Yeah, there's only one on point. I was wondering why, but we're kind of full committing to that daredevil approach. And
You
trying to
gotta
get the
play,
best shot
like,
from them.
cover
Either way,
very
I think he
carefully here.
survived that test. Now 58 seconds and counting down. Vinny's got the Feast of the Abyss. Look out below if you're an
Okay.
Energy Shock fan. Quickly going to try to find what they can. If time goes down here, this is going to be their key to success. Now, Millennia also going to be close to their ult as well. So this is going to come down to the absolute seconds. Millennia, 82%. That's going to be their win con. If they're able to stay up 86, 87, NRG needs to put the pedal to the gas, but also doesn't have the weapons they need to push forward. Now time's at 30
Come
seconds.
on.
It's going to match these.
We know what Window could do with the opportunity. He's already trying to isolate the backline. Nice push off though. Millennial Ware has the invisible boundary, whereas Velocity tries to get the freeze here. Vinny does get frozen, even Chime at the same time. Somehow he is still alive. He held onto that armor before diving back to his supports.
Watch out for the Glortrox though. Chime's just trying to set up the perfect approach. They know it, they see it. Here comes the beast from the other side. Gonna come up empty as Mono's trying to escape the best they can. Self wants to claw up and slice up the best they will. Rinko close to the Ninetales. Chime still waiting for that opportunity. Vinny going down. That's the big sustain that they're looking for. But the res is huge here, Vicky, as the Glortrox comes out. Tries to find something. Has one in the mouth. Gets now 2 down. 100 Thieves. Overtime. Vicky, this is it.
Oh no, but you finally get the Sia online. I like the swap up with the Sia a little late here. They lost it on 2, but it's still able to be stalled out. They need to take care of Renko right now, who has that sustainability. Mara with the portal in their face though. They get the kidnap, but that portal's gonna try to block out one of their entrances, wasting even more time.
Oh, so gets the kidnap to get Mara off the map. 2 trades though for the 2 reds of Daredevil. Twice now, Stinkers finds his prey. Delina has the Glortrox, but falls before they can use it. Energy Shocks looking to make this thing interesting. As now another goes down, the lawyer getting it done. Objection, we will have overtime.
The jury has spoken. And energy.
Hey,
now,
that was really good
going
though.
the distance here. They have
That was
the
a
extra
great
time, but
hold.
it's gonna be a minute apiece. Whereas no 100
Got
Thieves
them
have
down
that extra
to
17
nothing.
seconds in the
Technically,
net.
they have a slight
stinkers,
time advantage.
Like, you got these
Teamany,
self-kidnap on
Tamany.
Monterey, and I'm like, well,
Space
chop it up, that's
advantage.
it. You have the Glortrox ready to go.
Hi,
No,
Pumba.
not if the lawyer has anything to say or do about it. Matt Murdock going full crazy. That was awesome, man. That was a lot of fun.
Whew, yeah, W portal, by the way, too, because it also allowed Stinkers to pop off because there was only one direction, right? That the strategists have to look out from that window between the crack of the choke as well as that portal. So Stinkers was able to harass them still, even after that Sia was put down. But a great portal play to also try to deny them the space. Anything, right? So that way they could get to that finish line. We don't go to a map number 3 because Energy are still in this.
I need to
Yeah,
eat
and
my
here's the thing,
pizza.
that
I'm
was the
hungry.
same finish as kind of
It's
what we
gonna be a
saw in the
big
domination
one.
in map 1, right? I would say momentum kind of favored Thieves there.
Peeber.
And here we go
The
again. Now,
Peebler.
obviously, NRG, you know, they can play a little bit more loose here because this isn't it for their best of 3. 100 Thieves, a lot more pressure creating on their side. Defensive effort first. Locking in. Vinny on the Groot. I like that decision, followed by TTK on the Emma. Winnie, you know, they have Jeff open here. I would have liked the Jeff play, maybe, Vic, if I'm being honest. Obviously, too late for that now. Over the Invis, but
Hi,
plenty
baby.
of options.
I agree. That's what I was wondering too, but they want to rely on the invisible boundary, it seems like. I also feel like Renko's been doing a very good job at protecting Velocity. Yeah, actually right there as he was able to teleport right on top of him. But it's also adding in a lot of pressure because Renko's literally been duking it down with anybody who's been trying to dive up on his backline self looking for a kidnap opportunity. Tries to find it before you see the Venom just jump all the way up on top of that wall. It's a nice little stall out in this neutral with these Groot walls really allowing Vinny to pop off.
Yeah, every pick matters here, especially as both Elsas are going to find one. The Monster Hunter's getting it done, but one being more important. That's going to be a
big
snowball. Energy continues to find. You're going to have the Strange Portal come out any moment here for the reset. But wow, what an absolute show
they got
there.
a decent
Window
movement.
at 0%. The only advantage right now.
It's probably not going to be any ults
Vinny
here.
gonna go over to the Strange Vic. They're going to come out of the portal. If Winnie can survive through this Vinny portal, then they're looking good to go. Get the eternal bond out.
Hold up. Who we kidnapping? Who we kidnapping? Time is of the essence. Hold the line. And he does makes the swap. What a big pick. Talk about a free chance to
no.
before Moderate rolls out with some style.
Oh no!
Oh my God! If you're confused at all, Vinny going
They
down.
got
His own magic,
Vinny.
Kind of. Now Velocity finds another one.
That's
This
so
team is
that's
getting it done.
diabolical.
What an absolute showing here. Winning in the draft now on the battlefield. It's going to be an absolute show. No Feast of the Abyss, but Venom
My
is
goats,
absolutely
come on!
feasting, Vic.
He like he has an in-game built-up rage meter, it looks like. Like, he's woken up, you know, and he was popping up earlier, but now this is where it matters. You want to get as much distance, which is so important, especially on this map. Even look at Window right now, who's waiting for the opportunity to just dive down after he used up this ultimate earlier, and now Winnie has the eternal bond. You try to get the kidnap, you get the Glortrox, and you find Velocity.
Oh,
you find
yes!
Next,
Yes!
Leno,
Yes!
who didn't pull the trigger yet.
Go, go, go!
That's exactly what they needed, though. They had to come out with something to get themselves
Broke
a little
his
bit
back.
of breathing room. Because you're falling this point, you might as well call it game, match, finish. Delina putting the team into his own hands as he finds 4 now, and just like that, they're on the point. They finally stopped
they
the
gotta stop.
momentum
Thank
push.
goodness.
But wow, did they earn that time, Vic? This is going to obviously come down to the very
Go,
Vic, I
Delina!
gotta say, looking at it, I think a lot of respect is given from 100 Thieves over to their strategists. You can tell with the bans, obviously. Clearly, I'm just a much bigger fan of Energy's game plan coming into both these matches.
I'm telling you, you gotta hold the line. The question is though, Cozy,
They have to push
is
far.
the 17 extra seconds
They have to push far.
going to be
They
worthwhile for
are
100 Thieves? It takes that one team fight to try to reset that mentality, and that was a huge opening for Modern to waste even more time away from them, so that way they could get even more progress.
Adrenaline's
Yeah, I mean,
up
either
for
way, you're gonna
sure.
come down to the overtime, right? But
This
I
is
mean,
so
how much
intense.
more? I guess it allows you to have one mistake early on is kind of where you get the advantage. But then at that point, you then give advantage over to the shock on the ult department. So you kind of don't even want to rely on the 17 seconds that you have extra.
Come on, Thieves.
It's gonna come down to that.
Come on,
I mean,
Thieves.
really, we're gonna tell pretty quickly here. All right? Can they get these neutral picks? Delina, you know, you are the duelist right now for this team. Tara's gone. You're what's left. You've added in self. This is where it comes to, you know, start this new chapter for 100 Thieves. A lot of pressure.
A team that everyone was
We actually
looking at
need a game 3
to
here.
be on top within Group A now. Backs against the walls, down an entire game. Looking to
We
take this
need a
distance,
game
but
3
Energy
here.
Shock are playing on another level, making sure the whole world is looking at them right now. Self rolling out on the Mantis, gets the damage boost as well. Millennia 2 out on the Adam Warlock. But it's something that they can't run. It's the Adam and Loki. Remember, the
They
Loki
gotta
was banned against
displace
100 Thieves, so
people
this is just gonna be that one
and
res
like
that they have to
really
worry about with TTK
separate
sticking to
their
the Angela.
team.
Yeah, I do like the Adam pick here. Millennia plays it not near, you know, as much as what we used to see from Delina, but obviously has all of it in the tool belt. But here it is. This is the early neutral fight that we've got to see kind of who's going to be the first to fall. Time is ticking so fast, but more importantly, the ult charges. This is why you go for the Vanguard tank pool. On the backline ult right away, and everybody pressing W at once. Look at those health bars.
Ooh, yes! Oh, wait, no.
Vicky. Hello, spawn room. 30
Oh,
seconds left.
Oh, I got
And Windows literally
confused.
Thanos snapped this
No!
entire team out of existence with a huge ace. I mean, now
No!
they're nowhere in sight. We talked
I
about
got
that extra
disoriented.
time that they needed. It looks like they needed it just so that way they could collect themselves before
Blue
getting
means
taken
good.
out
Blue
here.
means good.
To reset the Kamara. He's waiting to dive down on this back line. Says 100 Thieves, are they ready? I mean, Self is now on the Namor.
They deleted
Yeah, the
them.
new era of Thieves here, opening up year 2 to end the
65
day.
to
All the
ult,
pressure on the line.
4
Delina next with the pick on
seconds.
Stinkers. That's definitely going to help out that back line now as they push in, finding more on. They can get here. Namor in the squiz, aim to help as well, but it's constant attack from Madara on the symbiote over and over.
They're
They do get the
close
pick
to
there.
Namor.
Here we go, Vic. They didn't use too much to get those neutral hits. And now you're lined up.
Oh,
with the Winnie ult.
yes, yes, yes.
Winnie's gonna have theirs. Delina as well.
Oh my goodness.
We're just getting started here, folks.
All right,
Still
we're
plenty to
moving,
go
we're
in
moving, we're
overtime.
moving.
Expect the portal. Probably not as flashy as what Madara did to try to counter.
But in terms of ultimates here, this is going to go the distance because Velocity is also
They've got a lot of
close
ults here.
to that fate of both worlds. Same thing Millennia with the invisible boundary. You got to look currently, though, at Self, who may want to wait out for that here if you're looking at Chime who wants to unleash the Glartrox because you've got the Horde of Proteus to go
Namor
down.
could end
The
this.
Dance coming in next, and Winnie painting the floor with the Eternal. You survive for now to let us still up here, and now you're currently focusing at this portal and this choke. But Vinny is going crazy. I am Groot. 99 wood cutting before they desperately try to recontest.
Oh, absolutely here. And they used a lot. Millennia, staying
on.
alive, but not falling. They're falling finally now as TTK throws on the heaven.
And they use port.
They cannot get off this point.
Come
they
on,
just have
come on.
meters to go.
Keep going,
They
keep
just have
going.
the point, getting spotted
It's so
down,
close.
them, and that should just be enough to give them the victory. Now going over to the bus. Time.
Let's
over 100
go.
Thieves. Get the win. And we
Let's
are
go.
1-1 victory for the first time today.
100 Thieves.
Holy hell.
Yeah,
That was awesome.
that's my
Let's
goal.
go, man. Final series of the day ends up being a banger.
Okay.
We were expecting
We're going to
this,
3.
didn't
We're going to
jinx
3.
it. Thank goodness. No caster curse here, but our first game 3 of the entire season to kick off our series.
Holy
I
moly.
mean, honestly, winning, so
Holy
you lost
moly.
the first neutral pretty bad in the
100
first fight in
Phoebus.
overtime, and that the
Is this the
way
first
they were able
1-1?
to win that second fight one by one, not using
I want
really
to say
anything.
yes.
The Galar
I think
shots
it
came up
is.
empty. I believe it got Delina.
Finally,
that was
to
just
3.
about it in the rotations and what they had available on the ult side. Love
I'm making a
self-swap
pizza for
over to
dinner.
the
I need
Namor.
to
I think that was perfect to
start
counter
it
that
up.
portal and some of the aggression play that was happening on their end. Vicky, I think it's overused, but it was absolute cinema. Cinema. I try not to say that too much, but in this instance, that was a perfect fight.
And then he proceeded to get like 2 extra KOs following right after being able to pull that off, and then swapped over to the Venom and then proceeded to just clean up whatever was left. Even with that though, 100 Thieves were able to sustain themselves making these swaps. It looked like we were kind of playing musical chairs a little bit on the different heroes that we were seeing, but it worked out at the very end. I think Vinny also having a standoff moment at the very end when everybody's grouped up together, having to deal with the onslaught of damage from the group walls. I mean, if we saw Window melt everybody down, same thing could be said at the very end there with Vinny and those wall setups.
Wow, I mean, I just gotta say, this is what I expected from these two, teams. We talked about Energy a lot and what they have as a unit of talent, and man, they were all over the board in people's predictions of what they would be to show up and show out. But 100 Thieves, they've been in so many of these instances. This is the most returning team to the America squad in terms of the roster mania. Been there, done that, they're ready for it. I mean, who changes what on their approach? Because I do favor NRG and the pink bands, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I agree.
They're gonna switch
I
up
feel
the
like
bands
what you
here, you
mentioned, too,
think?
earlier is very important because you talk about like the strengths of the
I mean, they're
strategist's
both-
back line of 100 Thieves.
both
and what
Elses
they're
are
taking
so
away from that,
dominant.
right? They had to work incredibly hard. Going over to the Rocket just for the sake of the BRB cozy was something that helped them out a
Lummy
bit.
one.
Do we see just stick to getting more of these like
Dang, I
just-
missed the
aside from
stats.
that 100 Thieves sticking to that role of trying to focus down on that stretch too.
So you lost the first neutral pretty bad in the first fight in overtime, and that the way they were able to win that second fight.
Why did it? Oh, never mind. Never mind. Okay. 77k blocked from Vinny. Crazy heal numbers from Winnie. 65k. Pretty evenly matched though. Like looking at the finals, this is a very evenly matched teams. It's fun to watch.
One by one.
To grab
So
some
exciting.
water,
Could be anyone.
hydrate, reset, and
My
then we're diving
predictions?
straight back into the action, so don't go anywhere.
Oh, they're definitely wrong. My predictions are so wrong. You want to see? I got, I'm 2 for 12. Ah, well. It's been fun though, a lot of upsets. Speaking of which, I can close the game now. I've spectated enough. Alright. Yep, this is the first one that hasn't been 2-0 or 0-2. I'm so tired. Not really tired, I'm actually like kind of restless. Which I suppose is the opposite of tired. Maybe my eyes are a little fatigued. Yeah, this is the last game. This is the last matchup. Oh, I'm hoping. I have been trying to get up and stretch though. By the way, I gotta get up I'm gonna be live really, really early tomorrow. So if any of you are gonna be around super early tomorrow morning, I'm co-streaming some PAX East events. So I've got 2 events that I'm going to be watching. One of them is at 7 a.m. Pacific time. The next one is at 9 a.m. Pacific time. It's like a Super Mario star race. I think it's like a competitive thing. And the second one is a discussion. Both of them look really cool.
Welcome back to Marvel Rivals.
But yeah, it's for a sponsorship.
In Americas, this is day 1, but I feel like I lived 10 lifetimes.
But it's
watching those
early.
two teams going
Very
at
early.
it, because 100 Thieves and Energy Shock are taking us all the way to map 3. Vicky Cozy, we manifested that. We spoke this into existence.
Yes, I think my whole neighborhood wants to know what a Glarchox is because they keep yelling at me. It's been absolutely, crazy from what we've seen from both these teams. I gotta give a big shout out to Winnie and the 70k bomb of healing that they were able to pull off. Cloak and Dagger, I think, is probably gonna be something that Energy Shock looks at. Velocity's very good at adapting and getting this team ready for it. And I want to give a shout out to Madara because obviously the
Postponing movie
Flash
night. Was there supposed to be
also,
a movie
just,
night
as a
tomorrow
player,
or today?
I saw a lot from them when they were Dark
I'm
Zero
sorry.
pre-land, and then at the land, I feel like Dark Zero struggled a little bit, but wow, really showing up today as well, Vic.
I definitely agree. When you go the distance, that's something you could expect. Like Winnie with that 65.2k.
You can put it on, don't
still managing
mind.
to make the
I don't
swaps
mind.
that they did and maintain 9 KOs on their side. This is like the closest we've seen between these two teams because we're also getting like these last minute meta swaps to also go in with a recontention on like ultimate resets that would benefit more of these faster charging characters that really were able to stall up for as long as possible. But yeah, we saw even those crazy plays from Modern. It wasn't enough though because you're still dealing with the peak of 100 Thieves right now that are still trying to adjust themselves with Self also being on the Nomore for
She is a machine that turns
Let's talk
pets
a
in
little
a
bit about
drool.
Self and Self's performance. How do you guys feel Self is slotting into this team? Obviously, big shoes to fill. We've seen him
I'm
on a
scared
variety
she's
of
gonna
different
hit me.
heroes in different roles as well already in this series.
Oh, yeah, honestly,
okay.
The team has a
Got it,
different
okay.
identity to it.
Yeah, I won't be. I don't think I'm gonna
I can
stream
tell that from
tomorrow.
night and day already.
After.
And, it's
I don't think I'll
almost more
co-stream
cohesive in a lot of ways.
the games tomorrow. We'll see.
Sometimes I feel like there's like some mystery heroes going
Shin
on, like with a lot of
Shibuya!
motivations and heroes trying to find like something that clicked. I think that was just adapting.
Fun.
But what a Cinderella ending to what is this day to have Shin Shibuya as the last map? Are you kidding me?
I see Vicky slowly dying on camera.
That's personal bias, honestly. You know how it is. So I always gotta talk about it. These chokes are so brutal, but you know what? If the Museum of Contemplation played out like that on the attack for both of these teams, that means that Shin Shibuya's choke is going to be even more interesting to see which of these one picks is going to start off most of these fights to get through that really narrow choke.
Shin Shibuya.
Cozy, what do you want to see on Shin Shibuya? It's been out of the mix for such a long time. What do you expect the teams to play here?
Fun fact, shout out to Harvey, man, miss ya. But Harvey and the Mutants that were now 100 Thieves won their first MRC on Shin Shibuya against what was Nightmare, then Sentinels. It was kind of the opening stage for that team to kind of blow the doors wide open and become 100 Thieves. And so, like, they're going back to their hometown, which I think they're actually completely comfortable with. Obviously, Energy picked the map, but they're like, hey, we have a lot of history in this map. Defense is going to be very heavy, which could change a lot of these picks and bans. Honestly, I kind of lean the needle towards 100 Thieves and their bans a bit more on this map, though, if they're going to stick with that same game plan. I kind of like that more. We'll have to see, though, because it also opens up the same doors of dive and a lot of playground to have fun with. A lot of playground to have fun with if you are the aggressive type, which they are.
Do you guys expect to see the same strategy here? 100 Thieves, they pretty much banned the same stuff and protected the same stuff twice now in a row. Is it going to be like 4 strategists once more?
I think the Loki
maybe.
save, Vic. I think Loki might be saved. I think Loki's huge on this map. Lanterns indoors, go to the building for point 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you also like what was it? They protected the Mantis, I believe, very
Oh, that's
last
right.
for
They
100
did.
Thief. That was like the only change up though. But other than that, like literally the bans for against Energy was very similar to the way that they were approaching 100 Thieves specifically. So I think we stick to the game plan. It works out on Shin Shibuya a lot. It really comes down to the way that we're seeing the duelists kind of fare off against each other. You
Yeah.
asked Zoe how we feel like what Self is doing. It's really hard to fill Terra's shoes. He's doing a great job at showcasing the flexibility. You know, if the Wolverine's not working, you gotta slot into something else. We even saw Self, I believe, roll out on the attack originally, or rather it was a defense on the Mantis too, so that way you could provide that extra damage boost before we even saw the Nomura swap up too. And that's what I love specifically about Marvel Rivals, right? You're not slotted into that one specific role. You have to showcase that flexibility. And TTK has been forcing out this Angela a lot. It worked out at the very end, honestly. It's very disruptive. But I want to say that Vinny really stepped up that game, and we got to see that going on to this final map.
We also got to see TTK on Emma Frost. I feel like we're just getting fan serviced here. Like, both these teams is actually quite nice. I'm here for this. Cozy, we talked about it already in map 2, right? Heading into that one. Like, if the matches are this close, you really don't want to like just throw the scrapbook out of the window and like do something crazy here. But if they were to do something crazy, which team is more likely to like throw something weird into the mix?
Ooh, that's a great question because I think both coaches and the decision makers both have that personality, and so you might see that a bit. You know, my guess is it's going to be coming from the side of 100 Thieves. I think they have kind of the same formula the first two, but I expect them to throw up a ban that might kind of have NRG forced to make those adjustments. But you know, one of the reasons why this is such a
so
great
excited to see
defensive
this
map is on that point 1 with that inside building, it allows you to play a bit different. And I think 100 Thieves have a bit more of the team comp that's designed around that approach. So NRG's gonna have to come up with something a bit different on their end as well.
1-1 the score.
She's got a little
They're
lightheaded.
taking the distance. This is map number 3 in our last series of the day. 100 Thieves versus Energy Shock.
Whew. Weird.
All right, okay, I just want to say right now, Cozy, as we get set up with the best series that we've had in the day. So he asked, I want to see something crazy. Who do you think is going to kind of throw that out there? I'm just saying, like, imagine we just see Self just hover over BP. That would be quite
No
interesting.
Gambit.
I mean, talk about the wrench over to the side, something that maybe teams wouldn't expect, but maybe somebody could dream here.
We're
gotta
doing
see how
Elsa
this plays
again.
out because Gambit is still stuck in jail.
It's like the Cap coming out of the portal and the Mjolnir Avengers Assemble. It's a fan service. Zoe set us up for it. We might see more of it. But no, Mantis ban going to come from 100 Thieves up top. So sticking with what
So
they
far, same
did
thing.
on the last successful map. We go with the Elsa
Delana,
ban. So if you were
Elsa,
tired of hearing Release and the Glartrox, well, buckle up. You got a whole nother round of it. This map going to be interesting, though, because there's a lot of corridors and buildings. So you don't have as long of a time. Outside of point 2, you've got that long, kind of narrow, in a way that you
They
can
probably
have the
banned
Glartrox.
tank pool here too.
And you have the off the map point, but this will be tough to hit, Vic.
Yeah, the off the map, like by the health pack over to the other side of that lane, right? And so, okay.
DD ban.
Okay, they saw it, and I'm happy about this. I was
Me
saying,
too.
you know, Window's been a huge problem. We literally saw all their health bars disappear before our eyes when they were originally coming out on the attack. They don't want to deal with that threat anymore, especially
Low-key?
when it comes to trying to enable your back line.
Mantis.
Yeah, that was such a huge adjustment and change. To be fair, looking at what they could do, I mean, obviously, you just said it. I mean, Window on that overtime hit showed every reason
Low-key
why
ban?
tank pool is just so important.
If they ban
you know, to have
Loki,
down in the
on
meta
it, these
right
might
now.
ban
And they
Loki
get the Mantis
too.
save. There's the Loki ban. I would think Loki would be the ban from 100 Thieves here.
Yeah,
up
me
top.
too.
Potentially. Venom going to be the save. I think that's huge for Monterey, and obviously what we
ooh.
saw in their plan of attack.
Why
They've
they
got
got a
Jeff
ban here?
available, so Jeff ban would also make a lot of sense here, especially with the save. Could be a bait, though. Don't take the bait, Vic. Do they end up catching the shark or the trickster?
I feel like I would take the bait. I don't know. We're gonna see because we got the team up now
Oh, the
available. But I
devil.
don't take the bait. They don't take the bait. Yes, they don't let the devil out.
Okay,
and they
no
get that
Daredevil.
viral ban. No Daredevil.
No
for
Gambit.
Energy Shock, especially when they
No
get away
tank
with the
pool.
Elsa. We've been seeing that Elsa 1v1 duel.
Mantis on only one side.
Between these two duelists.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, hey, Zoe just asked
Venom
what team is going to pull off
anywhere.
the more surprising picker ban. I had a gut feeling that Remix was cooking something up there with the team, and It really wasn't hard to do the
Ooh,
homework on
wait.
that last match.
Oh.
Like, gee, well, what really gave us struggle there? The guys in red, get them out of here, and they did just that. NRG forced to adapt.
All right, we got some
See what they
variety
ended up
here.
putting
That's good.
together for the team here. It's going to be 100 Thieves on defense first. It's going to be the lineup that they've got rolling. You're going to have Self on the Namor, which I like this pick, Vic. And stick with more of the same. When are you going to go back
I'm so excited.
instead?
I want to live in Shinshibuya.
Okay, we got Winnie on the invis.
You know?
What they have.
Okay, TTK sticking to the Emma, it looks like, as well. Bit different, so that way you could try to choke out what you could expect from the other side if they have the opportunity. Maybe opportunity onto Chime, but if they're expecting Window to roll out on this group, you already know that TTK being on the Emma is going to be able to get that damage boosted early onto the beam just by trying to farm those walls.
Yeah, and there's going to be always a portal. Typically, to open up Shinshibuya, there's a lot of portal play.
Yeah.
Just because of the way that this map is set up, right?
B-hop.
We'll see when they decide to use that. Go try now already get a little bit of a neutral hit in there. Might as well farm up that ult. Starting right away from day.
You must say B-hop when you see it.
Quick long-range poke.
It's
Like
the
that,
law.
swap on over. Doesn't have access to the devil anymore. Gonna play another fire hero. Velocity on the Loki that we know so well. Thought maybe that would get the ban, Vic. Could aid them pretty well in this matchup.
Again, you only have so many bans, right? It's Energy who are rolling out with Velocity being on the Loki, so they'll be able to have the God of Mischief.
Oh, good separation. Dang
From
it.
the strategists who do not have line of sight. Windows says, make way, I'm the one moving in here. Being on the grid is no problem, no damage boost for any Emma here for TTK to shine. Instead,
Well,
it is
there's your
Windows
answer.
time
That's
to
how you
close out the gap
break through the
and clear up
choke.
this free real
You
estate.
separate the team.
Yeah, and if
Another
you can,
one.
try to
Heck!
hold it, they're not going to be able to touch, though. And Okay,
No, it
very
was such a
interesting on how they
fast.
approach- Yeah, go ahead and hide in your building, by the way, and we'll just wall it off and shut down close every window. Vic, what a call, what a call.
He's building his own house here, and the community is rolling right behind him together with the rest
More
of
than
Shop.
5 minutes
I like these
left.
swap-ups, though. Okay, so together now,
Oh.
Delena. You said who's
Delena
gonna throw
on the
something out? All right, it may not be the
Psylocke.
VP that we're looking for, but
Flashback.
it's gonna be Delena on the Psylocke. They're letting Self now be on the Elsa instead.
I haven't seen Delita on, it's been Midtown back in my day. It's been
Okay.
87 years. No, it's been a long time since we've seen that. Vinny gonna
Vinny
go
down
right now.
already?
It is a stagger
Sucks.
fest. My goodness, Shinshibuya.
Dang, Emma can get
in the newest
giga
map,
separated
Energy
here.
Looking like they've practiced it a bit and why they selected it. Pushing already any point on this map favors the defense. And so it could be a hold at any point, but you got to at least get a team wipe first to start that train, Vic. And right now, if you're NRG and you're ult tracking, just keep the foot on the gas and Window, get up there.
I mean, it's the fact that they burned TTK so hard that he was forced to use Diamond Form just so that way he could use the Carbon Crush to get away back to his team. These walls have been so detrimental. Let me out. I love it. You look like the Kool-Aid man just trying to brute
Just
force his
haven't
way
used
out
Diamond
of
Form
there
then
before
for
he tries to
that.
dive out. It's the Groot into combo together as Stinkers finds Winnie nowhere to run, not even through the invisible boundary. And that's a big pick because Winnie won't be around to utilize that strategist ultimate.
Oh my gosh, they're just having their way right now with 100 Thieves. I mean, all locked up in jail. No one's free at the moment. And now it's just going to continue the stagger. Get out of there, run and hide,
Ooh.
Venom, run and hide. And here's a quick counter that they're going to try to roll up Delena. Slap and
Okay.
dash. Getting something from it now. Going to go ahead and force the ult on Rinko. That's the best they got out of it. Velocity finds success as well. And this could not be going better for Energy Shock, Vicky.
It literally a steamroll right now because they're
No.
also comboing so well into their own ultimates. And now you currently have Window who's about to strangling Prison. Chime too with that Apex Predator. They've been non-stop from the very beginning. They are at 4 minutes.
my gosh,
less than
they're getting
55 seconds on the clock,
cooked.
and they just need one more checkpoint.
Thank
Our break
goodness
was
this is
3
just
minutes.
seeding.
This is 5 minutes left on the whole dang third part of the map. So, I mean, look at this aggression, pushing up early. 100 Thieves still don't have anything to the name. TTK, sure, but outside of that, really, it's going to be just complete uphill sledding, and Chime can put an end to this part of the point as well. This is the last part of the choke that's really going to favor Thieves, and they have to keep it here if they're going to have this thing even be competitive for this last part. Oh,
Look at
what's
this
up?
wild
Back
Apex
on
Predator with the cartridge and the wall right behind him here too, just so that way he could be in a better position. And they let Chime unleash. The shackles have been broken. The Invisible Woman is fighting for their lives, but there's only so much you could do when you're left alone, and they still have not stopped Cozy.
The aura points that NRG Shock gets, got the portal.
bother.
Now you have like the somersault cartwheel
To quote
off the
my
bridge
girl Winnie the
into
Pooh,
Galartrox.
oh
Come on now.
bother.
Just completely farming it up all day long. Chime's gonna continue
Oh
up
no!
this is just absolutely nasty.
Not the
They're
spawn
throwing out the
choke.
counter portals on each point.
The spawn
Shin Shibuya,
hold?
welcome back to Ignite. My God, we missed you.
Oh, this map will drive some on the edge of their seats because nobody's there to push off. No invisible boundary. Disappear back to the other side of the map.
Time to switch things up.
3 minutes and 36 seconds left is an absolute
Oh no!
disrespectful time to be putting up on that board. That
No.
is crazy. Coming out
That
from
was,
NRG Shock. They did not,
nothing
I think
short
they
of a
just taped the W's
steamroll.
down on the keyboard. Nothing. I
Come
think
on,
Winnie
guys!
picked maybe on the first point. Like, and then Delina
I
as
look like a
well, on
clown.
the second. That was it. There was nothing going Thieves' way.
I was gonna ask Cozy, like, have we ever seen 100 Thieves, even with this different iteration, like, you know what I mean, like Serum Bucks, etc. Have we seen them lose out that hard with a dominating time pool in the favor of another team? Because that was a different look entirely. I think this is exposing 100 Thieves for the lack of flexibility that they usually get to lean on when it comes to running out with the Jeff, right? Like, is this something that
Dang.
Winnie feels comfortable going for him? Is comfortable being
Come
able
on,
to
guys.
flip-flop between
Go
what Delena
crazy,
likes
go
to play,
sicko.
because you want to enable the player who's been having that MVP performance, force Delena off, goes over to Psylocke, and then proceeded to just unfortunately get steamrolled.
Fight back! Fight back, 100 Thieves!
Sentinels had a 5 minutes on the clock time. It was beautiful.
Fight back!
It was crazy. 100 Thieves held the whole thing
Get
and ended up
up!
winning. So, I mean, I'm not saying that this same thing's going to happen here,
No
but, you know,
TPing.
they've been against it maybe once before. But, yeah, this is definitely going to be
Ooh.
tough. And here we go. We got Madara looking for some fun already as we see the eye of the portal ready to go. And there it is.
Very
Does he find Vinny?
nice.
Off the map.
Dang it.
Another one for Madara. Clip that. I'll see that on social media later.
Got it 3 of them in the last 2
I gotta
games.
respect
Out of
it.
The last one, I can't. I mean, can you imagine, like, the confidence boost, the momentum shifter that is as well for Madara being on the Strange right now before you see Window 2 kind of looking at Vinny. Yes, he's on the Venom, but it's like, I'm the real Groot real quick. The dip is insane when we were expecting elsewise.
Oh, for sure here as now Window is going to continue to rotate back into this one. The skin to boot. Gotta love it here. Nothing like it, but in Marvel Rivals with the rotation over, Winnie now going to be on the Deadpool. Really opens up some of their strats that they can try to pull, and it's going to be a bit of desperation strats.
He's uncontested up there.
Here it is. They're already up and ready, trying to use that aggression with it. Vic, this is right now just a stalemate.
Well,
Okay, hold on.
Potentially can
because we have Winnie
cap
coming
here.
through on the strap pool and Delena following
You
up
need
to
to get at
find
least
Window.
one more pick
The
here.
Staggerfest in a very different look here, but it's going to be NRG who do lose out onto number advantage in favor for 100 Thieves. And Millennium is about to have the
Nice.
invisible boundary. They want to save
They
that.
need
though,
to
but they're playing
stagger
very
the
split up because they're looking
Strange.
at Energy Shock. Madara goes crazy with
Oh,
an Eye of
no!
Agamotto diving down. Can he find one of the strategists from the back line here? He uses the Eye of Agamotto and finds Self and Vinny. That's big onto Self specifically because Millennium doesn't have invisible boundary anymore.
Nice.
Yeah, crazy boundary.
Very
to keep things going for
nice.
the team because they were right there trying to stagger the Strange when set up. Them not able to get the portal back, but Madara gets the pop on Winnie. Trades quickly. Self gonna go ahead and find the best with the green team. Vinny finds
Yes!
another, and just that comes
All
with
right,
yet
much
another
less time,
window
but
open as Venom
Ooh,
is trying his best to keep that
beautiful.
cart there. Spider Zero
Beautiful
will not be
dink
stopped
dink.
though. Heading to the point. So not as perfectly clean, right? If you had 10s across the board for NRG Shock, it's like a couple 9s and a 10.
This is the biggest
Not a bad
Marvel
point
Rivals
one.
tourney. Yeah, this is the pro tourney.
But the thing is too,
Like, this
that
is,
Shock are also giving 100 Thieves a little bit more time to like get
This is
set
the
up down
major
lane,
league
but Shock are also going to have that same time to
of
look
Marvel
down at what
Rivals.
100 Thieves are going to do. Whereas on the other side, when Shock was on the attack, they were pushed up very far up. They were rocking the perfect composition for it, and they still have Chime in Window that could go in for a follow up.
Nah, for sure. And NRG could just play this so different with the time that they had available and, you know, on the board there with 3 minutes, 30 seconds. They were able to play their push, the aggression that much different. Even
Big,
the
very big. Oh. So actually, I was watching that.
push, the
Oh,
aggression that much
Pete.
different. Even the comp, right? Self does find window, though, through that with finding more success here. So with a old disadvantage,
Okay,
Hunter
we're
Thieves
moving. We're
again
moving.
are able to Go from 0 thieves to like 50 at this point. They're at least getting halfway there.
Dang, it's almost been
3
7
minutes, 34
hours.
seconds, Vic.
Again, Winnie with the flexibility here does have that trap pool ultimate ready to go. S here already. Looking at NRG and what they have in store,
strap
though, they don't really
pool.
have any of those offensive ults just yet. No God of Mischief actually very close together with Renko, where they could utilize that Venn diagram with a double invis ult, whereas TTK searching for his victim before getting the scoop up the shish kebab as they want to stop the Elsa. Beautiful protects here for TTK. The controller player himself now tries to get in the follow-up. Another wall to allow them to try to reposition here, but it's going to be Window who gets harassed the most.
Mantis is also really
Crazy that
good for
no one
breaking
fell
walls.
through that Glartrox too, because they got a good bit from it. Now forced to go ahead and rotate all the way back. Here is 100 Thieves. They were moments away from this point, and that is exactly really what NRG just needs to do to end up winning this thing decisively. Gonna go ahead and now put the pedal on the metal. Invisible Boundary used aggressively. You love to see it. Winnie already using that ult earlier, and that was the one they relied on. TTK's got ult and Heaven Retribution, but time is ticking.
Honestly, Velocity really had no other choice there, though.
Oh, I don't
popped the
think they
God of
needed
Mischief
that
very
invis
early
ult, though. I think they
unnecessarily,
could
and
have
kinda just
held
put
it.
down so that way it doesn't go
No one was in
entirely
it,
to
I don't
waste,
think.
But could have held on to it, honestly, seeing how they were able to restabilize
Yeah.
here. Renko at least has that invisible boundary, and it's going to try to match that.
That's
with
actually a
Millennia.
big,
Yeah, this is where it gets tough, though. 2
big,
minutes left, and you've got
oops.
yourself some windows of opportunity.
There's no one in that
Window
invisible.
on the other side and Chime to follow. Really, they're just
Hey.
trying to stay alive to
Win
get
angle?
even odds in the ult economy-wise. Heaven falls.
Nice.
Ready to go. TTK hunting that back line, the Phoenix in particular. Seeing what else they can
Ooh,
find. But
yeah,
now just
yeah,
have to
yeah.
rotate out. I mean, there's not much
Ooh.
they can do here, Vic.
I am
Except
Groot,
that.
though. You follow up the Glartrox. That's the bubble cover we're looking for. But through the invisible boundary, Benny with some whiplash gets saved
Wow.
for now. Backs away. He's still
Insane.
alive. W invisible boundary here from Millennia, at least to help him out. And also
Yep.
called out exactly where the Glartrox would try to put him so he could at least get the extra help.
Now, that was a magic trick, though, right? We saw Delina throw their Glartrox in, and then out comes Chimes, and then Vinny gets it. I'm like, what did we just witness come from the invisible boundary? But just like this, yet again, another pick happens, and it is NRG
Ooh, very
taking
nice.
it to 100 Thieves. The favorite in the region, showing
Dang,
why they need to be
no.
feared in this group of death. I mean, this is
How
why
did
it's
they
a group
not
of death,
win
Vic,
that
and why
team
every
fight?
team has such a huge shot to show what they can do.
And something else that we have to pinpoint, Cozy. I just saw it there with
Even with
Madara.
that ult
They have the team up, the
advantage.
new season team up between the Doctor Strange and the Invisible Woman. The pull in, the extra damage there really have benefited themselves into just a slight stagger. He's got the Eye of Agamotto. You know Madara's hungry. I saw him jump up in the air, and everyone knows that's when the Doctor Strange wants it the most. But Stinkers with a beautiful snipe. Phoenix still on the table was able to get another pick.
Yeah, Mental's in the
Thank goodness the video stopped.
dumpster
Then
right
the
now.
Thieves
You
could have
gotta
gone wiped
completely
there.
turn this thing around and try to keep yourself alive. Now 42 seconds. Have to play absolutely perfect, but nothing to give. I mean, look at even their choices on the ult front. NRG's got enough to bring down a graphics card while 100 Thieves
This is
just
so
is winning
sad.
himself, right? So just trying to stay this thing
Thank
going.
goodness this isn't elimination. They have some time to
Maybe enough.
re
Maybe cut the bounce
re-strategize.
further out of here as well. See if they can take any advantage because they got everything in the books. Renko's close to that invisible boundary. Velocity's got the God of Mischief ready, and 100 Thieves
What's he gonna
don't
use
have
it
their own
on?
invisible boundary. They need to get big on this wombo combo between Vinny. Vinny's gonna be able to try to get the follow up right afterwards here with the Deadpool before diving down and Song Inferno for a reset. Well, Vinny goes down though. 100 Thieves only down to 5 of these members.
Thor's
Please.
Soul Resurgence keeps him up.
I'm
a
sorry,
bit.
I'm watching
Here
a
comes
480p.
Agamotto available, but 50% in cut.
Please not now.
It's just gonna not be enough. TTK
Ah!
trying to get something from this ult, and with it, time is ticking down. 100 Thieves in desperation mode. Glartrox comes out, does find that prey. There's the side to be out, but gonna catch the building. Now coming back to the point to the boundary, kept alive. Chime finds one, Winnie's down. More to
Please,
Dunk
I'm
gets
watching
another.
that. I'm
Vicky,
watching that.
Right now, NRG is shocking every 100 of those Thieves. It's over.
Final score 1, 2,
100 KOs, maybe, as 100 Thieves bow out in the best series of the day to end our first day of America's within Marvel Rivals Ignite.
Thank you for the new Gambit spray. Thank you for watching.
I mean, at this point, you don't know what you're gonna get. And
YouTube trying to save us the pain.
What a performance and what an opening day across the matches, but especially from the teams that needed to show exactly who they are. Man, I'm sure NRG Shock is absolutely just thrilled to bring on that huge W for the team.
Imagine they're saying
it'd be like that.
It'd
be like that.
Right? We got our eyes bookmarked on everybody
gracious.
else, like we heard earlier. From
Look at the stat lines.
And then now you get to take a look at the results.
Bueno.
Velocity. Cozy, I think you highlighted this so perfectly before we dove into this game. You said Loki, surely, right? Like we'll get the protect on the Loki if you want to come out of this. Velocity going onto this Loki
underdog day
out so much.
Yeah, I mean energy. I think we all knew this was gonna be a peep
on the 100 Thieves side, trying to see what slotted in and what works out.
That this was gonna be one of the most intense matchups.
That what we may have
but still, like
would have benefited them with the Jeff.
Thieves got rolled
too, right? It's like, all right,
at the end there.
Window, you don't get to play Deadpool. Stinkers, no more
I'm gonna
Devil
bite
for you,
you.
and they're like completely fine. I mean, Stinkers
You are
didn't
so
give a
cute.
dang about the Devil on that one. 25k damage up and 10 eliminations out. That was not just a win, it was a firm statement across the board of this team. And we saw it, and we've talked about this so much. You know, it's interesting because you have some teams with a lot of talent all come together from different teams of the past. And then what's the makeup of that new squad?
The coordination was just
this
on next level from energy.
Singing in harmony.
Yeah, I agree. And then you take a look like at the
they
way
capped
that they
so quick like that. It has to have been so demoralizing.
By the way, went down twice. Like when you take a look at how dominating that was. Not only did Unthie struggle to even get that payload moving, but it was that one area going down the lane I know is so difficult when you aren't able to get preemptively set up too.
Yeah, they just that wall. I feel like that wall.
A lot of them coming from Dreamland. It's like, wow, they've evolved a lot as players
on Emma.
Well. I mean,
and that quick
Valentina goes somewhere
cap.
Else, and now you have Velocity coming in with
that quick cap from energy. Like they just never. I feel like 100 Thieves never got it together after that. If Peeb was on the team, they would have won. Yeah, she would have whooped them in a straight for sure. Well, thankfully, this is just no one's been eliminated yet. This is just the seeding, the round robin seeding. So there are plenty more games to see from these and North America teams. The schedule, we have who's playing tomorrow? I didn't look at the schedule. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be live for that. Because I'm live early in the morning. Yeah, no elims today. So just kind of, but you know, the mental games, those start right away. So I'm launching the game just to look at the title. Are they gonna be Rivals Lanternies? I think I can't remember. Do they do that for the Ignite Championship? I kind of don't remember because I do remember streamers getting flown out to watch it though. Okay, yeah, there will be. I'm opening up the schedule. Okay, March 28th. No, we have. Okay, no. We have more games tomorrow. So let me open this up. So it's kind of it's North America teams again tomorrow. But a few that didn't play today. So NTMR. I don't know this team. Miami-based org versus yeah, we lost, which was the winners of MRC. FlyQuest is playing again against Sentinels. TSM is playing against, is it Lunex or Loon? I guess, yeah, it would be Lunex. And then Swamp is playing against Cafe Love. No, wait, Cafe Rose. Same difference. And then we have Citadel against Space Station. So different matchups and a few teams that did not play today. And then the final seeding will be... Goodness, it's a lot of games. It's like a week straight of games. So, yeah, I'm not sure how many of these I'll co-stream. I probably not tomorrow since I'm going to be live tomorrow. I do want to see this team and I want to see this matchup. We'll see. We'll see. At least I get a chance to to predict some of the next ones. Yeah. So this is all best of 3 preseason. And then from there, there'll be a break. And let me see. April 19th, I think that's when the playoffs start. Yeah. Well, some really exciting games. Great matchups. Cool upsets. I really hope Hunt of Thieves gets it together. Hopefully they do better. Are they playing tomorrow? Yeah. No. Okay, Hunt of Thieves is not playing tomorrow, but they are playing on the 29th. So maybe I'll stream on the 29th. However, is tomorrow Saturday? I might stream tomorrow after, but actually I am streaming tomorrow, but it's early in the morning for a sponsorship. So if in the kindness of your heart and you are up at 7 a.m. Pacific time, which is 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow, and you would like to support, it would be really, really nice for you to lurk in chat tomorrow. Or watch, you can watch, of course, but I would appreciate a lot more spectate. And then we'll see how I feel. I feel like I'm going to be pretty drowsy. But it'll probably be part 1 of the sponsor, and then I'll play some Rivals games. Maybe we could play some quick play together. Make it fun. And then, since it'll be Saturday morning, and then the second half of the sponsor will be an hour after the first one ends. Okay. Thank you so much for watching. I'm gonna move you guys over to somewhere else. Good English. Good English. Really good. Okay. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? You know what? Since the tourney's over, I'm going to send you guys over to my sister who's playing Pocopia. So you guys can wind down after all these intense games. Well, thank you for watching. Thank you for the subs. Thank you again to Slowflow for 75 gifted subs. Really appreciate it. No, I think it's more than that. No, who gifted 5 at the beginning? Historia. Historia gifted 5 like 5 hours ago. Appreciate you guys. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow. I'll see you in less than 12 hours. Say hi to Mel. I'll see you. Bye-bye. Thank you.